face. through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we cause it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America Mid-Season Cup. It is day 2 of the action, already kicking off on a strong day 1, and I cannot wait to keep that train rolling. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the analyst desk, well, I have Lemon Kiwi and I have Psycho. Both of y'all, by the way, looking quite dapper. I had to change to try and match up for this. I can't believe that y'all did this to me. Psycho, how are you feeling today? You got to see some great action yesterday. Back for some more.
Oh yeah, it's going to be another full day of Valorant, another day of a couple good matches. I mean, we got some real bangers yesterday, and I think looking at the matchups today, I think we're going to get a little bit more of the same.
It was huge. I casted yesterday. Every match but one went to game 3. It was the longest night but the best of nights, and I knew I just had to suit up today to match the vibe out of Psycho. One of us is going to have to change. You got a jacket, so you stepped up. I'm a little jealous, but...
I had to up my game, you know. I saw you coming in hot, and...
I know. We're serving today. We're serving Valorant knowledge. Okay, yeah.
I just know if I keep working with you two, I'm going to have to buy a tie, I guess. I didn't think that was going to be my takeaway to kick things off. But, you know, it's a big occasion, our mid-season cut for our teams, because, of course, you have to get to this point, and, of course, they want to be trying to do the best they can to get some very valuable points here. Of course, today, Psycho, this is going to be our opportunity to see some of these big names that we've saw coming out from Stage 1 being able to compete again and show us what they got. So I'm really excited to dive into today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is our chance to get our first look here in the first matchup of Moist. You know, a team that has been pretty dominant, people putting them up there in the top 2 or 3 teams coming into this, and one of the favorites to run the bracket all the way through to Ascension. So it'll be interesting to see our first look at them in the, you know, a little bit more intense format here in the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, and when we're looking at Moist as well, this is the team that when we're looking back at our Stage 1 standings, this is the team to beat. This is the team that came out of the gate absolutely swinging. So it's definitely a team that, looking on forward for today, I definitely think we can expect to see some really, really great things out of, especially too, Lemon, when we're looking back at the standings and some of these powerhouse teams. I mean, a couple of these teams that are sitting around the middle near the bottom, it's going to be a little bit of a journey to try and be pushing their way on up.
Yeah, because only 2 teams came out of relegation, and it was cool to see just even the bottom rise up and even new teams come out of relegation. Just the roster changes that came out of people really want to reach a new peak, a new high score, and we saw even some of those roster changes yesterday. A lot of and teams that didn't need to change anything because they're so good, like Boy Shopify, obviously retained that main core. But today we're going to be starting off with Fluffy Aimers, who had 2 big additions.
Yeah, it's exciting to see some of the changes that are coming on out from a couple of our squads here. Because, of course, when we're back at our Stage 1, that, hey, what's maybe not working for a couple of these teams? The Mid-Season Cup is definitely an opportunity here to try and rebrand a little bit, try and get that identity going on forward. Because, of course, if you missed out on a couple of the points or getting a higher placement in Stage 1, this is the point to try and rebuild, because it's not over, Psycho, at all. We still have so much more Valorant, so many more opportunities for our players and our teams to try and get points, to try and look ahead to Ascension.
That's right. It's a long season. It's a long season. I mean, Ascension doesn't even occur until after VCT Champions this year. So there's lots of Valorant to be played in the Challengers League. And this is a perfect time where if you're looking at your team, you're looking at your standings and going, oh, I'm not happy with the results. I think we could do a little bit better. This is a retooling moment, right? And some of these teams have taken this opportunity and grasped the moment in this little mini roster mania that we've had to you know, retool their roster and try and get pieces that they feel like they may be missing, right? So this is the first test for some of these rosters who have shuffled around a little bit, and we'll get to see our first look at whether these roster moves are going to pay off or whether they may take a step back.
It'll be exciting to see how those roster moves are working out. So let's start diving into our first matchup of the day, where we're seeing a couple of these roster changes coming on out. Not even just a roster change that we see, also a name change when we're looking at one of the first teams that we're going to be featuring. This was Together We Are Terrific, now Fluffy Aimers, a team yesterday, Kiwi, that we did get to see perform yesterday on our other stream. And a team that, hey, these changes seem to be working so far.
Yes, they crushed it against Winthrop yesterday, and I'm so excited. Bones and Jonah joined them from YFP, and of course, you guys know TWT together. We are terrific, are now fluffy, and they have aim, and with these additions, sure enough. And of course, they've retained that core of Pancakes, Mame, and Neptune. Bones was a duelist for YFP, and he is just an incredible Raze player. And Jonah was primarily a Sentinel, a lot of Cypher time out of this guy, but I just can't stress how big these additions are. And you saw in how they performed against Winthrop yesterday. It was like 13-4 or something on the first map, where Jonah, the new addition, starts off game 1 13-0. Like, that's how dominant Fluffy Aimers looked yesterday right out of the gates. And usually you don't have a lot of time to scrim and really kind of develop with just how soon these additions came in. So for them to look that good that quick, I'm excited.
Yeah, two roster changes going in, just a handful of days before a big tournament like this. That's not a lot of time to prepare, right? You're going to be rolling with what you have a lot of the time. Playbook's not going to be very deep. A lot of relying on old chemistry, trying to just kind of put it together on the fly, right? But luckily, Jonah and Pancakes have some history together. There's some developed chemistry there, and the core of this team is really good. There's some guys on this team who have a lot of experience, like Mame, former star. Back on the old Envy roster back in the day, lots of experience competing and scrimming against this guy. And I know what he brings to a team, right? He's someone who can really be a rock of a team and uplift everybody around him. And you really saw that yesterday. I mean, look at these stats here. He's not always going to be the star, but he steps up when he needs to. And he sure did yesterday. Everything on the line, single elimination. And look at these stats he's putting up as a controller. We kind of talked yesterday about these controller players starting to step up and be more fraggers for the team. And we really saw that from Mame yesterday.
Yeah, he's had such a successful and long-time career in VALORANT. He's trying to kind of rise back up to that VCT level. And even when he was on FaZe and Challengers last stage, didn't get the results that I think really stood out. And now he's on Fluffy Aimers, hoping to have that deeper run into the championship. And he was such a flexible player. Like, Mame is the guy you want on your team. Duelist, Flashes, Viper, like, he's tried it all. But now in TWT, he only had to really balance the Sentinel, and mainly the Omen. But now that Jonah is on this roster, Jonah is like the Cypher GOAT. So that leaves Mame to focus on really mastering the one thing, coordinating the team off the Omen, and just giving them a sense of stability and just one thing that they can practice. And also, Mame is so strong on pistols. He's very aggressive on how he floods into sights into those rounds, and that's why you have Mame, a confident player, win every pistol round against Winthrop yesterday.
Yeah, he's just a demon on these pistol rounds, right? And like you said, going back to the Omen, it's really a return for him to what he has always practiced in the past. He has tons of experience on this controller role, specifically the Omen. I have nightmares of this guy peeking us with the operator on Omen from like 2001, 2002. So, this guy has so much Omen potential, and bringing this Jonah guy in to really lock down some of the more Sentinel roles allows him to flourish in the role that really fits his style.
Yeah, and I feel like that stability that you're talking about when we're looking at Mame and this squad, especially too with these roster changes going into this team now, is something that is needed, because today's match, well, they're going up against the team that is top of our stage 1 so far, Moist x Shopify. And this team, I mean, I'm talking top of the leaderboards, looking back at what they were able to accomplish throughout our stage 1. This was the only team, Lemon, to go undefeated. So they definitely have their work cut out for them.
And, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Retain their roster, the only team to remain undefeated, #1 seed, 5-0 record, and yeah, they might drop like a game here or there. That may be a little strange. Everyone has that off day, but this is the team to beat. And I am a huge fan of their initiators, mainly Brock, coming from that original Moist roster where they won Split 2 and got third in playoffs. Like, they picked up so many good pieces from the Moist roster and joining, of course, the Shopify Rebellion core, and they flourished. And mainly the Flashes is what you have to watch out for Moist. Shopify, their XX are clinical, and that's why they're the #1 team in Challengers. They are the favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, 5-0 is no easy feat. We've seen no other team do that this season in either group, right? So Moist are sitting at the top of the mountain. They're sitting pretty, and you could attribute a lot of that to, like you said, they put this super team together from the Moist and Shopify rosters, tried to pick up the best pieces from both. But not only that, but they went into the off season trying to get as much match and particularly LAN experience as they possibly could. You know, they played For Those Who Dare LAN, Sean Garris, the Ludwig Invitational. They got all these off-season tournament experience under their belt, but you know, they kept falling short. Each one of these events, they got to the grand finals and fell short to Oxygen. And you know, after these 3 losses, you know, going all the way and falling short, they made this roster change of getting rid of Thief and bringing in Odorous. And since then, they've been undefeated, 5-0, looking like the team to beat right now. And we'll have to see if Fluffy Aimers are going to step up to the plate and take a swing at these guys, or if they might just be a little too high out of their league.
And a team that I think that we can still see more out of. As you said, 5-0 is definitely no small feat. But looking at this squad, I'm excited for what they've already built up and where they can kind of take it from here. And what's interesting going on with this matchup, particular between MXS and Fluffy Aimers, is they did actually go up against each other in their group stage. They were in the same group, so this is going to be a kind of rematch when we're looking at the changes coming up for Fluffy Aimers here. But it does mean, Lemon, that we have a little bit of history from these two, and Fluffy Aimers know of the big feat that they have ahead of them.
Yeah, these guys matched up in week 4, went 2-0 in the way of Moist Shopify, 13-9 on Breeze, 13-7 on Lotus. It did start to escape TWT, but at least Fluffy Aimers, of course, rebranded. Moist Shopify got their 2 strongest maps, Breeze and Lotus, their most picks, so it was a strong matchup favoring Moist Shopify the whole time. But TWT, they've made huge changes in their roster, so I don't think we're going to see the same scorelines, and we're only seeing one of those maps return in our pool anyway.
Yeah, definitely agree. This will be the real test for them, right? You know, going up against Winthrop yesterday, they look great with their changes. Guys like Bones, who they brought in as their new duelist, absolutely popping off. But can they keep that same level of play today? That's what we're going to have to see. I mean, even on this last matchup, though, of, you know, Fluffy Aimers in their previous form, up against the Moist Moguls in the regular season, it was Mame as one of the guys stepping up and being one of those rocks for them. So as long as we can see that again today, and these new guys are stepping up and being improvements over what they had before, then it is a possibility where they can really dig deep and maybe even come out with an upset here.
I would love to see just how deep Fluffy Aimers can dig for this one, but it's time to see with the map picks and bans if this can be at least something that is going their way to start the series off right for them. And Lemon, you talking a little bit about, hey, one of the maps a little bit different. So when you're looking at this, what's changed? What can we look ahead to?
It's really interesting. So Breeze, of course, Moist Shopify, one of their best maps, Lotus being number 1. I would say Breeze number 2. Either way, a comfort pick for Moist Shopify on Breeze. Ascent is the strange one for me when it comes to Fluffy Aimers choosing this after previously they've banned this against Moist Shopify in the past. They got decimated. Fluffy Aimers got decimated by Oxygen on this map previously, 13-4. And to go against Moist Shopify, who are very strong on flashes, very scary map to go to. Also, I feel like Bones is a more standout Raze player than a Jet, so this is more of a Jet map. Jonah has more time on Cypher than KJ being a better on Ascent. Of course, both playable. They've played Cypher on this before. Lockdowns are very strong, though. I'm curious why Fluffy Aimers chose to go to Ascent with sort of the limited time do they have. Is this the map they feel most confident in?
Yeah, well, you know, like I said earlier, two roster changes, that's a pretty big shakeup for a team. It really throws your playbook up in the air, right? And not a lot of playbook depth, not a lot of practice time. Maybe they felt like this was a map where, you know, we can slot in with a standard comp, have a lot of strategy individually and as a team to fall back on just from previous teams and knowing how to play this map together as it being a very straightforward map. But it also could be something where they're looking at Moist and saying, what is the reason that they haven't played this map at all yet this Challengers season, right? We haven't seen Ascent out of Moist in any of their 5 matches this regular season, though we had seen it in the past with the previous iteration of the roster with Thief, and they were on a 5 to 6 game map win streak on Ascent before then. So it is strange to see them coming into Challengers and not playing it, but I can't imagine they don't have it in the pocket and ready to play on the Moist side of things if they're letting it through in the veto. So maybe Fluffy are hoping to catch them on the back foot on a map that maybe they're not as prepared on, but I'd be surprised if Moist weren't at least a little prepared on a map like this.
Especially looking back at their Ascent, as you said, they had the nice little win streak, including up against one of the teams that was consistently besting them in that offseason, being Oxygen Gaming, a team that we know is really, really strong as well. And it was a more standard comp coming out from MXS. So when I'm looking at the Ascent, have to imagine that this is just something that's a little bit more comfortable for this team that's kind of trying to come together here. But I want to see what they have up their sleeve. So we have our agent select ready. Let's head on over to that to see if there has been any changes since we've seen Moist here, or what we can expect. Levin,
cool.
What a surprise.
This is what's some Ascent stuff happening.
So interesting that Jonah's on Killjoy. I think he spends a lot of time on Cypher, but Killjoy is the Sentinel to play here. I've already talked about the strength of lockdowns. Fluffy Aimers did prefer the Cypher in the past, but it wasn't with Jonah in the lineup. So you're seeing the adjustments that those roster changes have made to their play style and their strategy for this.
Yeah, and again, Mame over on the Omen where he belongs, and this is always been a strong map typically for Mame on the Omen. So, I mean, not much surprise here. This is the comp that, it is the comp of comps for Ascent. There's a lot of maps where you can get a little creative and you can have a little bit of add your own personality to, your team composition, maybe throw out some weird things. But, ever since Potter's triple initiator comp back in the day that had a bit of a run, we've kind of just returned to seeing the same comp over and over again. So not much surprise here, and we'll just have to see which one of these teams are going to come out on top in the Ascent brawl down.
When we got the mirror match, that's always interesting to see where we're going to see the micro differences going on into this. But time to get underway with our first map here in the series and head over to our casters, Wyatt and Gompers, to take us through Ascent.
Thank you so much, Sierra, and to the analyst desk. It is super exciting to be with you guys again today within the midseason. My question is, why do they call it the midseason, Wyatt, when none of these teams are mid?
I mean, you know what? You're so right. They've actually, there were some surprising results yesterday. I thought the teams that would be mid, they actually weren't mid. So, you know what? You're goddamn right. This terrible, man. Doesn't make sense at all.
Great analysis from my part. But yeah, I'm super excited to get into it. Definitely a big change from moving away from the Cypher. I know Lemon had established that just a little bit. I think this is a better change, especially with, I guess, the dynamic also changed in general with this new team, new name, new branding with Fluffy Aimers as well. So I am looking forward to seeing how this new dynamic is going to work out.
For sure. Previously, yeah, they were running the Cypher and the Viper, which had mixed success, and now they've gone back to the old reliable with this new roster, which, that makes sense too, depending on how much time they actually had to practice with this team. It's easier to fit into that composition that every single competitive Valorant player has a lot of experience with. So that it'll be cool to see what they can do with this new roster. And there's a lot that I'm looking towards with this new roster in terms of what they have to offer with the team play on Fluffy Aimers, because I think that the two new additions from YFP were suffering from a team that was incredibly individualistic. Yeah. Whereas the TWT team for me were succeeding because they actually had some better fundamental team play than other teams in Challengers. And I want to see if Bones and Jonah can fit into a more teamwork-oriented system, or it's going to kind of devolve into an individualistic style and fail for the same reasons that YFP did during the regular season.
Definitely the question. Now, finally, with the start of the game, we get to see whether or not this is going to work out, especially with the two newer additions, but already some damage being left out on Bones. So with that being said, huge back off on the side of Fluffy Aimers.
It's big mid setup right now from MXS, and they're trying to trade off of it, but Mame immediately with two. Really nice from him. Put up a crazy game yesterday as well. The desk was highlighting how good he is on pistol rounds, just validating their take immediately.
1-for-2 trade-off with Jonah, now looking to clean up just a bit, so already looking good. I mean, having to isolate the fights, I definitely feel like that was a strength that I got to see from Fluffy Aimers before, in previous games against MXS, which really did lead them down the drain.
And it's really the objective, I think, with bringing Jonah and Bones into this team was to increase the firepower, because they had some good fundamentals, this Fluffy Aimers team, previously TWT, but oftentimes they were just lacking in winning duels, getting kills, and
30 seconds
so far
left.
Things looking good.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there's absolutely no shot, no chance for the team to do anything about it. MXS already down in this first round, and man, looking like Pretty harsh pistol round, though definitely emphasizing on the fact that Mame clutched up there for a second.
Absolutely. MXS were trying to go for this in a mid-trap, see if some players could be baited into bad fights there where they had 3 players ready to swing off of it, but what are you supposed to do when Mummy just gets to it immediately? So a great start here from the team that is certainly the underdog in this matchup.
Yeah, they've had their moments, honestly, where they were able to take so many beginning rounds off of MXS. I believe 4-0 down on Breeze, which is a map that we do get to see eventually off the start. So this team, they're not lacking in that sort of sense.
For sure. And you have to imagine as well that these, this new iteration, rather, of the Fluffy Aimers team has been having a lot of success on Ascent in their scrims because it was an awkward map for them earlier in the season and one that MXS have thrived on in 2024. They have 2 wins against Oxygen, their rival, and another additional win against C9 as well. So just impressive results from them. A bold choice from Fluffy Aimers for sure.
Yeah, they're keeping their patience, especially as a 1v1 just waiting to erupt. Information, though, from Ojima. Just going to give itself away. Neptune. Slow peek forward. Even then, all you really have is a shorty. So once you give away your location, yep, chances of you getting that are slim to none. Now B-site completely left open.
Yeah, just not expecting that player to have walked up so closely. And at this point, it's just Fluffy Aimers is attempting to stave off some damage, but a great first shot from Mata. Just gonna try to see what they can do as far as ruining the economy. It's a good start here.
Oh man, and this is gonna hurt. Even then, 43 health left on Jonah. There wasn't any pickup from Vic. He didn't look for anything, even though all they really need is the pistol, but this is huge. They picked this up. There's a huge potential to take this round back, but then it comes down to whether or not this 1v2 is gonna work out. TP huge though, giving them some momentum. Even then, 58 health left. Mummy still on the prowl, looking for something, expecting the fake, but the pop flash comes out and it leaves Vic speechless. Huge recollection, but I mean, it was a close round.
Let's make a play.
Pretty significant damage done from MXS. They're going to be more than happy with that. I mean, how the hell do they let Vic win 2 1v1s with a classic? That just simply shouldn't be happening. Mata got that nice shot as well with the Marshall, and you can see this awkward position that it's put the Fluffy Aimers in right now. Mame's picked up a Vandal, but is going to have no cash for the next. A few players will have cash for the next, but, Guardian in hand. They're even still mixing up the buy until the very last second. A bit of indecision from the squad. It's a fast B main take, though. Good map control early.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. Info comes out early and it just gives away positioning for MXS. And this is the one chance for them to really reach that sort of success here. So if they don't pick that up, it's just another round given away to Fluffy Aimers, and Mummy's just not really letting anybody get away.
Flyer with a bit of an awkward walk-up. Thought he could probably take that space given there was so much noise over towards B, but Mame again winning, a crucial duel for the squad.
Every single piece of util that's been thrown out so far has just been a detriment to MXS. Already a drone just to push back any sort of mid-take information. Definitely not looking so good as to how things are working out here. 1v1s left and right, and Jonah now looking to clean things up with Brock. Just spamming it down with the Odin. It's pretty impossible at this point. 1v3. And no util to utilize other than maybe a shock dart to get some of that damage through. Wall bangs just left and right, though. Some of that damage made, I mean, valiant effort, but it's not looking too good.
That could have gotten so awkward with the spam. I mean, Neptune at 9 HP, one stray bullet could have hit him, a couple of the pancakes, but just going to save that Odin, bring it into the next round. The essential tool for the Sova here on Ascent to lock down B main. On that round for me, MXS, they're really getting antsy. There's a lot of noise cut in the mid-round so far from Fluffy Aimers that MXS are finding uncomfortable. They're trying to push the issue, and so far, it's just baited them into the waiting hands of the Fluffy Aimers, slowly garnering the map control.
Yeah.
Already a good start on the attack side here. Bonus round converted. It was a really awkward buy as well because MXS did so much damage previously. Putting them in a tough position here early, the underdogs.
And this is great though. Fluffy aimers, they're kind of used to this, right? Like running with the momentum in the beginning. I think the biggest faulty that I'm hoping they fixed is at some certain point, the adaptation starts to come through. MXS got really comfortable and they started to just go with the flow. Once that happens, it got really hard for Fluffy aimers. So it is up to them to see if they can switch things up, maybe change up the way the pacing goes, but I mean, with that being said, seems like Bones might have DC'd. Nope, caught themselves back.
Mummy just waiting with that paranoia in hand to set up the play, and Jonah, fantastic kill on Tamada, who had that B main control, and rotate has come in though from MXS. With the KJ spotted, you have to assume that the main brunt of the attack side is going to be towards A. And on a bad buy, there's no reason for MXS not to risk it and stack over to that side of the map. So they're set up now, but again, this noise cut. Fly is rotating off.
Ready for the eruption. Huge too, because a possible suppression, but nobody catches down backside. And it looks good. I mean, every single angle taken up just by the looks of it when it comes down to Fluffy Aimers 4v2 situation. And just left up to it is the Odin. So you leave Flya with a pistol. Honestly, they did kind of cook last time when they had it. So I'm not going to count them out just yet. Possibility there. They're seeming like the only source of information comes 25 seconds left up for the recon dart. And Brock's still looking to fight something through, though. Yeah, placement of that. Unfortunate.
Just trying to make something happen with this Odin again. But it's a good setup right now from Fluffy Aimers.
Some sort of suspense. Everybody knows where they are at this point. 3K there, but all they need to do is fight just a little bit further. Time of the essence, and yeah, pulled out, wrong time, out in the open, and they got cooked. So that's okay, though.
That is super awkward for Brock. And again, there was another moment in that round where the noise cuts from Fluffy Aimers are really causing MXS to get antsy in those situations 2 rounds in a row, and they're taking an early timeout now already. And frankly, I'm not mad at that because this needs to be addressed. So like I mentioned in the round, because they had seen the Killjoy, it activated this rotate towards A, because typically when you see the KJ back there, it's going to be like a 1-4 setup, which is the case. And then they rotated over to A, but when the noise was cut, they thought it was possible now. Hold up, they could be going back to B because our guy who pushed out died. So then Fly started rotating off, and then they hit it the perfect time. They're really getting worked by Fluffy Aimers right now. Some solid calling so far. Really impressive. And hopefully right now the coach for Moist Shopify is addressing this issue where they're really getting baited by the noise cuts.
It's the perfect time to think about your strategy for sure. Especially, this isn't the same team they played against. It's completely different. So you go into this level-headed, you know, being the top team. There definitely is some sort of, I guess, ego that really does get kind of chopped the moment that you see how well Fluffy Aimers is doing. So more so picking up the strategy and the ego as well. Mata picking up the op though. For a difference in it, but the mid site, I guess mid information just more so being looked into here.
This is the first time that Fluffy Aimers have really pressured up mid. They've been mixing things up so far nicely.
Okay, I don't like it though. Brock already looking for info. Does manage to find something, though shot's not really collecting itself, and a shot of whatever's going on there.
Yeah, nice from Bones. He pushed up and was able to take down the turret that was on Pizza, so that's going to make MXS concerned about their mid information right now. And Pancakes, oh, that is such a nice spam, predicting that. Really well done. No Sova for info now, and the knife was just used from Flya as well.
Oh. This is good, though. Jonah knows when to back off. Continue picking that fight. It might have gone Flya's way, though. So much util possibility. You got the ultimate left up on Jonah. Possibility for a B-side take even then. I mean, they do have some sort of advantage, but here it comes. Placement set down, and of course, pop flash through, and they think somebody's pushing, but they're not. Sandwiching it ever so slowly, and they do manage to find Flya. So, I mean, B-side completely up for the taking. Fluffy Aimers, again, just doing the absolute most to try to take whatever they can.
Yeah, that was a really nicely timed B split. It just caught Fly completely off before he could rotate to spawn.
10 seconds left.
They are playing these attack rounds pretty masterfully right now. Taking out the Sova, you know, starving MXS for info in the mid round when first Bones breaks that turret, and now they're actually aware that Mata's going to have the op. And with a pretty good economy, they're likely going to be chasing this down.
Ooh.
Oh my god, what a shot.
There's no way. But they even then, I mean, they know that everybody's over towards B. Managing to pick one shot off is just enough, especially coming off on Mame. But that could have just been them trying to get their ultimate down as well. At this point, they are very, very well set up for the future.
They're just forced to save now, or MXS, who in that round were so info starved with the turret going down, and then that nicely placed spam from Pancakes to get the Sova out of the mix. And at the same time the Sova died, the knife was used at 50 seconds. So for that late round, they just had zero information whatsoever. And Fluffy Aimers were able to just work the map as they please. But now, with the knowledge that this operator is online, they're going to have to be pretty careful about clearing a lot of these areas, not contact pushing past choke points. They don't want to walk into that off and give away a free easy kill to Mata, who's really just been the best duelist of the regular season by all accounts, by all statistics.
Oh, Vix just put themselves inside of wine. I didn't see anything though, especially with this one-way block in the view. When they know that it's there. Vic getting themselves out of danger, but even then Mata with a big move coming down in mid. And they know a lot of the time taking up that space is Fluffy Aimers. Now they're trying to fight back though. The site completely taken away yet again. You cannot seem to get away from this team, and no matter how you fight, how hard you fight, they always seem to find a way back. They always seem to isolate the fights though. Op still left in the hands of Mata. And a Paranoia just waiting to be put up towards heaven. Even then with Bladestorm being set out, yeah, does a huge back off there.
It's giving Bones an opportunity for the flank as well, which they just don't expect. Fluffy Aimers are playing really well right now, and
yeah.
Moist Shopify's willingness to try to make fast reaction plays is getting exposed so hard. After Pancakes gets this kill, they really tried to rush getting back into the site with Brock and Flya flashing out of the door, and it just completely fell flat. All those angles being covered, and that's just not enough firepower for that burst play. They're really not catching the timings. It's the second time the exact same thing happened, where they rush trying to get into A and miss the window. Fluffy Aimers now, they're playing very slow on this anti-eco round, not trying to give anything away early.
Take flight.
Oh, this is huge. They've blocked out view on the side of Mata, so even then they do hear the drone coming up towards mid, but that could give so much false hope and information. Yeah.
Noise just completely cut. Turret is going to be broken now. Knife close as well. Going to make sure that there's no player hiding in logs. And once this drone is broken, they're just trying to hit the gas into the site.
3 players on the site, so it's going to be pretty hard to try to get yourself on if you're Fluffy Aimers. Everybody watching the extremities, and it's so good, even though they don't have a lot of information or space to take up. They have everything they need to try to give into a rotation. The patience on the side of MXS. Pancakes finding one of their own, so the opening there, they just need to play off it with Jonah, though. Sit down inside of mid. It is huge for Mata to find it, and a potential for a Vandal as well, so I mean, the Hero Rifle, definitely a possibility to bring things back, though. Man. Slow work up, though.
Yeah, they're just trying to work into spawn right now because MXS, they're not giving anything away on the site. They're trying to find kills elsewhere.
10 seconds left.
Okay, what is going on? It's just so perfectly placed, too. But I like that. I like the distraction behind it. It gives Mata some time to feel semi-comfortable peeking the angle.
Fluffy Aimers were really trying to slow things down there again, which, not a bad decision. They were able to bait Brock out of the site, walking up lane, holding that angle down, and then just trying to pressure elsewhere to get some kills. This was really unfortunate for Jonah. He was posted up watching Cat, and the second he turns, he gets caught. So that is just a Really bad timing for him.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well done overall from MXS. The TP as well from Vic to get back and, you know, bunker down back B was really important. And it's going to get them that eco win.
Hot flash out, but Bones is the first one to take it. And a potential pick coming through, but a nice trade-off from Brock, especially with the Hunter's Fury. So ultimate used in the correct way. Seems like even then it is going to be a huge take-back. So Fluffy Aimers, I mean, they just know how to convert it.
Yeah, Pancakes has been doing a nice job taking advantage of action somewhere on the map to try and push up and get a pick. And now Jonah picks up the B main push as well. Mummy trading out with the AWP. That's a vintage Mummy right there. Take me back to 2020.
Dude, it feels like I'm watching war. Like, there is no... The first couple seconds of this just felt like, if you survive, you survive. But it feels like Odashima...
Spike planted.
Oh, looking for a flank around. They definitely hear them. There's no way Jonah doesn't know that they're there. Oh, maybe not.
Regardless, this is just going to be another situation where an MXS player is forced to save already 7 rounds on a Scent attack. I mean, you'll take that all day long. This map is typically defender-sided. And I really like the AWP pickup, frankly. Bones as well had the knives, so if things got scrappy, if some close-range fights ensued, he could have just popped those and would have been fine. But given MXS penchant for pushing up for info at the moment, really all across the map. They did it on A, they pushed out B as well. The AWP is just a great counter to that.
It's interesting too, because I think, man, it works so well for Mata, but the positioning has just been awful, like majority of the time. And I do like that Mata is redirecting themselves back towards mid though, especially since a lot of the time the heavy picks that we did see Mata get that felt semi-game changing, I guess that gave them that one round they did win, was down inside of mid. So hopefully with that early info, they get something through out of A.
All of Fluffy Aimers stacked up at A right now. Maybe they'll go for a fast hit off this Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run!
Yeah, and that is going to be the case.
And moving forward, though, I guess lacking some sort of information. Yeah, Bones making the move to try to figure out what's going on down inside of sight, but everybody else holding the extremities for MXS and taking their time. A completely different approach than, you know, the typical, okay, I need a pick here. I need to try to resolve this as quick as possible. So I like the patience.
Not a lot of util to work with here for Fluffy Aimers at all. Null Command is going to come in as well to get this retake online for MXS.
Already off, just trying to make some sort of movement down outside of main, but it doesn't seem like it is going to. Already so many players taken down, as it seems, and Fluffy Aimers looking to recollect, but down to it. It's just Neptune that won't let it go. And Mata with an up. Left alone in this moment, Flya can't seem to get some sort of resurrection, but a no-scope isn't going to work. A 3K down for Neptune, a huge round win.
Really nice reflight from him all the way into tree. MXS none the wiser to that. I believe Pancakes got a random op kill spam through the smoke in A main too, just firing up into heaven and took out Brock. So that's pretty fortunate. That's got to be mega tilting for him. Zero momentum for this team. They cannot get into this game whatsoever. It looks like Mata once again is going to try to push up B main early. There's going to be a flash over the top for him to maybe take a quick fight here. But Jonah's tucked in the corner, so he's not going to get it.
It's always A. That just seems the most attractive. The Fluffy Aimers, there hasn't been a very huge profit out of it, but I like the conditioning. They just basically made MXS think that this is the move here.
Look at this rotate that they've drawn. Every single player went towards A. Jonah now has the info on Mata rotating. He's just making so much noise. Gave up B control. Jonah has found some fantastic timing so far on this lurking roll. Oh my god, he's just shutting them out of the round.
Jonah was like, honestly, just a sentinel brought out of heaven for this team, to be honest. And it's perfect. Even then, they've lured out another rotation with Brock having to go over towards B. No space occupied up towards A, and a possible flank for Vic, but even then, they're just completely separated. and having to fight this 2v5 without each other. So down to that 1v1, Jonah manages to find it. 3k down, and man, Fluffy aimers are just looking really good.
I mean, Brock is just, why the hell am I getting shot in the back right now? I mean, MXS are just getting worked right now. There's no other way to put it. There was a flash and a knife towards A, and listen, they are on the bad buy, so they want to gamble a little bit, but they just fast rotated all 5 players. Things slow down just slightly, and Jonah's able to work a B main off the timing, find another nice pick, sitting at 10 and 4 right now, and a number of those kills have just been 1v1 pickups somewhere on the map in his lurk position, or just when he's holding B main. I mean, I think right now he might be 3-0 against Mata in kills because of just shutting down his B pushes. Just has that area of the map on lockdown.
They're just so good at reading this team and making the assumption that they're following and exactly what they're trying to do for Fluffy aimers. Yeah, but a big push up towards mid from Mata. No smokes left available, but mid completely quiet.
Yeah, interestingly, Fluffy aimers haven't used either of their info gathering tools early. Neptune still has that knife, and the recon wasn't used by Pancakes either. They drone to clear B main. They're going to get the control here, and Jonah's going to be able to get the lockdown here.
Do they even need it? It could just be a complete fake up towards B too. They know this team likes to rotate. MXS not making any noise, and I'm sure Fluffy aimers definitely know what's going on here. Some noise made up towards B, and possibility. Man, this is bad.
This is a crazy setup for MXS. They have pretty much 4 players deep mid right now. And the rest of the team, they're just gonna, Fluffy aimers that is, they're just gonna cross B and get in off this null command.
Dude, it took one smoke from Bones to just completely deny a fight down in mid too. And it's crazy. Now they have to try to figure out a way to get past this, but I don't think they can. Lockdown already placed, and everybody having to wait outside. Mummy's there, and he's able to find the shot. Nobody can fight this.
I mean, Mummy has just returned to his youth. The man he was before his like stockbroker Wall Street era when he was locked in on Envy. This guy looks incredible right now. He was solid earlier in the season on Cypher for sure, but his aim was not looking crispy like it has yesterday, so far today. You know, a lot of the kills he was getting earlier in the season were more due to just intelligent play on the defensive side. And that's not to say he isn't playing intelligently now. He certainly is. But tapping heads like he is right now was not something he was doing earlier. It was more so playing off utility, getting spray down kills with the Phantom from cages, that kind of play. But right now, this is just out-aiming the team that was undefeated in the regular season. I mean, out-aiming Mata, who was statistically the best in ACS, average damage per round, kills per round, every statistic. He was #1 for the regular season and just cannot get anything started right now. It's just getting so outgunned.
I'm just astonished. Like, I think heading into this, I thought this was going to be a complete different way around.
This is crazy.
This is the biggest plot twist in history, and possibly the biggest upset. I know there probably were a lot of people rooting for MXS, but now it's gone down the drain. They have to pick it up now, or else it's just done.
Early drone from Brock, that's going to get broken. Odorous has this lockdown to deny the B push when it comes in. Just an exchange of drones for info on either side. But honestly, this lockdown position is kind of close that if he uses it too late, the players on site, they're going to get overwhelmed because Fluffy aimers are going to know that they just have to go straight at them here.
Scanning ahead.
But that's not going to be the case. They weren't fully committed, so they're just going to retreat out of this, and it's going to shed a lot of time off the clock here for Fluffy aimers to get a hit in late.
Oh, they've planned for this though, and I think they're falling right into their trap. MXS taking a different pathway into the defense. Now this time conditioning Fluffy aimers, but no, they didn't fall for it. Just back over towards B and having to fight things against Brock. Oh, but they know Neptune slowly walking up, maybe finding out where the util is, seeing the head of Brock, but it ends up not going their way. 3 players down in seconds. And MXS potential to pick things up. 10-2 there.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
it's their round. I mean, finally being able to figure out a strategy that works for them, but maybe just a bit too late.
Yeah, it definitely feels too little too late, given they're on the favored side.
Yeah.
But that really just comes down to Odorous finding the right timing for that lockdown. If he missed it, they might have been in trouble, overwhelmed in the sight by, you know, the Fluffy Aimers forced to run straight at them. But that wasn't the case, and it just had them in such an awkward position with the timing. And even at that, I'm not mad at what Fluffy Aimers did, trying to work up Cat. They smoked off Tree to try and fake that they were going to rotate fast A, while 3 players stayed in B. But finally, around where MXS were, you know, not over-rotating in that situation either. Odorous was still in position to watch B main from back spawn, so really too little too late on not getting baited into the rotations. But listen, 2 rounds, it's definitely better than 1. So
Yeah.
they will take it.
They're not close to match point, that's for sure. Well, they are, but they're not as close as they would be plus 1 round.
Exactly. Exactly.
Being optimistic.
Very glass half full.
Although it is back to pistol round, and Mame is looking for blood. So.
Yeah, just the pistol god, evidently. Right now, they're, I believe, 4-1 in pistol rounds so far in the playoffs. And it looks like they want to go for a fast play down mid here with a KO flash into tiles, something like that. But it's going to be ultimately irrelevant because MXS just want to go for the fast B take. So we'll be in a full retake scenario, excuse me.
Yeah. Might work out for the best, honestly. They did invest quite a bit into the paranoia. Looking like Mame wants to try to get that to come through, but it's Vic. I guess controllers just seem to know how to handle the classic, and MXS making it work. They know they need this round to bring that potential forward to get some sort of retake in. When it comes down to the points on the board, but it's over 3-10. And finally, a pistol round went out.
Finally starting to win a couple aim duels here, too. That was nice from Vic. Fluffy Aimers had a good, you know, setup there to take B main with Mummy waiting with the paranoia, but Vic was just a little bit too far forward for it to hit him in time, and got some great shots off. So listen, if MXS can get things rolling here, this defensive side can snowball for sure. So there's a little crumb of hope for the MXS fans in the building. I have seen the defensive side go absolutely crazy and run back some comebacks, so they're not out of it yet, I swear, guys.
They're better on the attack. Let's just say that.
Deploying drone.
Drone. Definitely going to catch out at least 2 players. Yeah, they saw the head back behind Dice for sure. Lineups already being placed. Looking as to where they might go, but Neptune, yeah, didn't seem to be able to push themselves backwards. And a huge pop flash out as Mono protects where Fly is. So the A site, yeah, now it's completely cleared. I was about to say Bones still left there, but all there is left are Bones at this point.
And it was last half. Fluffy Aimers on their second round after winning the pistol suffered a hell of a lot of damage. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case at all for MXS. And they committed some serious cash into this round. A lot of light armors, a little bit of missing utility just for the sake of picking up, you know, Vandal, a couple Bulldogs, the Guardian, and Brock getting the Odin is a big commitment too. So they're going to be coming into this third round with a really solid buy to get the ball rolling. Take that bonus, get the economy out of control.
Rolling with the punches. But yeah, not too concerned. As I feel I wouldn't be either pissed around, kind of given away, but I think they definitely know deep down inside that there is huge potential to bring this down, that 11-4. Gone with the win.
Yeah, just gonna make sure to get the optimal cash for the next round. So Fluffy Aimers, they've got the fully maxed out buy, every piece of utility, heavy armors where they can. I'm looking to see towards B main if there's going to be a bit of a spam battle. Odorous does have the Guardian there for that high bullet pen. There's not going to be an Odin on the other side, so nothing to really give him a signal to try and spam with the Guardian and actually get a kill, but you know, it's a possible situation like that may come up.
Oh, they've just given away pressure point of Vic. Not looking to push that out, but I mean, could be valuable information. I'll let that, especially with a potential to try to condition some sort of rotation down in B.
Now this drone is coming up mid from MXS, so Fluffy Gamers, they think that they could be walking up mid right now, but they're ultimately not that concerned because you can see the alarm bot there in the center of the map right by Pizza, unbroken. So that's really just going to deny the use of the drone and the attempt to feign some pressure there like they could be working into a B split. MXS, they want to rotate up fully now for this A exec, but they're going to have a few players to contend with.
One suppressed.
Not looking good either, especially with 30 seconds left and an Omen caught up. So now you have to try to figure out how you're going to push past this 1v3 possibility. A smoke out, so that kind of just leaves one player left onto the site. Bones having a difficulty keeping it. And it is up to everybody else to make sure that they have some sort of space and that they do. MXS, a huge take onto the site.
Fantastic entry from Mata. If he starts to come online, getting the initial kills, the first bloods for his team, you could certainly see this game turn on its head. Fluffy Gamers are just going to go for the safe play, certainly the smart play here by carrying over these 3 rifles into the next. But Mata really great on that site take. Spotted out Bones on his updraft dash to Gen and got that easy kill. Neptune trying to help his teammate Bones, but was just a little bit too late on the swing out of door. It's well played here from MXS so far, and you can see their economy is going to really get out of control. I don't even think a player's died at this point since the pistol round. I may be mistaken, but if they had, it was maybe only 1. Now, Jonah with nice shot. So, you know, a couple guns taken away, but again, ultimately, who cares? They have 3 players with 6K already. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure no players died, so their economy is just out of control at this point.
Yeah. Even that just seems like Fluffy Gamers more so feeling more comfortable with keeping those 3 rifles in their hand to try to isolate a fight rather than, you know, get a retake in, which I don't blame them. I feel definitely the most comfortable position, but overall,
I'm gonna be real. This is where this round, if MXS win, I'm a believer. Because they'll have broken the economy of Fluffy Gamers at that point. And I think they can begin to get closer to that 10 rounds. Because I think they'll basically lock up 7, have an opportunity to start, you know, getting a bunch of kills, collecting the orbs, maybe start to snowball with the ultimates. But yeah, it really depends a lot on this round for me. And right now, they have no B main control. Mummy is pushed up close with that judge that's going to be obnoxious to contest with. And due to that, MXS, they just want to work towards A, but Jonah with a random spam. That is a tragedy.
Okay, but that's nice. The patience that Mummy had just waiting there, just based off of the knife that they heard 20 seconds ago is immense, but it definitely shows how bad this team wants it. Fluffy Gamers having the player advantage. The Pancakes especially having some sort of information gathered. They're not going to use it though. 30 seconds left. Site has not been taken, but it's Brock with the Odin that scares me. One slight peek. It might just be over. They know where Mummy is. And that gives opportunity for a very, very quiet takeover coming through from Vic, but the spike isn't there. Yeah, and they may as well just try to collect that. But even then, there's so much potential for a 3-person take to just come around, and they're trying to isolate the fights and maybe find a way to stop everybody from getting that sandwich in, but it doesn't seem like it works out. That 11th round finally there for Fluffy Gamers.
That spray down from Jonah is just brutal for MXS on what was such a crucial round. That would have been the economy breaker for Fluffy Gamers. Fluffy Gamers are actually going to take a timeout off that win. And listen, I'm not mad at that. They're so close to locking up 13, and so far MXS have shown overall a good attack side. I mean, they literally have only lost to random spam through a smoke, getting 2 players. So I'm really not mad at this. They want to make sure that they lock up this game here. You know, their economy hasn't gotten fantastic yet. They were able to carry over a couple rifles. You know, so even still, MXS still have an opportunity to deal enough damage here with a round win that it would put Fluffy Aimers on the back foot. So we'll have to see, though.
This is where definitely starts to get a bit more detrimental, especially with, like, I guess the way MXS have been going so far. You'd think, oh, well, you know, 11-5 is a pretty big gap. Fluffy Aimers have this in the bag, but realistically, I mean, MXS looking very, very good on the attack, so especially here, the potential to try to split up whatever's going on there for Jonah on the ultimate, but it's going to be semi-hard.
Flashback. Gonna be a flash here for Bones to push.
Grounded.
Already huge coming through, especially with Mata already taken down early off in the round, so the defense definitely not lacking.
Yeah, and MXS off that pressure in B main feel like A might be light and they want to get in straight away. So they are going to get the site here. Relatively uncontested. Odorous on this flank. Could be the linchpin to a round win.
Otoshima. They blocked it off. Oh, and they had some sort of sound cue. They may be thinking that nobody was going to peek inside of the smoke, but regardless, door closed and there is not a lot of access points to make yourself known. Or even to allow yourself some sort of space there, so he's going to have to peek out of the corner. Nobody's watching a pop, and that allows Bones to get 2. This is huge. They have a pop flash to bring down just underneath of Hell. But even then, the Owen's still stuck underneath, but they're able to find it. The shot after shot, but the 1v1 Vic looking for the potential to bring this up, but the shock dart, it allows the win to come through, and they just win it out.
How do we end up with 3 players in Hell and 1 guy Gen? The post-plant positions got absolutely scrambled for MXS. They recover that as well with that really late flank from Otoshima into tree. Some action through door at the same time. That was such a good timing. How did we end up with every player down there? That is a tragedy for them. They've been able to at least get 1 bye here, but that feels like the nail in the coffin.
Man. Oh my goodness. They kind of just funneled themselves, and now having to face their own facts, looking for a very aggressive take just going inside of mid. And I won't find anything. A huge lack of information. Only thing they really do have is, okay, there's a killjoy here. Turret sounded off. A Neptune down, stuck around the back, but Mata's already down. And now suppression is set forth. Big rotation. Actually, not even coming through yet. They're staying patient.
Pancake's just waiting with that recon. If he gets a good timing with it, gets a couple pings, that Odin's going to be lethal backside shooting through the wall.
Oh, they might find it. Oh, they found more than 1 for sure, but they haven't found anything just yet. Shock darts placed. And have been able to get just a little bit of damage, but even then, finding out where everybody else is. Unfortunate timing, and they don't take it yet. MXS slowly bringing it back on the side of the attack. 1 just left, just in the back of Boathouse, and if they find 1, they could at least equal things out, but man, the bullying is absolutely unbelievable. 2 players left in a situation where it was looking a bit more in favor of Fluffy Aimers.
Well done from MXS so far, and it looks like we'll be able to close this thing out.
Yeah. Maybe not. Definitely still fighting. 36 health. Some sort of damage already done. Headshots continuously there. Other TP. Oh, they don't know. They're placed so perfectly for a cross hold here. Vic making it happen and doing a huge cleanup.
Yeah, Mummy has just... This man has simply taken sips from the fountain of youth. I have never seen this man have such good rifling in my life outside of the past 2 days. I mean, back in the day when he was at his best, he was an AWPer. Earlier this season, like I was saying before, it was, you know, skill was really coming from just more intelligent play to me, and goddamn, right now he is just
Clear to engage.
clicking
Weapons
heads. And as is Vic, both Omens top fragging here. Vic has just played a number of agents and challengers and has been really talented on all of them.
Yeah. Especially now, they've already put so much work into allowing him access so much space, man. But this is so unfortunate. You get pushed out at an awkward timing. Already taken down as Jonah, so not necessarily needed. They already have the site. It's up to Vic to find something alongside Nada, but Neptune in a very, very unfortunate position, especially with the pistol there. And now looking for more. Huge back off. So the discipline kind of set in stone for MXS, just looking to keep the site and keep the space they've already taken up. And that's pretty much that. Pistol left up to Bones, and no ultimate to really pick things up. 12-6. And match point is not looking too detrimental right now.
At the very least as well, I mean, listen, obviously this comeback is still possible for MXS, but for the future maps, it's good to see them just start to come alive a little bit here. They looked so fatigued in that first half, late into it, and early on they just could not get a read on how Fluffy Aimers were working the map. It's just good to see that they're actually coming to life here. It's a better prospect when we get to Breeze, which is their map pick in the series as well. But of course, they're still in, and they've got 4 ultimates on the line here. They're gonna go for a fast A hit off them.
Oh, and the quick approach works every single time. Showstopper. Actually, Showstopper, what am I talking about? No race here. The Hunter's Fury was putting in some of the work at zoning these players, but even then, Fluffy Aimers managing to find more. And more they will find. Match point. And 2 players left on the side of MXS. This might just be game over. Unless they have anything that they can put to the test. Possibility to take in the lockdown if they find a pick. But that pick's so rare. And the spike's still left down into the hands of Fluffy Aimers. Man.
Pancakes even has that Hunter's Fury online as well.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, they're going to know where Brock is. I'm kind of figuring out where this team is residing. Hunter's Fury picked out and so much damage made. Already 1 down and the other one left up to Bones to just completely take away. But a congratulations, as the winners are in fact Fluffy Aimers. Huge, especially the way they played today. I wasn't expecting this victory, but to be quite honest with you, I'm a true believer of FA now, so.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the roster moves of bringing in Bones and Jonah as well, which added some firepower to the team, definitely paid off there. Jonah was winning so many duels against Mata in the first half over in B main, where Mata kept pushing up and was getting shut down. And Mame as well stepping up again, 2 series in a row so far. But for me, that just really comes down to how well Fluffy Aimers were working the map on attack. MXS just did not know how to handle the noise cuts in the mid rounds from Fluffy Aimers. And when it came down to the site execs, they were always consistently able to save a lot of their util for late rounds. They never needed to expend a lot early. So that was just a great attacking half from them. And, you know, yeah, despite that being Fluffy Aimers' map pick, definitely went into it expecting a win for MXS. I mean, they've been great on it all year. So big upset so far. But obviously, we're heading to MXS's map pick next, which is going to be Breeze.
Yep, and that being said, I'm pretty excited to see what's going on because I didn't expect this turnout, and I know the analyst desk didn't either. We'll be right back with them right after this break.
I think the most banned map will probably be Breeze in the MSI because we haven't really seen it that much. The most played map, probably Ascent maybe. I'm not sure. I feel like most teams play Ascent. I haven't seen as much Sunset as I thought I would see, for example, since it's a newer map.
I think if you want to have an upper hand as a team, you can be good on Ascent. It really depends. Like, I think you need a really solid Odin player, so I don't even know. I would go back and forth. Ascent's probably going to be the most played because it's the easiest map to play on. And then the most banned would maybe be Split. I don't think a lot of teams have Split down. Probably that map.
Most banned map is probably going to be Breeze for everybody. I'm not sure sure people are liking Breeze right now. Most picked map, Binder Split. I think everybody's playing those maps.
It's going to be tough. There are some new agents that are introduced. I think that a lot of people still have trouble on fundamental-based maps. Binds, the splits are definitely the ones that I think get banned the most. And then the most popular is probably going to be Lotus. There is going to be a shuffle coming up soon. I don't know when. So I think some maps are going to be deactivated, reactivated. And the 3 bomb site maps are really popular for teams at this level.
I think Lotus got played like a ton this season. That could be biased because like I played Lotus in almost every game. I see it pretty often. And then the most banned map, I would say Breeze. I don't think Breeze got played like at all. I don't know if people were banning it, but it didn't get played.
going to be Fluffy Aimers coming out on top in our first match here in this series up against MXS. And honestly, a twist that I don't think a lot of people saw coming. I mean, Lemon, this is the team that had the roster change headed into the mid-season cup, going up against, well, the top dogs of stage number 1. And to win in the fashion they did, I think is super impressive.
Yeah, we were serving, but serving lies, apparently. Because remember how much we were hating this Ascent? Not hating, but questioning it more so about Fluffy Aimers than they started off, what, like 10-1, where, to be fair, my biggest worries about them was their defense, getting to kick off on offense, really execute those plans. But really, Psycho, what we noticed was Moist Shopify, kind of the lack of map control and the defense just really not standing up.
Yeah, I mean, it really seemed like Pancakes had them read this entire half. The way he was working the map control, getting those stage 1 presence, rotating, pulling the rotations from them and working the other side of the map. I mean, it was a real masterclass from the IGL here. You know, there was no real stars stepping up. I mean, everybody in their own right was a star on this map, but Pancakes as the IGL really pulled them together and pointed them in the right direction. It was really magical to see.
And I just, you know, I was hyping up Brock. I'm a big fan of initiators on Voice Shopify, but just there was so much B presence that was given up. We saw little Brock today, not big Brock. And I think that Fluffy Aimers smelled the blood in the water. They were able to just flood into sight. They were taking pistols, carrying that momentum, just dominating most of the map, where all Fluffy Aimers had to do was close out in the end, and almost a fake comeback, I guess. But and also the Fluffy Aimers duels. They put Aimers in the branding and they delivered on that. So they get to keep the name.
The shooters were shooting today. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you heard it in the I guess the ad segment there where Odorous was talking about the importance on Ascent of having a good Odin player, and honestly, he just got out Odined. You know, Brock just could not step up to the plate here when needed, and it really let them slip it away over on the B site.
Ascent's truly an Odin or be Odin type of map, and I think the Pancakes really kind of set the standard going on, kicking it off right away. So I'm definitely intrigued to see going on further in the series. Obviously, this Ascent coming out from Fluffy Aimers looks rehearsed, it looks well practiced, and honestly, the players just seem to really be working really, really well together. Well, we were talking about the initiators over on the MXS end, but Jen, I think there's a good opportunity to maybe, as we go on to the next screen here, talk about the initiators that we see coming up from Fluffy Aimers, because Neptune is someone we don't necessarily get to talk about the most, but still great performance from everyone. But Neptune as well, I wanted to give a little nod to there.
Yeah, and the role of KO, especially on Ascent when infiltrating A, like the execs were great. Fluffy Aimers took almost every single round of their offense, getting into sight, brawling it out, or even in the mid-rounding, just playing the mind games and really selling their fakes to Moist Shopify. And Moist Shopify barely, like, they're undefeated. They didn't drop like any games throughout this. Yes, they have very little time on Ascent, but I wasn't expecting that big of a brain gap on our very first game. But at least the next map should be more favored towards Moist Shopify. But we really have to kind of change our entire minds on how we estimated Fluffy Aimers, because these roster additions have made a world of a difference.
It really, really has. Everyone meshed together quite quickly. And I want to go back to something that you were talking about, Psycho, and talk about Pancakes and this IGLing, especially in some of this rounds. And call back to round 11 in particular, because MXS, I mean, they were trying different things out. This was a push on through mid, but they kind of just kept getting red at any turn.
Yeah, I mean, Pancakes calling the early A control here while, you know, they're splitting the 3-2 and saying, look, we know they're doing some mid control on the MXS defense side of things. We're just going to take the extremities, make them guess where we're going, and then run over here and hit the B side. As soon as they have the information that these guys are in mid, they say, you know what, screw it. We don't care that they're mid. We're just going to jump right past you and rush onto the B site. They obviously had the read that Brock was going to be playing off site here, and they flood into the site and take it quite easily, right? And then Mame here, oh my gosh, what a masterclass. Look at him go on the Omen. I mean, he just looks right at home, this guy. Like Wyatt was saying, rolling back the years, stockbroker, back on Envy. Look at him. Bang, bang. Headshot machine right here. This guy is absolutely cleaning up. And, you know, these new additions, not only are they adding firepower, but they're also allowing these guys like Mame to fall back in these comfort roles and enabling them to be the best that they can be.
Hey, that was like just mummy stonks going up, the biggest throwback to the money days. But have to see if those stonks can continue to rise. Looking over at Fluffy Aimers heading on into the series, because Ascent, well, looked pretty well done. But now we're going to be heading over to Breeze. Jen, last time when we saw the previous iteration of this team, TWT, they were bested over on Breeze by the hands at MXS. 13-9, so it wasn't the most one-sided, but I'm curious what MXS has in store for us now.
Yeah, at least this could be a confidence booster for Moist Shopify. They're undefeated on Breeze, not only against Fluffy Aimers, but in another week as well. And this is where Moist Shopify actually struggled on this map in the past, mainly in the Sean Gares tournament, the off-season. But once they ditched the Harbor pick and went for a Cypher, they've been good ever since. Just go to the standard stuff. And with how large of a map Breeze is, I feel like it'll be less punishing for Moist Shopify to play a deep defense, because we pointed out the deep defense that they play on the Ascent and just how much map control they gave up. But I feel like on Breeze that may actually favor them. So the defense on Moist Shopify should look a lot better here. On TWT or Fluffy Aimers, when they played this map previously, they opted for Pancakes on Astra, which is unique over the Sova. But then Pancakes dropped 31 kills. And against Thinkerman in OT on Breeze. So I'm perfectly fine with Pancakes playing whatever the heck he wants, as long as he does that again.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, the map difference here between Ascent and Breeze is huge. I mean, Ascent's really an IGL playground. You saw how Pancakes was able to work the map control and really put these guys against the ropes. But, you know, going into Breeze, it's a much more brawly map. We saw Mata getting activated a little bit there with the op on Jet. And that's what we're really going to need to see from him on Breeze here if we're going to see MXS pull out this Breeze win. We need to get your Jet active. You need to get the operator in his hands, and you need him to start getting these picks and man advantages so that you can close out some rounds.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is going to be an MXS that is definitely not underestimating Fluffy Aimers going on forward. But with our agent select, I'm really intrigued to see where Fluffy Aimers is going to take this. Considering, Jen, the last time when we did see it was TWT, it was before the roster changes. So it'll be Mummy instead going on to that Astra.
And Pancakes can just fall back to the Sova he literally just played, so that's a comfort pick for sure. And the Astra returns, and we know how powerful Astra is on the post plant with the Grav Wells, the Cosmic Divide as that Giga Chad Viper wall that can lead you into the site. We know how much potential Fluffy Aimers on this offense has. I'm surprised that they didn't really change up much beyond that, considering how Ascent they completely flipped their strat of going from a Cypher to a KJ and other things. But this is still a Moist Shopify standard comp where they've won this last time. They've won against every team they've played this in the regular season. After ditching the Harbor, it's been smooth sailing for Moist.
Yeah, I actually love this Astra pick. It's something that we used to run back in XSET back in the day with Def playing the Astra and the double controller setup here. You obviously lose a lot with your Cypher not being in the rotation, especially with the recent changes with Breeze bringing Halls back in. That's now something that you have to actively keep eyes on. You can't just rely on that Cypher trip to cover that space for you, right? So it is a bit of a gamble, a bit of a trade-off, but it's something that I think will throw some spice in here and allows Fluffy Aimers to try and punch upwards against this Moist Shopify by throwing out a comp that they're probably not very experienced and practiced against much in scrims.
Time to see if that gamble can be worth it. Up 1 in this series, 1 map away from a 2-0 upset over MXS, and time to head over to Gompers and Wyatt.
We got a very interesting setup going on. There's a lack of Cypher, but Fluffy Aimers did manage to win it out. So I'm just expecting there to be an interesting approach to what this Breeze is going to look like, Wyatt.
I'm definitely always a bit apprehensive when I see a good Cypher map in the current meta and don't see the Cypher. For some of the reasons that I think Psycho was explaining very correctly, with the Halls being an active part of the map now, having to commit players to keep their eyes on it can be pretty taxing on your setup. So that is definitely going to be one thing to look for on defense, as he mentioned. But really on attack is where, at least so far, the Fluffy Aimers, previously TWT, when they were playing it in the regular season, were excelling. So going to be looking for that to be their favorite side and looking to see what they can do now with this new firepower on the team that we've already seen massively pay off on map 1. Huge upset from the Fluffy Aimers. And we'll see if they can actually win the upset series. I mean, that would be insane. No one would have predicted this.
I think too with I guess more so like Jonah now taking on a controller role than what we're used to looking down at. That Sentinel is going to be kind of interesting take into the dynamic of this team, though. Already strong push-up coming towards B and huge information. Odashima down for that first pick, and pistol round looking like it's already slightly going in favor. Yeah, no, MXS cleaning things back up, and a potential for a fight just leading down over towards A.
And now Fluffy Aimers, they've got this retake wall up, and there's also a star in A main that was placed from Mame early, which is also for the purpose of retaking A because they stack towards B. They retake halls with the dart, and there's going to be a long flank from Jonah towards spawn as well. He's about to have to break a trip, but retake from all angles here for the Fluffy Aimers.
Oh, Jonah with the timing. Oh, man. I thought for a second there, the timing maybe might have just been slightly a bit off, but MXS and Fluffy Aimers just trading picks back and forth. Already knowing where Pancakes is, and he's able to find it, especially with the amount of sheriffs that we've collected here. And the day is looking beautiful for MXS, just needing to make sure Jonah doesn't make the pass by, especially with the crosshold that is being held, and it looks as the Fluffy Aimers not in a very good position. No, just one headshot needed to take away, and priorities not set in the correct spot. But let down to MXS to take that first round.
Yeah, I really like how MXS played that post plant, rotating a couple players towards door late into that retake to just set up a nice angle to be able to push up and fight for the spike if it was tapped, if that was needed. And then also just, you know, for future reference, it's going to be good for, I mean, even then, it's a position where that retake wall was somewhat irrelevant. So that was nicely done from them, and you can already see how that lack of trip and hulls is going to affect the defensive side. Neptune was just having to fully watch that himself, and he got picked off because of it. So eyes definitely going to be on that as we get later into the half.
Brock looking for a pick and is able to find it, but I mean, even then, pistol's just into the hands of Fluffy Aimers. Surprised to see. Okay, I was gonna say something, but I feel like Mata just kind of ripped that straight out of my head, and maybe the heads of others. What is going on?
What is
that was so disrespectful.
What the hell is happening in this game? Oh my god, now he has the Marshal and can actually do some pretty significant damage. With Odorous being weak in the corner. Don't tell me he actually creeps up and gets this kill. No, Odorous was on the angle. Thank God, I didn't want to see that get any more chaotic than it needed to be.
Dude, that's the only appropriate response, I feel. Whip out the knife and beautiful shots. I mean, I do gotta say, though.
Listen, we'll take what we can get from Fluffy Aimers, but so far so good overall for MXS, and it was on attack on Ascent where they started to make a bit of a comeback, start to come to life, and finally a bit of momentum, finally with a lead in a game here.
Yeah, making not a lot of noise, though. Mata did pick up the op on the attack, which is such an interesting choice on the third round. Moving forward, never mind. It's not interesting at all. It's honestly quite great, to be honest with you.
That is a fantastic shot from him. The op, obviously, so dominant on this map with how wide open it is, how deep the sight lines are. Bones has worked into a nice position, though. Fly, he knows it's possible someone is up here. You can see his crosshair is on it. So we'll see if Bones can find the timing to even things up.
So, trying to find the momentum that works best for them. Fluffy Aimers looking for the noise that had been made around in mid, especially with the op. I think they're holding themselves some sort of caution. I do like this because the op kind of scares them away a bit. They don't have a lot of util, flash util, I guess I can say, to counter this. Neptune down. And now Brock kind of taking a fall of their own, and they're hiding to make sure this team does not know what to do or where to go. But even then, Odashima making Mata watch the angle just alongside to keep this working, and it works so tremendously. It's absolutely no way for Fluffy Aimers to bring this back at this point. With 11 health left, yeah.
Great swings from MXS there, with Odorous taking that first contact, and then Mata picks up the angle to shut down the player that was going to try to trade and kill Odorous tucked in that corner. Some really nice fundamentals there from MXS, and they've shown so far that they're excelling in these post plants on A, winning the bonus round now with that risky op purchase on the attack side. This is a fantastic start from them. And also just, you like to see a hotter start here from Odorous, because he did really struggle on map 1 to get anything going. And now out the gate already with 4 kills. Headshots with the Guardian always get the confidence up, make you feel like you're a bit of an aim god. So see if you can keep that up.
Oh, Trump, like, it's literally 5% of the head. That's just out, and he just finds it.
That is nasty work from the man who proved himself to be the best duelist in the league during the regular season. And that's not just an opinion by the stats. That is a fact. A lot of pressure on Mame. He's able to get the first and slip out of there.
Oh, the flank, though.
What?
This is going to work out so well for Pancakes if they time this, though. Although interesting to see where the placement of the smokes are placed. Does manage to get one, leaves it up to Pancakes to bring it back, but they can't. Even then, they did have a pickup. Maybe Bones can take this one back, but yeah, dissipation of the smoke. Nobody knows Bones is there. They feel some sense of clarity. But no, Otashima's going to keep themselves watching. And the round win back to MXS. They are here for blood.
Things got pretty scary there for a second as Mame is just not cooled off whatsoever despite the slow start in terms of his individual aim. So on point. Was by far the star player of their opening series. And now again was the star on Ascent, the first map where they got that win. Dangerous for sure for MXS to deal with here. And the op has actually been tossed over to Brock, interestingly enough. So you have to imagine Mata's going to try to get deep into this site and, you know, throw down that cloud burst for himself, try and take some closer range duels.
Op still in hand, this time giving over to Brock. Interesting that Mata is not really taking that approach anymore, but I'm assuming it could just be that entry needs to start to come through. The decay there, though, doing a lot of damage, but not necessarily too much. Still stuck around the back. A beautiful pop flash to make sure that the backside isn't really doing too much damage there. But already then, not a lot of space taken up by Fluffy Aimers as they try to reconnect themselves with the site here.
Mame with a great trade back. Actually has the wall ultimate as well. Could place that, but Odorous is finding such great timings here to get that man advantage back for the team.
Oh, they're still watching with the op. Mata's back, baby. Here might be the time to see exactly what they can do, but it doesn't matter. Ojima is in such a perfect spot to keep this team alive. 5-0, by the way.
Certainly displaying why this was the map pick that they opted for. The post plants are really fantastic from MXS. Odorous has absolutely come to life here after a sluggish map 1. And Mata with that entry pick, that was off the back, you pointed it out, there was that pop flash, and it was synced up with Brock's recon backside too. So when that player was focused on breaking the recon, they just get a direct flash to the eyeballs, and there's nothing they can do. Really great attack side so far. Fluffy Aimers again forced onto a bad buy.
Now they're trying to counter whatever Mata's putting forth. Doing the best they can with the smokes, just set up to avoid any sort of early take here, but Vic manages to find 2, and already a pushback. They know that somebody's there. They've seen Bones work around the back, and it's MXS that will not let this team survive. They tried everything they could. I mean, applying some of that pressure down in the pistol round, but yeah, it goes the way it goes, and now Pancakes left alive, and not a lot to really do.
Yeah, Vic as well. Another, the opposing controller to Mame, who has not skipped a beat either, was the top fragger for MXS on map 1. It has been a controller-dominated series so far. Was getting pinched by Fluffy Aimers. They wanted to go for an aggressive play, a risk on the bad buy. but just simply do not hit the shots.
Yeah.
Vic looking so crisp today.
They are not letting this team do anything. And I guess to some extent it really is deserved. I really just wanted to come back from the loss that they faced previously. I would want to too. It was unfortunate, a huge turnout that kind of led Fluffy Aimers into that advantage. So
yeah, for sure. And it definitely feels like right now we're headed towards two very dominant map wins for either team, exchanging it on their own pick. A timeout is going to be called here from Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah.
Definitely a good time from their coach Shinobi, who's very experienced, been around Valorant since the beginning when he was a pro player on C9 all the way back in 2020 and maybe early 2021 as well. He's been a coach for several different teams since then. And right now, definitely addressing the fact that they have 4 ultimates heading into this round, as do MXS as well. So, you know, if MXS really want to, they could just go for an explosion into either site with their null command early, turn everything off for the Fluffy Aimers, all their utility shut down so they can get that plant in. And then Vic as well has his Vipers pit up. So this could be the easy 1-2 punch to win a round here for MXS.
that's all they need. Yeah, 3 players already set up an A. 1 watching holes, making sure they have everything they need to give themselves a huge possibility into this round. But an interesting wall, honestly, trying to set aside some of that decay. Maybe stop some sort of push. Not pushed up just yet, though, especially now with a Hunter's Fury making its way. Mata was not caught, jumping just on top of boxes to deny any sort of death there. But the op set up. A beautiful position as well, and Jonah knows they're up top.
Now forced to play passively is Jonah. They know they can't peek anything on A right now, which is going to put them in an awkward position. Terrified of that operator.
Yeah, with that wall, they could push by. Make a comeback with some of that space, especially a lurk. Just set aside in mid with Otoshima.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, this noise being cut, and now a little bit of pressure in halls. Open that door, and that's going to be the trigger for the split to come in. Pressure from multiple angles.
And they've already found it. Neptune with a 3K through the smoke. Another one just left down to them. And it shouldn't have happened the way that it did, but the timing was there. And I guess that's the game of Valorant. Maybe just another one left up to Flya, and they're feeling confident, but a 1v4 situation. It's so much util just set aside, left down onto the site. I mean, a suppression could be made, but a flank already looking like it's going to make some way. 13 seconds left, and the spike not even there. They're going to have to recollect that, but even then, 3 players watching, and a huge round for Fluffy Aimers.
Finally able to slow MXS down, not allow that hit to come in, but even more importantly, finally a round where Fluffy Aimers actually have multiple players set up to stop the hit on the correct site. You know, at times it definitely seems that this lack of Cypher has hurt their ability to stack some areas of the map because they have to be pretty spread thin. They're info starved at times. And so it's allowing MXS's big site hits to come in, you know, not as contested as they could be if, you know, they were hitting the site that was either a little bit stacked because the Cypher wasn't there, or the site where the Cypher is there and they have to deal with all the tripwires. So it is causing some awkward situations here for the Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah.
Committed to this attack op is Mata, and it has worked out so far.
No, Bones just keeping a close eye. Though I do like this. Oh, huge reposition. If Bones peeks, this is over. Mata has the angle, but shoots the legs. 30 health left onto Bones. And their life is unscathed. And that's got to be the biggest unfortunate play that has happened for this team so far. Already losing 2 off of that alone.
Yeah, and Vic tries to find a timing with that engagement, hopefully causing a distraction for Fluffy Aimers, but Mame eyes trained on main and gets a free kill. 5 on 3 now. Continuing to be slowed down, our MXS with a grab well. Gonna be tough to get in here through the smoke. A good flash though.
When I thought Mummy would have had it, but Flya just makes it happen for this team, MXS. They've lost Mata down early on in the round, but they figured out a way to convert this, and it might just be perfect. Otoshima in a good spot to create some sort of wide swing. Potential there, and they find it. Some sort of damage, but they know two are there. Still gonna fight this, though. Even then, no, actually some sort of discipline, which is good. They're watching along the back. They don't know somebody's there. Timing is the name of the game, and Jonah has had it ever since the beginning of this round. And he's looking for more. 1 second. And it's up to Brock to use that recon dart for information, but I don't even think it's possible.
Then just shut down in the end. Nothing to be done there in the 1v3. Really nicely done from Flya. A great attempt. And Odorous, you know, felt like he had to push up in that 2v3, even things up, and you can't be mad at the effort and the decision to do that. But when he was unable to capitalize and just forced into that awkward position where he knows he could be getting pushed from tunnels, and if he goes to check tunnels, he could be caught by a player coming through arches. It's just really tough for him at that point. But MXS doing what they could to attempt to recover that round, but unable to do so. And now, late into this half, round 9, Fluffy Gamers have a couple key ultimates to play with. That pit from Jonah could just completely lock down B if he chooses to use it in main.
Okay, the spray down from Mame doesn't manage to find anything, but even then, oh, huge information just within the smoke. Mata looking for space, but it's big to make sure that they have everything they need for the B site, and they've pushed past everything within a couple of seconds. And Otoshima in the same spot as we've seen before, continuously, time and time again. And now they've made the shot. They have not learned their lesson for Fluffy Aimers, and they might maybe eventually in the next round, but it's up to Bones to try to find a retake. Neptune not even there yet either, and yeah, already 2 pings out, and not worth it.
It really all just comes down to Brock getting the tag with the drone. That is almost always the case on B. So often when the Viper puts the pit there, the Sova is going to drone through it while, you know, sometimes the rest of the team will have worked up elbow and try to split through tunnels. Other times they just try to brute force it through the pit like they did just then. And if the Sova gets the tag, the defenders are fried. If he doesn't get the tag, the attackers are fried. So it's really a simple thing that makes all of the difference there for MXS to be able to explode into the site with another nice hit. So dominant on this half right now. And though Fluffy Gamers have shown more prowess on the attack side in their previous games earlier in the season, it's beginning to be hard to imagine that they can mount a comeback here. So MXS, excuse me, have just not let up on the gas pedal at all.
I don't think they will either. I mean, it's been working so far. But yeah, already a smoke to try to deny any sort of information in mid that Fluffy Gamers might want to try to find. Neptune out in the open, so now you've already punished for the first couple seconds leading into this round. I mean, Bones just kind of trying to get a rotation in, let alone, I mean, try to find something here from Mame, and they do fight back. Fluffy Gamers are not out of the game just yet. They could potentially run away with this round, but they have to put a lot of that firepower into it, especially with the op now set down.
Yeah, Bones picking up that angle. He knew that there was someone bricks, but Brock is able to get out of there and reposition back pyramid. A good decision from him.
Yeah, the smoke set down. Try to give Bones some space to peek out. But it doesn't matter. Otoshima in such a good spot. The lurk of the team just always finding awkward positions to put this team in pain. And speaking of pain, Pancakes now running around the back. Oh, and they've made silence. Brock does not know the timing of the turnaround, and they thought they had ended it all there. But Pancakes did not. It's MXS with another round.
It's Moist Shopify who have just shown such a just solid understanding of how to position themselves in the post plants. They've been really dynamic with it every single time that they're on A. Based on where the defenders are, they just know where they need to rotate to. You saw Brock do it there, and it just set up such a nice crossfire for the squad. Really fantastic in those situations. Fluffy Gamers, at the very least, somehow their economy has stayed kind of decent. And I mean, better than decent. They've gotten off into this. And it's actually going to be a fake into B with a null command. Mata down immediately, though.
They were just watching. They had it in the bag. Oh my gosh. And Mata was there, but they're so used to the aggressiveness that MXS likes to push through that it just erupted. And at this point, it's over. I mean, they've already taken out 2 of their very, very good players. If Otoshima has good positioning, I mean, it might just be able to work out, but it seems like Neptune stuck around the back. Cannot seem to hold it.
And that should be all right, though, for Fluffy Aimers. They do still have the man advantage. If Mame wants to, he could place that wall to cut off a main. They just have to deal with this pit. It's going to be difficult. They don't have a drone. They don't have a recon.
Oh, but they see the positioning here, and all it takes is a spray from Vic just inside of their own Viper's pit. Chances of them being able to find anything, I mean, are slim to none, but maybe here. Oh no, the timing is impeccable. They just walk right past, and then Bones is left up to it, down on the outside of it. The decay making so much of the damage possible, but Mame looking for the defuse, and it doesn't matter. They have to stick it around. The time was just a bit too much, and Brock ends it all for the team. MXS just are unstoppable.
Vic is in really electric form today. Back-to-back maps where he's top fragging.
Yeah.
Wins out a 2v4. It was a great recon there from Brock, and it just came back up to get that first. And it was just a few seconds of hesitation from the Fluffy Aimers that then, you know, later when they were trying to get back in towards the pit in the end of that, things were just really rushed, really haphazard, and Vic took full advantage of it.
They're still going for a quick approach, which, I mean, it's continued to work time and time again, and you see the adaptations that Fluffy Aimers continue to try to put through now. Hunter's Fury being one of them, and they do manage to find something, but they've also cleared up the backside. They know they can push this ever so slightly with Brock now, some of that damage being set aside.
Oh, Mata gonna claim one back onto Bones. And even when Fluffy Aimers have gotten first bloods, man advantages, they haven't been able to close them out because MXS have been so good in these late rounds.
Shots already made and fired, but now they know where Mata is. So, I mean, if you can work around that, they will. They're trying to catch them off guard. Pancakes, unfortunately, can't really seem to do anything about it. Jiggle Peak maybe to offset the site, but it's up to them to figure out a way to get this defusal, especially with the Hunter's Fury making its way back down onto site. Yeah, no possibility there. Mata closing things out, and the teamwork is exactly what makes the dream work.
This attacking operator, really solid from Mata. And Odorous again just comes through, actually the king of tunnels. He is always in the tunnel, ready to flank, and he does it again. And he keeps catching players. Somehow, always finds the timing, always from the same location. Just gets a free one onto Pancakes. This is such a good half from MXS. At this point now, both teams on their map picks have just displayed exactly why they're their map picks. The attacking halves, you know, more than competent, really solid from both sides. And it looks like this one is just all but destined. We're all but a few moments away from getting to that third map, the decider split.
Oh, Vic is in a very, very rough surprise with 3 people holding the angle. I don't think they're going to peek, though. And they do have wall... Actually, not theirs. Set up, so this gives Bones at least some sort of leeway to back themselves off. But Vic continuously fighting this and maybe even pressuring and isolating somebody outside of the outskirts. But Fluffy Aimers, they've done the work they need for the pistol round. And they are able to collect the spike. So now taking a turn for the better.
Yeah, very scrappy there, but at the end of the day, they do a nice job trading it out. Listen, I'm definitely not doubting Odorous at the moment. By no means. He's got the ghost. He can one-tap headshot either player right now. But now it's going to be Pancakes. Yeah. Closes things out with a headshot of his own. So listen.
One shot? Yeah. I want to hear your thoughts.
We may be approaching the same situation as last game, where Fluffy Aimers get a few consolation fake comeback rounds until MXS inevitably win this game. I feel like we may be heading towards that territory.
I don't know. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think like, they have no Sentinel to play with on the defense here. I think this is so heavily attacker-sided. I think there's potential, but last time we thought that, MXS lost. So I'm just gonna take a step back.
And Mata picked up the Marshall on defense, which actually just farms when you're on eco on this map. Crazy that the gun is cheap as hell. It's so good here. And Mummy actually picked up the Outlaw on attack, going back to the scoped weapon lifestyle that he was known for years. And that might end up punishing Mata because he won't be able to have a goodbye next round. Going to be concerned with getting heavy armor on account of that Outlaw one-shotting light armor players.
And there's nobody stuck on B, but yeah, I guess this was the plan all along for MXS to try to establish some sort of retake potential over there, but yeah, even then, small lurk coming around the flank with Mata, having this at least sniper to make sure they can get something.
Yeah, at this point, it's just all about dealing damage. Fluffy Aimers, they just bought up all of the long-range weapons to try and take some duels in the future rounds against rifle players and be able to take them out with those distance headshots.
Oh
my gosh. Yeah, he just cleans up everyone. That's pretty huge, actually, because now he's only 2 orbs off the ultimate. So if they get him the spike, get one of the orbs early, they could have the pit for late round on their bonus, which could absolutely be the catalyst for a win here. Get this fake comeback started.
With 2 seconds left. And actually nothing really bought out. I think I'd be more concerned about the Outlaw at this point, especially with the amount of damage that's willing to do. Especially a dent into maybe anybody over towards B who's looking to create some sort of lurk potential. Oh, but the timing. Mummy just rotated off. Bones, though, is looking for lots of space. Leading up to Halls, is able to find one, and that's beautiful. You find one just within your bonus round, and honestly, that could lead to many. Potential for a pickup as well. Yeah, not seeming like that's going to look too good, though, especially now as Mata looking to fight back. Pancakes. Some sort of space being taken up down to the extremities. Fluffy Aimers just begging to bring this round back.
Yeah, nice job from Fluffy Aimers swinging out into the site. Odorous again. Oh my god, he's always on the flank, but Mummy so ready for that. Vic, he's been fantastic. Needs to clutch now.
Spike down A.
And the shots just don't work. Okay, Outlaw, I was rightfully afraid of it, but 2 Vandals picked up in return, and economy is not looking bad at all.
Yeah, the Outlaw is actually goated, and Jonah was able to get the ultimate up, didn't need to end up using it in that round, but now could have it for this one if things happen to get scrappy, despite MXS being on a low buy here, saving for the next. Or, of course, we'll just have it for that following gun round. And it didn't seem like MXS were particularly close to any ultimates, so Fluffy Aimers have a chance to continue building theirs up and try and snowball back into this game. And it was a really nicely played round from them. All that pressure from Bones on the door just kept throwing down smokes, which gave an opportunity for Pancakes, who was an A main, to get out. Both teams right now have just been showing that the attack side is their side, honestly.
Guess more worrisome, especially about the power this team might have to, you know, with the Astra on the post plants. I think that's my main issue. There's so much post plant potential for like, just like the strategy, I guess, and the characters they have on their team here. So.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It'll be super obnoxious for MXS to deal with when the spike is down. And not only do you have the mollies, but then you have the, you know, the shock darts as well, and the additional potential then for a stun to come down on the spike or a grav will to come down on the spike. Actually getting the defuse off is going to be so obnoxious for them to deal with.
the spike.
The placement of the upper trip is really getting to me, and I love it for the sake of just shutting off Bones, but oh my gosh.
The tripwire creativity that we've seen in 2024 knows no bounds. I mean, everybody just used to place the boring, like, standard info trips, and now we just see the craziest goddamn trips in every game. The inspiration of Moose and many others who just have wild setups. It's so annoying to deal with. There's actually so many more kill trip setups than there used to be in the current day and age.
We're thinking ahead of step 1. Is the meta now, but Mata, yeah. Already taken off Mummy right before they were able to place more than 1 star. So even then, kind of looking to get some sort of post-plant potential. Not going to happen. Jonah's just shutting everybody off on the team, and MXS, they are down. And a 6-10 has arisen. So definitely looking better for Fluffy Gamer so far.
Scary for a moment with that Mata flank, but yeah, at the end of the day, we're on Breeze. Oh, you have the better guns. All right, time to just swing and take duels. Welcome to Breeze, everybody. Just swing together and shoot them. This is the big round here, though. When we take a look after the replays at the situation with the economy, and I want to pay close attention to the ultimates here as well. Some more Shopify are close to a couple of them. Jonah has been sitting on that Viper's pit for a while now. Mata finally picked up the op, had an opportunity, missed it, and now Fluffy Gamers, they're going to have to play around this, not give anything away, not peek, and then in a haphazard fashion to get caught out, not contact things.
There.
Mata still has huge positioning here. And I think they might know, especially now, what might be going on over towards A, especially with the noise that was heard, but the A site still making its way, and Mata has been given away. So now they're going to have to fight more than just what the entry's looking like. And Fly just shuts that down immediately. Bones in an unfortunate position, but it's Fly it down on the defense, making sure things work. And then Fluffy Aimers, they are back, baby. They made everything work in their favor, and now they have so much space with the util alone.
And finally, there's going to be that pit to lock this round up, and it is just the perfect time to use it. Good shot from Pancakes, and Vic relegated to the save. Given you take a look at their economy, and they're 5 brokies on MXS right now. This was the crucial round, in fact, on Ascent, if we think back to when MXS were on their comeback on attack, that they actually lost, which would have been this round to break their economy and inch so close to evening things up. Fluffy Gamers here doing what MXS couldn't on the first. And now we're actually getting to a situation where you can start to believe in this comeback just a little bit. It's starting to feel like it has some legitimate legs here.
There's a huge chance. Honestly, at this point, like, if I were Moistech Shopify, I'd be slightly worried. And not to a very heavy extent. I feel like this round, the last round, was actually pretty close in terms of, what it was looking like.
For sure. And if I'm Fluffy Aimers right now, I definitely want to put an emphasis on trying to claim a couple of these alt orbs. Pancakes is close to the Hunter's Fury. Mummy is 1 away from the Astral Wall as well. Just try and farm those up early. Get the spike down on the right player and try to carry over some ults into the next, but it's Vic who saved that rifle to open things up.
They're just moving in packs at this point for MXS. Especially like looking for early info outside of mid to pick something potentially, because they're in such a bad position just economy-wise. They can't fathom losing this round. So they're going to put everything in their power to do whatever they can to win. Seems like Op, though, for Mummy's going to have a pretty big punishment.
Yeah, giving him an opportunity to peek, try and find the pick. And you can see Jonah's waiting in mid to put the Viper wall up over A. He's actually not going to use it. Just trying to work their way into the site dry.
Oh, and Jonah knows. Head already peeked out of the way, and they know where Otoshima is as well because of the util. Just already picking everybody off one by one. Pancakes gave way. Now it seems like they can't even seem to take it back. Mame, though, with the off, making the impossible happen as an Astra. They're still having to pick off this 1v1, and Vic is not going to let it be easy. They just need one more. Whether they die or they win, they have the ultimate for the next round. Mame closes it out, though, to keep things going very, very quickly.
I can't say it enough, can't mention it enough how revitalized the Mame looks right now in the mid-season playoffs, excuse me. What a round to win from him. Fluffy Aimers took a massive risk not having that wall up on A, just trying to take fights. Maybe expected that MXS's weaponry would be less strong than it actually was. They had a couple of those Guardians, that rifle that was carried over. Really, really risky from them. And Mame absolutely saves the day, keeps the hopes of this comeback alive for the team. And it's them who've now gone ahead and called this timeout at another pivotal moment for their hopes to even this game up, with MXS going to be heading on to the full buy in the next.
They are locked in. I feel like definitely you can see the stress through the screen for MXS. I mean, not a good look. You started off so strong, and I feel like this kind of tugs just a bit at the confidence that you were feeling. Not to mention this, if they do manage to bring it back for Fluffy Aimers, it's the last game. You know, to potentially give yourself some points to lead into, some circuit points to lead into, you know, the next season. So definitely fighting hard.
Absolutely. I mean, MXS, the massive favorites here, and not just this game, but the playoffs, really. They didn't lose a single game in the regular season. No one would have predicted that Fluffy Aimers would have already taken a map off them here.
Spike down A.
They've placed the smokes down to try to contest, but Flya is literally running around like a quarterback, taking everyone out, and that they will. Set aside is the bomb, but Jonah takes it back in a beautiful fashion. Although with 30 health left, I really don't think it's going to stay for too long unless they manage to pick a shot off Mata. No, not going to happen. Spike already set down, and it's up to Pancakes to take it back, but potential for that, not really there. 3 players left alive on the side of MXS.
He's just silently slipped his way all the way through A, gets the first on a weak Flya. The real trouble here is that he still has to recover the spike. But the MXS players are split up, so it's possible he could get 2 1v1s.
Shock dart. 30 seconds left.
Have set aside some of those shock darts, and I like that. They did create a pushback for Mata to give them some space to take this one, but yeah, even then, keeping themselves down, set aside an A, they could take the fight. It is slightly isolated for them, but they don't even clear before they put themselves in the limelight, so kind of gives it away to MXS.
Yeah, Vic just biding his time back, yellow. Pancakes with low time, also just, you know, probably assuming that those 2 players would be together, and, you know, yellow a good position to take, but a bit unexpected for him, so nicely done. Finally able to get a defensive round. MXS. But still, the economy's so strong for Fluffy Aimers, they're not going to have an opportunity to just get a clean eco round win. They're going to have to claw for every single one of these. It's a full buy-up for the Fluffy Aimers, stacked up towards A. Null command to play with to hit the site here. Gravity, you know, or not the gravity, but rather the wall for Mame. And you can see also, small note, Odorous is actually playing off site, so the trips won't get turned off if this null command goes in.
Managed to find a way to push themselves onto the site, but it's Brock that kind of clears. Oh my gosh, the flash coming out of both sides is tremendous. Dude, and that was a 50-50 fight at that point. Even then, I mean, Fluffy Aimers definitely still trying to keep themselves in the game, but MXS, the choke is no longer there, and they have finally found their success. I mean, this is exactly what they needed. Now match point set aside, and Fluffy Aimers definitely looking to struggle.
absolutely taking advantage of that timeout, which I believe was called by Fluffy Aimers, if I remember correctly. But it's MXS who have been able to string 2 off the back of it, settling things down after losing 6 in a row. On the side that Fluffy Aimers have been prolific on this season, it's where they've gotten the majority of their Breeze rounds in the few games that they did play. A comeback was looking real for a second, but looks like it's slipping away now.
Everybody's getting kind of aggressive, especially as that smoke is going to start to dissipate down in mid. So then they're going to have to fight that. But Vic now watching the angle. They don't have it set down, but the timing is tremendous. And they baited it right into Odashima. So this is the best that it could work out for MXS. And even then, they're not letting anybody through. The potential for a third map is large, especially now as Neptune just gets pummeled into the corner. And the hope is all gone. Pancakes, I mean, could kind of wait this one out. Looking to fight this one down to that 1v1, but the damage done in Brock with a Hunter's Fury closing things off for MXS to take this one down, and they literally look like nothing happened. Oh no, looks of relief finally set aside to them, but a big congratulations to Moist X Shopify for the dub, because well deserved.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll be heading on to map 3 now. Moist Shopify finally now showing up as the team that we definitely expected. Fluffy Aimers still put up a solid fight, but you could clearly see why that was their map pick. Again, this has just been all about attacking sides on both maps. On the first, it was Fluffy Aimers really working them as far as the calling and the mid rounds. And now on this one, for me, it was coming down to how fantastic MXS were on the post plants. They were so good in those situations of setting up good crossfires, playing off each other in a really dynamic way.
Yeah, it was looking concerning for just a bit, but of course, I mean, a dominant team like this one definitely knows how to go about some sort of retake in a dominant fashion, although I do want to hear what the analyst desk has to say. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, well, we're heading in a game 3 in the showdown between Fluffy Aimers and MXS. MXS to take their map pick of Breeze. I mean, Kiwi, when we looked at that first little bit, MXS running away with it, but Fluffy Aimers, they were able to make a bit of a comeback, but it wasn't quite enough to try and close it out.
And Wyatt said it perfectly in the cast. Both these teams proved why this was their map pick, because holy cow, Moist Shopify, we were ready to go to bed, which is how much they were decimating on Breeze. And Mata fully online, popping off with the op, and even Vic too had huge moments. It's amazing what happens to Moist Shopify when they actually have space to just focus on the duels and not get overwhelmed when just the attack is coming at them at all times. So huge map out of Moist Shopify, and the compositions really made a difference. There was what, like, Psycho, 3 defensive round wins total from both teams, like no defense at all.
Yeah, this was an attack-sided affair for sure. I mean, both IGLs, both attack sides coming out strong here, and we really got to see some of the nitty-gritty of the differences in the comps, right? We talked about before the map the importance of Mata getting activated with that op in his hands, and oh my gosh, once he did on T-side, it was a tear. You know, as far as T-side operator players go, he's one of the greatest to do it, and he's showing right now that, you know, he's nothing to be underestimated. So round after round, getting these openings, getting the impactful kills. But, you know, come the defensive side, Moist struggled a bit, right? And this is where we really got to see the strengths of the Aster comp on the side of these other guys shine, right? There was definitely an issue on their defensive side with not having those Cypher trips. The Odorous was absolutely activating non-stop on the lurks, and you know, that's something that if you don't have those trips to hold him accountable, that he's going to take advantage of it, right? And he was doing it over and over. But on the attack side, you see him, you know, utilizing that extra smoke to get the one-way off on bridge, really cut out these angles, get the smoke on door, allow their team to get into the site, and that really put up a fence for MXS to have to climb over. It was something they were not used to seeing, and something that really gave them trouble.
I'm at least glad going on into this, considering it was 10-2 at the half for MXS, that we did get to see Fluffy Aimers start to pick it up once we got over to their attacking end and being able to shoot back, really showing that, hey, once we head into our map 3, this should be a great affair. But when we're looking at MXS, I mean, we got to see Mata come activated and come online here, but Vic was someone in both series, Lemon, who really got to be stepping up, and that consistency throughout, I think, is just really, really important for that side of MXS.
Yeah, Vic just has great spray chance for if he's in a 1v2, 1v3, like he's the guy most likely to pull that off, and that's why he's your MVP. And also, like, what, 14 first kills just out of Moist Shopify, and they really abused the fact that Fluffy Aimers didn't have a Cypher, as Psycho pointed out. They just ran it down at B so many times and just made it a one-sided affair where all they have to do is really close out, and we keep getting these fake comebacks, whatever. But we're talking, Psycho, about what they looked like on the cameras if you're Fluffy Aimers, and just how anxious things seemed being down that far, but still able to salvage a bunch of rounds and still make this look close in the end.
Yeah, I love those camera look-ins during the timeouts and being able to read the body language of the players. You could see the comfortability of MXS coming off of that really strong attacking half. You know, Mata lounging back in his chair, having a good time, possibly even taking a nap. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's a lot of neck itching, a lot of scratching the hair, hands in the air. You know, there was a clear pressure, you know, a blanket of anxiety that was laid over, you know, this team, and they, you know, the Fluffy Aimers were able to surprisingly start to mount this comeback, right? And they really got going there on the attacking half. But MXS, they got that one round, round 2, round 3, and then boom, you're on the back foot and the game's over. So a strong attacking half like that really puts you in position to close it out easily on the defense.
Hopefully, despite any anxieties, that hopefully Fluffy Aimers, given this break in between map 2 and map 3, we can start to maybe see some of that confidence that we got to see more so in map number 1, especially now headed over to Split for the decider in this series. I think this one's quite interesting when we look at both of the teams, because Fluffy Aimers, we actually haven't really gotten to see them on this pick, but it's never been something they've banned out here, Jen. It's always been either the map 3 in a series that only went 2 maps, or banned by the other team. So I'm curious what they have up their sleeve.
Yeah, Fluffy Aimers haven't played Split at all. They just don't care. It's always been deciding a decider map, as you said, and they haven't gone that direction. Moist Shopify fans, though, Oh, tuck in, okay? Because yes, they picked this against Thinking Men, but got wrecked 13-3. If you actually watched how that map went, just Moist Shopify did not look clear-headed in decision-making, dry peeking, dropping Spike at bad places, running around and expecting to hard gap Thinking Men, who were, I think, last place at the time, and just not well-paced. But then, like a week or two later, they faced YFP, and then won 13-4. So it's really hard to judge where Moist Shopify are based on two very different score lines when they go to split. So how is Moist Shopify going to do against a team that's closer to their level?
Yeah, sometimes it takes a real kick in the butt and a hard loss to really hit the drawing board on how you want to approach a map. And I'm sure that's what happened with Moist here. They lose a map that badly to a team that they know that they're that much better than. It's a really it's a morale hit. Coach was in there bringing them in for practice. Hey, we're working on split all week, right? That's just what happens. These guys are going to have to revamp the entire playbook to really get it back on track. But you saw them do that. A couple weeks later, they come back and beat YFP handedly 13-4, and clearly they got back on track. So I would expect these guys, it may not be their favorite map, but I think they're coming into this prepared, and they're going to have to come in confident, have that confidence that we saw from them on the webcams in order to take this map home.
And I know you were a big enjoyer of Astra on Breeze, so we know that Moist Shopify liked the Astra on Split, and then, it was flip-floppy last time. So do you still like the Astra on Split?
Yeah, I like the Astra on Split. It gives you a lot of opportunity to block in mid and the A choke points, B choke points without actively being there. It really gives your Sentinel player and your Viper player a lot more pressure on the CT side. It allows you to dominate the CT side a little bit more, or the defense side rather, a little bit more. So on the attack, you may lose a little bit of that aggression, the paranoia, the TP plays that you'll get with the Omen, the ability to smoke off larger areas. But I like the Astra. It's a trade-off that I think these guys have probably analyzed and said, look, we want a little bit more power on the defense, so we're going to run this Astra.
I would be curious if we see it, or exactly where we're going to be seeing Fluffy Aimers' heads at, because since we don't have the tape, this could be really anything coming out from them. But I think my biggest question when I'm looking at the end of Fluffy Aimers is Pancakes was someone that in the map one we really talked about for his excellent decision making. And I think too with MXS and a little bit of the shaky history here, Psycho, that I'd be really looking at this mid-round calling coming out to see if there's ways that they could start picking apart a team that has tape both from their good and bad days.
Yeah, it's a battle of the IGLs right now. Both teams are calling extremely well on the attack side, and it's really coming down to who is going to have the better defense against both of these great callers. So, it's anybody's game. It's up in the air, but I think not having some tape on you comes out a little bit advantageous when you're going up against a team like this who has a good coaching staff who's going to be looking for those tells in the tape and trying to give you some strategy going into this. So they're coming in with a blank slate. The reads aren't going to happen until the middle of the half, and then that's when we're going to really see it heat up and see which way this is going to lean.
I mean, for Fluffy Aimers, the team that was the clear underdog in this gen, I think that's exciting that we're getting into this map 3 situation where Pancakes, who has been putting work into this team for the entire split, and this team has been falling short a little bit under this TWT banner. It's kind of redemption arc going up against the big bad dogs that is MXS at this point.
Yeah, I mean, could this be the team that gives Moist Shopify their first loss of the whole stage? It would be insane. And I think you have to watch out for teams who make these big roster changes. And you even saw a new look out of QoR yesterday, and they'll be playing today. And even for this team, to have Jonah and Bones come in and make a world of a difference is great. And especially being able to contest Mata, who's just been this feeling like an unbeatable duelist on the other side, and how important that duelist role is, especially on Split when they're the ones that have to explode onto the site. But I am favoring Moist Shopify because Brock gets to play Sky, and that's one of his best agents, and I think that can be where they stand out.
Yeah, definitely. And as you were touching on earlier, the first two maps, heavy Jit maps, but this is a map where Bones is really going to be able to shine on the Raze. Assuming they bust out the Raze here, but presumably they will, and that gives Bones and his side a little bit of an advantage, I think, over Mata, who is great on both of these duelists, but seems to shine a little bit more on the Jet.
I'd like to see exactly where the heads are at, but we won't have to guess any longer. Agent Select is ready. I love that you called out Bones in particular, because I feel Bones has been a little bit more offline during this series, so I'd love to see a map that's a little bit more comfortable with him. Get that Raze out, what we see going on forward. I mean, we got all the initiators in the world for you, Jen, over on the side of Fluffy Aimers. We got the Breach and the KO.
Let's go. I know. I'm really excited. The Mata versus Bones. And I was hyped up on Bones yesterday just based on how he was moving around the map of Sunset, just satcheling in. And that's the kind of type of playstyle that Bones needs to bring for a map like Split and to learn how to shut down Mata. This is a much smaller map than Breeze, so Mata won't get to just sit back with an op and do whatever. It will be about playing around smokes or Moist Shopify. You don't want to play like you did against Thinking Men. You want to play like you did against YFP and really fully respect what Fluffy Aimers have brought to the table and not let your first series loss be at the mid-season cup.
Yeah, double initiator comp lovers rise. You know, this is your opportunity. This is an interesting comp. You know, we've seen this Breach comp a lot at all levels, and it's a much poppier comp. It's a lot faster paced. You know, it really requires a lot of coordination and doesn't leave you much option in the later round. You're really committed to a lot of the plays that you're setting up. So I would expect a lot of fast-paced set plays with this, especially with Bones in his comfort spot on the Raze versus Moist Shopify running the Viper double controller comp, which gives you a lot more opportunity to play attack rounds very slowly, really work for information, get a little bit lurky with the Viper, which you absolutely know Odorous is going to be doing, being such an active lurk player. So definitely two conflicting play styles that'll be clashing here, and we'll see who comes out on top.
I love that clash that you set up here. Both teams capable of winning, but only one can be taking that series win moving on into the semifinals. Time to head over on to Split. So comps, Wyatt, take it away.
Split is the place that we're going, and I do genuinely love this map, but I think it is more intriguing because we haven't really seen Fluffy Aimers take this map yet so far, and I'm kind of excited to see how it's going to look like.
For sure. They have literally never played it, so we have no idea how good they are on it. That you have to take an educated guess that they at least don't suck on it because they never ban it. They've let it through in however many series they played now, like 6. They've never banned it before. It's been the third map in a few of their series, but at least a couple of them, but it's just never gone there. Those all ended up being 2-0s, either winning or losing. So we have no idea how good they are, but you have to imagine they feel at least pretty good on it, given they don't ban it. So interesting to see what they're going to be doing here and just how good their coordination will be on this map, as it was fantastic on the first, less so on the second, where MXS really thrived. And it's MXS starting on attack here, which on both maps so far, the team that started on attack ran away with the game.
Yeah, I feel like that can definitely be scary in itself too. You have a team that you've never seen play a map where you have various VODs out there. So, you know, definitely some sort of strategy that could come into it on the side of Fluffy Aimers, but more so looking to see what's going on just outside of A site, but just Cypher Util there.
Yeah, they have this trap set up in B main with the Breach, Fluffy Aimers, and they're allowing that A site to just be taken and play for retake if necessary. Jonah's getting some good info. I had no idea he was being watched by Big Brother.
And they're not going to know for quite some time. If anything, they could just be playing that retake game, but it's also so misleading as Mata going over towards B keeps this rotation from happening.
And that full push out from Fluffy Aimers catches Fly, and no smokes for an exec now. Great flick back from Mata.
Yeah, and they're just going to continue this along. Mata looking for more, and they've practiced this drill before, time and time again. They managed to get the 2, but even then 3v3 scenario, and they are going to have to still commit to that rotation. So 3 players taking in this 3v2. Otoshima ready to make sure maybe these right clicks will happen, especially now with 2 flashes already popped outward, and Otoshima coming back just in time to make sure that they can eliminate the majority. That 2-player advantage really does a lot.
Odor's carrying over that momentum from last map, where he really stepped things up on the lurking Cypher role. Struggled heavily in map 1, but has come back to life here. So a great turnaround, some good mental fortitude for sure. And MXS, again, it's a good post-plant setup that they're finding themselves in. They have excelled at that aspect of the game today.
Goes here.
Looking to make a difference, though. I do like the way that Cam is positioned, but I don't think they're going to get too much, especially with the pretty close contact that Bones is looking to make. They've heard the noise being made just underneath, and they do pick one off, so big advantage, especially on the pistol round.
It's interesting to see the KO on this map. It's definitely not a commonly picked agent by any means.
Yeah.
And it seems like they've worked out some cool little pop flash setups. See where they're going to try to use the knife as well to get info. Definitely something I'll be keeping my eyes on.
Yeah, they're not giving up just yet. I had to agree, though. Like, with the KO and the Breach Initiator combination is more something I feel I wouldn't necessarily see here. It's been... I haven't necessarily seen it work, especially since it is that second round, but I'm looking forward to kind of noticing how they're going to make this work. The 1 star left available for Fly, and they're just chilling, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, especially now that Bones has had some damage made onto them, and the rotation starts to come in quickly with that 30-second mark coming down to it, and the guiding light now set down. They are not in a very good position for Neptune to try to take them out with 2 players peeking alongside, and it's Jonah to make sure that potential for a cleanup is there. But even then, you would think that they were able to take things back. There's no pickup. Maybe taking a damage off Flya, but Mame's gonna have to work very, very closely here with their teammates to make sure this works out. The Jonah making a dent into the team of MXS does not work enough.
Oh, that was so scary. So much damage done from Fluffy Aimers there as MXS kind of lose sight of where their teammates were. Getting into some awkward positions, being shot in the back. Fluffy Aimers with a good round despite being on that terrible bye. And you can see the advantage that it's garnered them here on the third. What could have been a dangerous bonus round attempt for MXS has been reduced to a pretty poor buy. The 1 Vandal in the hands of Vic carrying over those Bulldogs. A Judge as well for Mata. Could definitely see some double satchel into male Zekin type activity in the future.
This is so funny. It's just 2 ciphers. But both of them just don't know what's going on. And I guess eventually they will, but Guiding Light just set back to see what's going on inside of Ropes. Doesn't necessarily catch anything, but a jiggle peek, and both now know. Yep, and reaction time absolutely insane for Vic there.
Great entry. On the previous map, he had 5 first kills and 0 first deaths. Opens up the site once again, all the pressure on Pancakes.
No, but they're not going to make it. They just look behind and gets taken out by Mata as they reach around the side. So a good wraparound coming through from MXS. They're just looking to win this round. And if they do manage to run away with it, honestly, momentum could be there. But 1 star, still not placed just yet, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Oh no.
There is some good retake utility here. Bones is deep into the site.
Yeah, they just found it. If anything, the flash popping down through backside definitely helped all the while as well. So the breach looking great in terms of what the defense really, really wants to achieve. But it's up to Mata now to make this happen. And the shots were there. But even then, 11 health left. And Flya's looking to make this pop down. They did have it. They had the perfect moment to utilize. I was about to say the Rolling Thunder, the stun there, but even that now, finally able to pick things back up 1-2.
And it just comes down to that plant being back sight and not tucked for heaven. Flya up there, forced to jump down, make a ton of noise, sprint towards the spike. It could have been getting stuck. Makes things incredibly awkward. But nonetheless, with the spike going down, already they were going to be able to get a buy into this. MXS, a full buy, and now definitely so with that extra cash that they've got. Full rifles, full util, only 1 light armor.
I like the work and cohesion there. So they did manage to back off. So some of that util just drained away for some inkling of damage.
Yeah, Pancakes no flashes left already, but it did get them full B main control, so MXS would have to re-clear that if they want to get in there. In reality, though, this whole time they've just been working up mid. Great first kill onto Bones. Working in defense now for this A split.
I like the partnership. They still got something going on there. You can't really access cams either, especially with pressure being put onto Jonah. So Heaven, control could honestly be theirs at this point, just looking to make sure that once that smoke dissipates, they're going to be able to find something with it. Mame, though, can't find more than one. That's okay. MXS still making their way. Find some sort of cooperation, but they don't even check. Looking just behind them, Mata knows somebody's there. They still don't have too much Heaven control, but they're fighting for their lives left down onto site, and fluffy aimers just can't seem to fight back against MXS.
Another good site exec there from MXS, and that first kill in mid. Really nice off the smoke drop. Immediately going into that A split. Just nice and decisive from them. Gets fluffy aimers onto the eco now. Despite them having all of those ultimates. Surely not gonna throw those away here. Save them for the next full buy round. And finally now, 2 maps in a row, we're getting the MXS that we had expected. The MXS that went undefeated in the season, only dropped 2 maps. It just looks so dominant, looking like one of the favorites to win Ascension, move up to the Partnership League.
Oh my. Mata is so lucky that he still had like some sort of level of insecurity when it came to peeking the angle, but the B side is pretty out in the open for the taking, especially with Showstopper still readily available. Though Pistols, I mean, kind of just leads it into an unfortunate game or round for the side of fluffy aimers. But yeah, not feeling too confident about how things are going this round, but tons and tons of ultimates leveled up for the next one.
Yeah, Vic just got his ultimate online, so if they really want to, you could use that to get the information here. I like that MXS have slowed things down after some pressure came in on mid. And there he is, going to use it late. They know no one is on A, so those players that were rotating through spawn for MXS are just going to go as fast as possible, get into the site, even catch out Jonah. Should be an easy round win from here on out.
Yeah, especially with the amount of views Mata still has. Oh my gosh, the timing of that is crazy, but the fault line does such a great job at holding back for just a couple seconds, but I'm not really bothered by the breach here. I think so far it's been great. I'm just looking forward to seeing it when, you know, there aren't pistols involved.
Definitely, and you could definitely see the breach involved here with the Rolling Thunder operational for Neptune. All 5 ultimates here for fluffy aimers in hand.
This goes here.
MXS have the Showstopper for Mata for an explosive site exec potentially, but it's really in the hands of fluffy aimers here to get a second one on the board and stop this MXS economy from getting out of control.
Looking to reinforce some level of dominance on the defense, but they just aren't necessarily aggressive enough, and I guess that's what they want to change here, especially with Bones already pushed up towards 8, and that's great early access for information.
Doesn't actually break the trip, though, and fly in the meantime. Oh my god, he just caught Neptune walking away.
He's got it. No, he doesn't. Actually, I don't know if that was...
The patience. They have no idea.
Oh my gosh. They just, and this is huge too, because now they wrap around, they find a free 2.
And they're set up for the full B exec.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
How are they just walking by? Dude.
The patience. Oh my god.
That is a well-deserved winning round. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The amount of patience that it took just waiting, and the fact that they didn't even like feel too anxious when it came down to taking out the KO, but now the Showstopper kind of set down and showing one up for itself. What is this round? Truly tell me, because I'm so confused.
Shadows traveling.
What? I don't even know how to feel about that one. 4 health left up to Mame. I wouldn't even be surprised if
if he
saw
wins this.
Dude, 360 no scope or something.
That was way too close. If he won that, that would have been the cherry on top of one of the rounds of Valorant of all time.
Oh
that
my gosh.
Was, I mean, just an outrageous amount of silliness occurring in that round.
I have so
I mean, how does it even get close after this? Just surgical removal of those players from the site. Fly was so patient working through spawn, just trying to flank Max, and he made it happen.
Gosh, he was very close.
Oh my god. And now Fluffy Aimers, yeah, it's time to take a timeout after a round like that. We must let cooler heads prevail after one of the dumbest rounds I've ever seen.
They're also straight-faced after the monstrosity that just happened, too. It's like nothing is phased. Like, it's just another normal day.
I mean, one glimmer of hope at this point, at least for Fluffy Aimers, is that you have to imagine this composition is going to be better on the attack side. The double flashes to get into sites, you know, they're not running the Astra, which Mame was previously. He's back on the Omen, where he can be a bit more active, you know, try and TP in to get some space when the flashes are coming in, be a part of the exec and the fights more than he was on Astra, which will be important given how good his aim is right now. He's been on fire. But obviously, if they just can't rack up enough rounds on defense, it's not going to matter. That's what we've already seen on Breeze and Descent. The team on defense just cannot get enough rounds to make the comeback a reality when they play a better attack half.
Hopefully they have learned their lesson for the lurk. Never let anybody buy for free is I guess the saying we're living by now, but yeah, now everybody's just going up towards heaven to see if they can follow through the same, I guess, sort of resort as they went to last time. Oh, they don't even check down underneath, though. I'm sure they've heard the noise. Maybe not. Mata still manages to clear the angle, but even then, they're going to have to try to fight off everything and re-clear this up inside of heaven. Is it going to happen? Maybe not. Pop flash coming through, and now the guiding light making its way, and Mata finally backing off safely.
Yeah, just trying to slow things down. MXS, they don't want to give anything away, but Fly gets caught, and things are going to be awkward as they don't have smokes for the site execs, so you're going to see them favor B here, where they can work in off of that wall. If they went A, they wouldn't have been able to cover anything up. That Astra removed.
30 seconds left.
Oh, well, now they know. And this is not very good when you're looking at the probability of winning this round now, especially with the information given away, but just dropped down. Bones is not having a good day. Oh my god, actually Bones is having a great day. Mata's not having a good day, but still left up to it. 10 seconds left and absolutely nothing put down into this round. And they have to try to fight for sight, 4 seconds, and absolutely nothing. So yeah, already one out by the side of the defense, just waiting it out. Dude, what is going on? What is going on?
This game has descended into madness. That Cypher ult just scrambled the brains of MXS. I mean, absolute overheat occurred where they tried to dash back to the A site. No time. I mean, poor Mata, his legs just shattered into a million pieces. These rounds are just getting out of control. Absolute silliness as Fluffy Aimers steal that one away. Just no right to do so.
Hey, but same setup as last time from MXS, kind of maybe keeping Jonah's attention led up to this. If I'm hoping this is a civil round with normal Valorant.
The wall is going to come down on A for this full exec. And it's also going to essentially turn these tripwires off from Jonah. Since you can't spam through screens, it'll be a little bit awkward, and those trips are dealt with, so we're going to be in a full retake situation. Pancakes has that null command active.
Oh, but they know, though, that Odashim is here. That was a huge suppression on Pancakes' part, but they didn't really manage to clear. Luckily enough, actually recollecting and repositioning themselves, so they do find something with that, but already down towards backside. So many flashes just led up to this moment, and Neptune is able to keep this team alive. Oh man, it's like everyone is everywhere on the defense, and now Diffusal coming through. They haven't even really halved it yet, and there are no stars readily available, so they are going to have to try to push that potential, although there really isn't any. 3 to 5 for this team.
And that's definitely going to be one of the situations where Fluffy Aimers comp is going to thrive. A full retake like that, where they can dump utility into the site. All of those breach flashes coming in. There was a paranoia and elbow from Mame as well. so much blinding utility to actually scale off of each other into the site. But it's also just Pancakes somehow winning that duel against Odorous over at ramps with the jump up on the box that made that entire thing possible. And Fluffy Gamers are crawling their way back into this game.
I'm surprised that everybody has just met in mid. Like, this is the perfect division of people. B to A. And mid. Now, Pancakes. Oh my gosh, so many flashes. And they flash themselves, so it doesn't even matter. And my gosh. Pop flash moving forward. Breach util. They're doing everything they can to really keep this team back, but they end up getting caught in the crossfire. They're still waiting inside of Smoke, and this is perfect. The timing of just watching Flya walk into the smoke is immense.
Yeah, Flya taking a big risk there and getting punished. Jonah playing passive backside. He knows someone could be lurking their way in. It's totally possible. Odorous just ducking for cover. Might be able to find the big flank timing.
Yeah, luckily enough. Still keeping their ground in mid, which I do like. There was such heavy presence there. Weren't surprised somebody else was there as well, but still keeping down to the back of sight, and now the spike in the hands of Fluffy Gamers. Yeah, they close things off in a flawless round.
Huge recovery right now into the half. And assuming that they will be strong on the attack side with this composition, you have to imagine they don't even need to run away with this half. Just getting, 5 on the board might be enough if they're just going to be doing some strong big execs, dumping utility into the defenders. So many flashes to work with that I kind of feel like these rounds are actually more important for MXS than Fluffy Gamers. But, on the inverse, this MXS comp should be pretty strong on defense. They've got the Cypher, the Astra. That's a lot of stopping power that they have to shut down chokes, make execs really uncomfortable when you have to deal with all of that utility that bogs you down. So far, though, definitely impressed with how Fluffy Gamers have been able to begin recovering this half, and it's come down to their ability to control mid and cycle flashes one after another.
Yeah.
Just keeps MXS in this awkward position where they don't know when they're suddenly going to be popped out on.
It is interesting too, like with the point that you made as well. They're using so much util that feels so unnecessary as well, because I mean we did see like blinds coming through where Pancakes and Neptune managed to blind themselves, right? And even then one pop flash from Pancakes would have done the job, and then co-peeking and being able to clear the angle would have been great. So definitely overusage of the util as well. But
we're gonna get that fast B main take from the Fluffy Gamers so Bones can get the showstopper online, which will be a nice tool if they end up being in a full retake situation, which might happen, save for Pancakes being stuck backside. He's gonna have to get at least one here, but the rest of the team might be in position to flood. Not a flanking.
Dude, they had to have known that this was happening, but I guess not. Now Phantom in the hands. Oh no, and Mummy definitely thinks that they're fighting this a bit closer up. But they still have their cautions. They make sure they keep themselves well prepared, but now Smoke settled down and Mummy not going to really place anything just yet. Keeping the paranoia for when the retake happens.
With Bones down, they're not going to have the showstopper available. Mummy with a great first kill. Can he survive though? Yes. Good TP away. Man advantage now on the retake for Fluffy Gamers.
They're gonna have to wrap around. And sitting up above, this might be the play, especially now with suppression making its way. They realize they have managed to pick off the 3, so there's no util they can use at this moment, just the aim itself, and they can't find anything. And Mabe with a 3K to make sure this team stays alive, but it's one more for Odashima to make sure that MXS are still in the game, though left up to the 2. And Pancakes with a pop flash that does seem to get the both of them. They just ring around the rosy, dude. Like, what is going on? Give them some room. And all they have to do is just play with the mental at this point. Knowing Pancakes isn't going to commit to it, it's Brock to clear things up.
That's just so disciplined from the last 2 players. You love to see it, not taking any risks. So that being said, they do die in the end, which is actually not good, because if they lose this round, they'll be on a really bad bye for the last. So actually, massive impact from the spike going off at the very end, which gives Fluffy Aimers a real opportunity to get to 6 if they can take this one here. Mod is one off of his showstopper as well, so we'll see if they try to get that orb collected on the A side for him. There's a bit of a distraction with that Viper Cloud going towards B, the wall up there as well, just going to try to draw some attention.
Taking that back.
Yeah, but they've held out just long enough to make MXS have to figure out a play for this round. But there's keeping Pancakes in a pretty unfortunate position, but a huge pot flash moving forward. And you already have everybody on this team. I mean, kind of just hoping they had something to play with. Flyer already down, and now MXS in a pretty uncomfortable position, but still having the A site for the taking.
We're going to be in a big retake situation. Bones with a showstopper active. So many flashes for re-clearing here.
Yeah, they've settled that one. Yeah, but Bones is going to settle one of their own. Still, especially having that showstopper to kind of clear one. It's the controller and the initiator down. All they really have to play with is possibly Otashima's utility, but there's nothing really there. Even then, so much damage already made off of the side of Fluffy Aimers, and Mommy does not miss the shots. 22 health left, and a dream that just gets broken.
Who is this guy? How does he win both of those? That is outrageous. They had the spike planted for Heaven. They're doubled up. I mean, the first fight, I guess, but the wide swing to win the second? Oh my god. That is so ridiculous. I mean, how does he get... That is so crazy that he gets that second kill. I can't believe that. Luckily for MXS, though, with the spike down, that's going to get them some more cash to play with. So this last round bye is not as bad as it could have been. Not going to be as detrimental to their potential success as it could have been.
Okay, well, another day, another dollar. That's exactly what Bones lives by. And I guess the shots honestly just find themselves at this point. But the drone, not drone, my apologies, the Boombot gonna make its way. Still listening into some of the noise, but keeping some of these players pretty preoccupied on that A site.
And it's gonna be Mata down, the entry man for Moist Shopify. Gonna be tough for them to get space into the site when they go for an exec, so perhaps we'll just see them slow things down and try and work off this wall in B main. Play a bit more silently here.
And they keep the silence, but at the same time, they're still making sure that they don't really need to peek the angle or give themselves away too much. Oh, but there's two players just settled up in Heaven, and this is going to be perfect if they manage to time it well. Jonah might just be able to find the information before it finds itself, but even then, it's up to Bones to now take things back. But one more player, two players actually, that aren't even close to the site, and they're just trying to hold off just long enough. The peek comes through, and Otashima finds himself taken out of the game. And it's over. A beautiful round for Fluffy Aimers.
Sick satchel from Bones just to knock him out to get that fight.
Yeah.
What a round from him. I mean, I thought things were going to get boomed because Fluffy Aimers forgot that Heaven existed. There was someone just shooting the Bulldog in main, so there were no eyes on Heaven. I mean, that could have been... How is that a headshot? This map has just been offering up some nonsense. Like, how does he get that running headshot? That is so stupid.
This whole game has just been...
It has been...
luck, and I'm not... You know what? No, it's skill. This is pure skill.
Yeah, that was definitely the skill shot from Bones. You'll love to see that kind of activity. Oh my god. All right, 6-6. Easily the closest half we've had so far in this series. On the third map. We've never seen Fluffy Aimers play it before, but right now they're looking solid with this unorthodox comp.
Yeah, lives already ended, but okay, huge. I honestly surprised that Otoshima didn't really catch out on that, but regardless, the right click seemed to work for Pancakes, and now all they need to do is push this one up and make sure Neptune is right behind. And Fluffy Aimers looking to win maybe just another pistol round. I mean, they still do have Mummy alive, and it seems like the shots are in fact connecting. And for a player like that one, you gotta be scared.
Spike planted.
Now Neptune double flash to play within the post plant here as well. They know there's one player coming from B main. How are Fluffy Aimers going to set up here? It's a little bit awkward. They're going to have to take fights on two different sides of the map.
Player standing.
I love that. Great double swing to just shut that player down in B main.
We got another player to shut down though. Contact being made, but Brock does not clear. Never mind, they do. They clear the possible next. But maybe they don't. Fault line coming out just in time to help out Jonah.
Fluffy Aimers, they've been clawing at it, and they've taken the lead in the game now on split. Despite that first player for the Aimers going down. Just a great play over towards the B side. Now we'll see what MXS with this pretty solid defensive comp can get done here. They've got a lot of agents that can really shut down choke points. It's going to be tough for Fluffy Aimers to deal with, though, you know, conversely, they have so much attacking power, so many flashes to try and burst out of smokes and get out of choke points.
Here.
Oh, but that's great. You at least know majority of these players are surrounding Garage. They have taken out the cam, so they can't necessarily play off that info anymore. MXS kind of giving themselves not a lot of leeway here. I mean, if anything, especially now with the pop flash leading down towards the back, Flya trying to find and fight for the site. Now big rotation just has to come along for MXS.
Things have definitely gotten a bit awkward. Brock only has a Bucky though, so it's going to be tough to get in a position where he can actually make that a valuable weapon to have in his hands. Very passive here from Fluffy Aimers. I like this setup. They've got the spike planted for a B main. They've got eyes on it. Neptune watching the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Mummy's just not really giving anybody space to do anything. Shots fired. And now, yeah. Especially with the util just set aside, they still do have the aftershock as well. So even then, if that didn't work out, like something was.
Well, listen, Pancakes definitely takes those. Gets himself a nice little orb at the very end. Just +1 for the ult point there. All right, and now MXS, pressure on. This is going to be their full buy. They've all got half armors. The economy, definitely a bit awkward. Brock doesn't actually have a dog to play with here. And he's maxed bought out, so they're going to be a little bit info-starved in that regard. Fast, a main take here for Bones.
And they just continue to move forward. That's a huge snake bite just to deny any sort of space that's trying to be taken up inside of Heaven. Now that kind of leads these players to wanting more, though. They are able to kind of retract themselves, go back around towards mid. Fluffy Aimers definitely thinking ahead of this squad, but MXS stuck around the back, Flya not really having anything to play with other than the fact that they can isolate these fights. Brock is there alongside Flya. And now you just lost majority of your team. You got this weird compacted two-player group just running around taking everybody out. And you have to find a way for redemption. But even then, is it really possible for Jonah? Somebody holding the angle the moment that Jonah peeks, but he's in such a good position. It doesn't matter. Brock is there watching alongside the util.
MXS played to their win con so well there. If they were off-site, they're never going to get that retake in a 3v5.
Yeah.
Basically impossible. They'd be forced to save. They understand the weight of winning that round, and their only win con was to anchor the site together, play a crossfire, win the duels. They did exactly that, and they top it off with that little double peek at the end to get another kill in B main. Fantastic recovery in the round from them. They played it bold, but they definitely played it right.
Oh my gosh. Never in a million years did I think that that would, I mean, keep itself to that regard. That was a beautiful hold from Flya. Even then, I mean, great reaction time as well. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, but they have taken down the duelist. Now Bones not really leading in the pack. There has to be another way.
Yeah, never in a million years did I think we'd be on map 3, Fluffy Aimers versus the undefeated Moist Shopify team after Fluffy Aimers just switched up their roster.
Valid.
I mean, we are in a pretty crazy scenario right now. Not what anyone would have predicted. Things are going to be tied up. And this is the closest map we've had in this series by far. It's only right that it's the third one.
I'm 8-8. I'm back and forth. Like, man, I don't even know like where this goes. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching deathmatch. It's just
at times it has definitely been that. There's been a nice mix of great team play and absolute silliness. In this round, though, I'm looking at 3 players, Neptune, excuse me, and or 2 rather, Brock. Both of them are 1 away from their orbs here. Both ultimates would be really important right now. For MXS, if they win this round, they're going to break the economy of Fluffy Aimers. And obviously for Fluffy Aimers, if they get their economy broken, this game is slipping away.
Cage triggered.
I do have smoke set up. Just kind of on the outskirts of A. So even then, Viper could set that up and set up Brock for success, especially with some sort of decay, but the cam is caught off Jonah. And now their plan, honestly, does backfire. They have huge info gather, especially leading up towards whatever's going on in Heaven. Now a spray down to come through and so much util just preoccupying the space with the fault line to take back whatever's going on A, and it's up to Vic to try to create some sort of hero situation, but it's not there. Now a pop flash to make sure that this can happen, but it's Mata that sits just aside, and they fight together just on the extremities of the wall, and it won't be it. They're trying their best, but it's Jonah. And he manages to find a way to make it happen. 2v2 scenario. Notice Shima just wants to peek. They know where they are, regardless of the situation. But the TP down towards B is perfect for, I guess, the scenario we're in right now.
Oh, what a shot from Jonah. Again, this game is goddamn chaos. And Mummy and Jonah, great positioning here too. They're going to double set up in Heaven. The spike is planted for them. And in fact, they're probably just going to hear Flya just running his little legs up here. Yeah, he's going to get shut down immediately. I mean, you can't even, you know, the world's top Valorant analyst could not even attempt to there's not even any purpose in trying to break down what the hell just happened on the A side around that wall. That was, we're silly maxing. It's just, the game has gotten out of hand.
There was no, like, I don't even know. Like, I think it's so intriguing that they just chose to wide swing a wall with a tight corner. Even then, I mean, it could have definitely worked, but they did use some util. Now moving into this round, I guess Faultline definitely trying to do something, but it doesn't matter. The util doesn't matter, and it never will. I mean, at this point, Brock is still hiding in the corner, and they still manage to find 2. The spike is there into their own hands, and they still have so much util to utilize for this moment. The stun comes through, and they're adding on to the pain and the pressure. I feel like I'm getting bullied, and I'm watching.
The poor Bones just got bogged. I mean, like every piece of utility that could possibly stun him just dumped onto his poor little head. Oh my god. And a lot of that was made possible too because Mana just pushed out a B right away, so MXS just immediately were favoring the A side, tying the game up, and now sending Fluffy Aimers onto a bad buy.
This is
Never hurts when you get random spam too.
This is what I feel like a nightmare would be. And I haven't had one in so long. It's so like, and it's so hard for both of these teams because you can tell they're trying with everything they have in their power, but it's like the timing of like the amount of util just popping out is just so oddly perfectly placed.
Yeah, me when I have sleep paralysis, but it's a fault line, a grab well, a dog jumping on me. This Fluffy Aimers trying to work up mid now. Getting some space.
My camera is destroyed. Here.
So much pressure on these two teams. Fluffy Aimers on the cusp of their best win as a team so far. A massive win for this new roster. They brought in 2 players from YFP that look really comfortable here in this team. And of course for MXS, the massive favorites. To go out in their first game of the playoffs would be so unexpected and such a travesty for them.
Yeah, they get so much space that it's just like, it should be unforgivable, but there's no punishment for it. Like, they already pushed up so far. And at this point, all you really have to do is hold. You have no angle hold. You have to use maybe some of that util mana trying to come around the flank, but maybe just a bit too late. Again, timing of the essence here, and they could go for a semi-rotation, just moving back around towards A. But could get caught up by Brock as well. Paint Chill, readily available by Mata. They know where they are. They are going to back themselves off just in enough time to reach Brock. Possibility there. Maybe not.
Bones recovering that Vandal at least. Gonna take point.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, they're trying their absolute best with what's being given to them, but there is a guiding light to use, but I do like the cohesion there. Is going to use a gravitational pull to give Brock some leeway.
Yeah, that's a great call right there from Brock, I imagine, calling for that piece of utility. Really heads up and perfectly timed from Flya across the map. Fluffy Aimers with a well-timed timeout here.
Yeah.
Once again, economy is going to be on the line for them. This is an absolute must-win round. If they don't win here, the victory for MXS is almost a certainty. And it would just be so painful for them to have made such a close effort against one of our best challengers teams, only to have to sit around and wait for the next stage to come.
Yeah. It's... Especially, like, if you're MXS, you definitely don't want to lose that title. Like, you're coming from being the best and not losing a series. And then losing against a team that you literally dominated 2-0 in such a great fashion, especially, you know, Jonah and Bones, who had previously played on YFP. You had taken that team by stride as well. So it's almost as though, like, it's quite difficult to really take this in as well. But definitely fighting for some sort of top dog stance on both of these ends.
Right now in mid, Odorous has that Viper's Pit online. Could certainly pop it to just lock down mid if he chooses to do so.
Mm-hmm.
While the rest of those players on A for MXS pushed up just a bit. We'll see if they try to push any further, and it's the opposite side of the map where Fluffy Aimers have taken the space. B main under their control.
Everybody made so much noise. Just trying to see what's going on here. Luckily enough, it's one player given out to the open, but so much util settled down in mid to try to pause this. But it's perfect timing too, because they did actually shut this down quite early.
So a deep trip from Vic did get destroyed. So they know at least that Cypher is over towards the A side. Pit is actually going to go down for B main late into the round. Bones was here, and it seemed like perhaps the team was going to go for a B split, but due to that Pit, the idea has been canceled, and now they're going to slowly make their way towards A instead.
30 seconds left.
The cam isn't really... I love how he just he denies the flash with the cam to see what's going on, but Vic is just stuck behind Insane, trying to redeem themselves. Even then, Showstopper managing to pick out some sort of, I guess, diversion coming through from the side of MXS, but regardless, it doesn't work. Majority of the players of Fluffy AM are still trying to keep themselves intact, but it's a 2v3 situation, and they do manage to find themselves in a difficult position. 3K from Mummy, and this guy is a god. He will not give this game up. Oh my gosh. It's not over. Vic is still left alive. But you have somebody sitting on the back of site that literally took majority of your team out. And now you have to find a way to bring this game back. Is it possible? Maybe so. The cam has been set up. And this is something they can absolutely use for this round. They hear the shots being made, but the TP potential there, and Vic knows that they're slowly rotating around. But is it enough information? They don't know where they are. They're trying their absolute best, and now they know they need to get it halved off before anything else happens. But potential for Pancakes to take this away is there. The left-hand side is watched, and it's a win by Vic.
0.34. I mean, that is about as close as when the spike got planted. Oh my god. What a round finish. I thought once again, somehow, Mame, just the hero for the team, when they were trying to get the spike down with basically no time, somehow protecting the planter, gets 2, only for Vic to clutch. Oh my god, this game has gotten so wild, and again, luckily because of that plant, Fluffy Aimers, their bank is good enough for a reasonable buy now.
Wow. I don't even care if they had, like, if Jonah was eliminated. They did, my apologies if Mai was eliminated. They did a tremendous job just getting that damage for that 2-player takedown. Now they're just kind of sitting around with Spike. Mummy's like, what do I do?
Totally cut noise here, Fluffy Aimers. But there's really no reason for MXS to fall too far. Or rather to like actually fight close, excuse me, because they can just play for the retake with the man advantage, so they can fall off, is what I was trying to get at. That it's just not that important. They have the cam to watch. Hey, Heaven, Brock is just going to jiggle screens. They can just play this safe and try and close the game out in a textbook fashion.
There's been a huge level of repetition of back and forth when it comes down to the scoreline, so MXS definitely looking to close that out as quick as possible. Oh my god, dude, Brock is...
30 seconds left.
Just... shots just connecting, everything looking perfect. Listen, we've seen Mummy play before, and if it's anybody that can clutch up a round, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie, it could possibly be them. But yeah, time definitely not looking too great or grand right now. Backing themselves off instead to keep the rifle in their hand.
Just gonna end up saving for what might be Fluffy Aimers' final round here in the mid-season tournament.
Yeah.
They've been incredibly impressive. Would have never thought. I mean, listen, I don't think anyone would have thought that they would be potentially upsetting MXS, an undefeated team during the season, and yet here they are. They are so close to doing it, but it feels like at the final moment it's just going to slip away. MXS are just too experienced. They've been in so many close series like this against great teams before, and they've been able to close those games out, and it really does look like that's going to happen again here, unless Fluffy Aimers can really come alive at the last second.
Looking to push that fault line down in mid, but I guess timing it with the dissipation of the smoke.
Here.
You can kind of see they're expecting it as well. I'm assuming if maybe Mona is waiting to prep that paint shell too. And huge potential for information, especially with the boombot settled down, but maybe they might just be able to find it. Sprays come down, and they were close to picking one off. But Pancakes finds one. That's a huge initiation coming down to the side of Fluffy Aimers.
Yeah, that's just some counter spam that comes in, and right now Jonah is rotating through Stewart because he has his ultimate active. Gonna throw that onto the body, get massive information.
I know exactly where you are.
Yeah, looking for what site has their best interest in mind. Might just be the A site, but Odashima does not know somebody's just looking right on the left-hand side. The reaction time is there, and now they continue to fight things off. They know 30 seconds left. And waiting for Fly to make their mark, especially with playing with the team there, but it doesn't matter. 2 players on the side of Fluffy Aimers managed to bring the site back into their own hands.
Those fights just getting so awkward. Sprays going awry for MXS. Could certainly see them clutch up here. Would not be the first time they've done it, but Neptune going to take down the clutch king, Brock. Usually the one to step up in those situations. But it's not over yet. Fluffy Aimers able to get one on the board after 4 straight losses from that early pick in mid, and the information garnered from the Cypher ultimate.
Match point is not an easy position to be in, and I give kudos for Fluffy Aimers for fighting so hard.
Yes.
1 round 1, and another 2 now needed to be put in their pockets, but I mean, what's the possibility for that? We're just gonna have to see. Hopefully,
if Fluffy Aimers can take B main control here, they'll be able to get the Rolling Thunder for Neptune. They could also get 1 orb for Pancakes and get a null command. Close to 2 very big ultimates here.
Oh.
I mean, how many kills through smoke are they going to get? Playa again. I mean, they have gotten several at this point. It's just got to be so frustrating for Fluffy Aimers. Their entry player down as well.
Oh, and they're just gonna use ult here. Timing? Not that bad though, might just be able to catch out 2. No, they've only caught out 1. And at this point, they don't even know Fly is surrounding the back. And they find 3 needed to give MXS the victory to close things off 2-1. The most dominant team are going to continue to keep that title.
It was an impressive showing from Fluffy Aimers, to be sure. And listen, I'm excited to see more of them when we get to the next stage, because certainly promising. It's been a great debut with their new roster, bringing in Bones and Jonah from YFP. But at the end of the day, MXS are so experienced in close games like this, closing out big games. They've played so many series together at this point, and so being in a situation like that just doesn't get to them at all. There's no nerves there. Really impressive on those second 2 maps. Breeze, definitely their home ground, and on Split, just looking solid on both, both halves respectively. They played very well. So getting what we expect from MXS at the end of that series for the last 2 maps.
MXS, honestly, I'm just going to say this game in particular was interesting, to say the least. I feel like we definitely saw
chaos.
Probably one of the most exciting games that we've received so far, but there's a lot more games coming up for you guys. I do, though, want to hear what the analyst has to say about this game. We'll throw it right back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Interesting was definitely a great way to be putting it. I'm glad that we got to see a little bit of everything here. When I look back to key moments of the maps, I'm thinking of this A wall and the shenanigans around that. I'm thinking of Fly's lurk all the way from A heaven over to B. But hey, amidst the chaos, MXS take the win.
That's right. I mean, it was scrappy. There was a lot of back and forth, but MXS were able to edge that out towards the end. I mean, this is kind of what we expected, seeing these 2 comps clash, right? MXS taking a much slower approach on the T side, a lot of lurking around. You see Fly here, able to slice right up through mid, get the backstab, good crosshair control there. Get a little 3K, close out that round. A lot of, hitting with 20-30 seconds left in the round. Very slow, methodical play from them. On the other side of things, the breach comp on Fluffy here. A lot of popping, a lot of explosive plays, a lot of leaning towards B. That's okay. We'll explode back here onto A, like on this round, retaking the site pretty effectively. A little bit of shenanigans, but it looked good for them. I really enjoyed that round with the wall shenanigans.
I just enjoyed the series overall. The fact that we were just like this close, it was so back and forth. We almost had Shopify not go past the quarterfinals after supposedly being the #1. This shows really how beatable they could be. And to dive deeper into that compositional difference, it was cool to see the breach on offense from Fluffy Aimers to take that A-ramp control. You know, we weren't sure how this was going to be executed, not being as common of a pick. Then you had the KO being used instead of the Viper, which was, I guess, to hopefully disable some Cypher util there, but it wasn't helping as much on defense. I think Fluffy Aimers not having the Viper really hurt their stall potential on that defense. But then you had the Astra from Flya, so helpful with the Grav Wells and Nova Pulses to close out these rounds on defense, to slow down the entries, especially on A, to secure the kills on the power positions. It was just incredible to see Moist Shopify really flourish in a hectic scenario with how close this final game was.
100%, and with that they'll be able to keep their winning record and keep moving on within the mid-season cup. So I do want to give Fluffy Aimers props for what they were able to accomplish. I mean, Psycho, this was a team that had 2 roster changes coming into the cup. They did not have much time to prepare things, and to have a performance like this against the team that is being hailed as the top team and players that are very capable of stepping up makes me really excited to see how stage 2 is going to pan out for Fluffy.
2 roster changes, very little time to practice, and you're going up against the Juggernaut, right? The only team that's gone the whole season undefeated, and you're expected to overcome them in a single elimination bracket. You know, that's a tough challenge, right? And I think Fluffy Aimers stepped up to that challenge admirably. I think with a little bit more practice, this is a team that, you know, could even surpass Moist the next time these teams match up against each other. So I'm really excited to see what they can provide for us going into stage 2. It's sad to see them go here, but excited for the future.
That saying that maybe they could take them down next time would have been a bold claim at the beginning of things, but after this 3-map series, honestly, I definitely believe that there is definitely that capability. Jen, you said that at one point that you wanted to see a little bit more out of Brock, and I'm glad that you got to see a lot more from Brock once we got over to Split. Smiles over there.
Yes.
Saw the big Brock.
Big Brock! We love to see it. Sometimes with the but at least that was more on the other map. But yeah, just the fact that this was a 6-6 defense with just how heavy defense-sided Split can be, as Psycho said, just to try and salvage that. Hey, we were entertained. We got absolute chaos. The casters were laughing their butts off, and that's just what Challengers is all about, scrapping your way through. I don't think there's a clear favorite in this tournament. You know, Moist Shopify, they move on, but it provides for just an exciting field of competition of being able to pick up the best pieces of maybe teams that didn't really fully develop, like YFP, taking Bones and Jonah and making just an improved roster. Fluffy Aimers was awesome to see. Sucks them being cut short, as Psycho said, but looking forward to the future for them.
I mean, you're saying that going on, there's clear favorites, but if this match has showed us anything, it shows that truly expect the unexpected here in the mid-season cup. We're going to be having an interview with MXS shortly, but first, enjoy our post-series highlights. We'll be right back.
Variable. One enemy remaining.
Unimportant. Flashback.
Grounded.
Any angle.
Enemy kill. One enemy remaining. One down. 3 down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. See ya! One enemy. Downwind. Pull back. Blinded. One enemy remain. One enemy
Was such a fun series to be kicking off our day, and it's going to be MXS to take the series 2-1 over Fluffy Aimers. And on the line, I have Flya to talk a little bit more about the match. First off, I have to say congratulations on the victory as well. Moving on to fight another day here in the Mid-Season Cup. That was a little bit of a chaotic series. How are you feeling after that set?
What's up? Can you hear me? My mic good?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, it was, I mean, not the cleanest win. We're not very, extremely happy about it, but a win is a win. And, yeah, I mean, just got to clean up and figure out how we messed up, and we'll be good for Friday, or Saturday.
When you're talking about not the cleanest and things kind of going wrong, is there any insight already that you think maybe where things could have fallen apart, or you think this needs to be a little bit more studied, VOD review with the team a bit later on?
Yeah, we're gonna VOD review tonight and figure out all the kinks and stuff like that. I think after not playing a match for a while, getting back into it after playing ranked and scrims all the time. Personally, for me, I feel like I was over fighting or like not playing to win the round and playing to kill people. So that always, I feel like that happens with not enough time played in matches. So for me personally, I'm gonna calm it down. And I think in terms of like the prep and especially our defensive sides, we lacked a little bit in understanding the prep and also in being able to adapt on our CT, but we got it done. So, and we know how to fix that easily, so it'll be good.
I'm glad to hear that you definitely know how to be fixing that going on forward. I want to talk about that final map first off, because that was absolutely incredible. First, I want to talk about this one round coming out from you, this round 5, where you follow Neptune all the way from A Heaven, go all the way out onto the B site. You're just like serious faced on the cameras afterwards. Did you felt like going into that, like that was a huge risky play, or did you just felt so confident that you could sneak up and take them down?
I was pretty confident because they put a trip, like I don't know if people know, but like a Cypher trip in mid on like the box that's unbreakable, and we dogged it, and I just walked right through, and then I mean I saw his head on Heaven, and I knew that they were just gonna rotate off. There was no way they knew that I could be there at all, so I just took the gamble that they were not going to have their guns out or be anywhere near respawn, and I just followed them all the way. And good thing my team was already B-man, so we just easily could just plan around it. I didn't have to think too hard about it.
I mean, it definitely led to some fun viewing for us over on our ends, and really, really good stuff to see coming out from the team. Split in general is just kind of chaotic all around with like that one wall over on A down to that moment. In amongst all that chaos, where do you as IGL manage to find these calls where your team can start to creep ahead? Because that scoreline ended up being pretty tight.
In terms of defense side, I don't feel like I call like a lot. I feel like we all have our own voice. So defense is more so, just all of us working together. On attack, I think I definitely have my ups and downs. I, just getting better every day pretty much, and I'm figuring out what I like doing. And I think it's just being able to maintain it and always have the, consistency of calling good. But as an IGL, I mean, in terms of split, I think that it just requires a certain play style, depending on the comp you play. I think that split is one of the maps where it depends a lot on your comp and the other team's comp. It's not like Ascent, for example. I think that there's a lot of prep and playing that goes into it on both sides. And as long as you know the counters and you're comfortable and your players, obviously it's a big fight map. Your players can win your fights. It's going to go your way.
I mean, congratulations on being able to win those fights, win the map, and take the series and move on into the semifinals. I want to make sure that was a long series, that you get some rest. So, Flya, thank you so much for chatting with me. Have a good rest of your night. Best luck in your matchup, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, great series to be kicking off our day, but we still have one more. It's going to be QoR going up against Oxygen after the break.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America Mid-Season Cup. We have one team making their way onto the semifinals, MXS taking that win. Time to find out who they're going to be facing off against, as we have Oxygen going up against QoR next. When we're looking back at these teams, Jen, I mean, this one's going to be a lot of fun because both of these teams definitely shown they have what it takes to win. And when we're looking at these teams, this is something we're a little bit more familiar with since I believe no changes since we last seen them.
Yeah, and I casted QoR yesterday and I just saw how hungry they were for wins, but especially for this rematch in particular. This is how they concluded their regular season, with QoR having a huge upset over Oxygen, who Oxygen were the big favorites in their group. They were highest in the standings. QoR were in the middle of the pack, and this went all the way to the game decider 3. And it was just cool to see QoR step up, and Oxygen, you know, who has been such a problematic team against the top dogs in the rest of the region, but somehow still struggle against QoR.
Yeah, I mean, this is an Oxygen team. I mean, we were talking about Moist earlier. Another team, Oxygen, who really grinded it out in the offseason. They got their roster together early. They locked in their pieces. They had everything fleshed out. And they started getting these online and LAN experiences. You know, they went to the For Those Who Dare, the Tarek Invitational, the Sean Garris event, and they won all 3, right? And these guys were on a tear. They look like the heavy favorites coming into this season, especially in their group. And then they seemed to stumble a little bit. You know, early loss early on to Moist, who finally were able to overtake them after their roster change right before that. And then, you know, good couple wins, Thinking Men, Fluffy Gamers, and YFP, but then matched up against QoR, the team they're playing tonight, at the end of the season, and got taken down 2-1. And it's something where, you know, Oxygen just looked a little out of their element. For some reason, they looked a little uncoordinated. Some really underwhelming individual performances, such as Mitch only getting 4 kills on Ascent. So it'll be interesting to see this matchup. Is this an Oxygen who may have met their match in the form of T-Dog's QoR, or is this something where they're going to take that to the chin, hit the drawing board, figure out what went wrong, and come back with a vengeance for this matchup here?
Especially since for Oxygen, this is an Oxygen that we haven't seen since week 5, whereas for QoR, I mean, they didn't get the buys. So, Jen, we did get to see them yesterday, and hey, it was another series that we got to see go out, but there was definitely some pop-off moments, some pop-off players. I want to dive a little bit deeper into that.
Yes, Zeldris was the Jet player to watch yesterday. Holy cow, did he just wreck them. 23 kills on Ascent, 30 kills on Breeze, and this just went the distance against Dobros. Zeldris was the guy to highlight even before this series started, because he has been the duelist to watch, and he's really carried them to a lot of first kills, but mainly just these site entries, just so QoR can actually find their footing on offense, because that's where they really thrive and where Oxygen have struggled to take them down at.
What Zeldris has been able to do with this team throughout the split has been great. Even looking back at the past performance where they did get the upset over Oxygen, Zeldris in the final 2 maps really putting on a clinic. So to be able to see that in yesterday's match, to be kicking things off, Psycho, has me really excited for not just today's series, but even just Zeldris' future in general. Very bright.
Zeldris is just one of these guys who is a young kid. He's extremely aggressive, and he seems to have no fear. Reminds me a lot of Zekin from XZ and Sentinels. Just this guy who's not afraid to take these fights. He knows he's going to aim better than you. He knows he's going to win the fight. He doesn't care what his HP bar is, what kind of utility he has left. He's going to swing you, and he's going to win. And this is something where, you know, a lot of these players can get in trouble, they can overextend, but with this team, they seem to know how to support him. T-Dog is really enabling him in the system and putting a lot of pieces and strategies around him to support him and have him be tradable, right? And we saw what kind of damage he can do when he's supported by these teammates.
And the fact that QoR is able to support him so well, I mean, you can see some teams kind of fall apart with these aggressive duelists not being able to quite back them up. But Zeldris being supported in such a great way. No wonder this was from yesterday's series just alone, Jen, but no wonder that Zeldris is being able to put up the performances he's had.
Yeah, like the KDA is something easy to look at, but the first blood percentage is something to appreciate with Zeldris. And just to kind of reiterate what Psycho has said, is very aggressive. He's the one going forward, clearing things. Sometimes, you know, you live and die by the Zeldris, though. He can be the one who opens up a play and goes for those big plays because he thinks he's confident, sometimes he's overconfident, sometimes he overcooks and can be that first death. So watch out for how Zeldris kind of adjusts that pace and finds that middle ground. And if he is against a better team, how he can be supported, because sometimes he likes to clear things solo as well, because that's just the type of duelist he is. And he had just a crazy Jet show match against Zachary yesterday where they went toe-to-toe. But Zeldris has even tougher competition today.
Well, 100%, because despite how the final standings ended up going down for stage 1, especially when we're looking on the end of Oxygen, this was a team since the beginning that has been talked about a lot, Psycho. Going back to even just the off-season, what they've been able to put together, and some of the performances that they had. A little stumble at the end, I don't think discount what they've been able to show us so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big names on this roster. You know, Dapper, who had so much success back in Sentinels and even did some damage last year with his fellow past teammate Shazam on G2. I mean, this is a guy who's been a stalwart of this Sentinel role. Like he knows the ins and outs of this role, and especially with the Cypher buff, it's behooved him quite a bit. So, you know, a lot of experience there. Scuba, someone who's been on the come up and talked very highly of by his peers, you know, going way back. And even Mitch on the original Cloud9 roster with tons of experience. And then you have these two young kids, right? Redux on the Jet, absolute monster, someone who himself has been talked about as an up-and-comer for quite a while, but finally spreading his wings. And then Verno is the one who's shocked me the most this year. I mean, as far as initiators go, there's not a lot who really stand out and become superstars overnight, but this Verno guy, man, he is aggressive. He knows how to get these frags. He's someone who will win fights more often than he will lose them, and that's something you need, cleaning up your rounds in the clutch situations.
So when we have a team as well, going back to this, you're talking about all these pieces and why each of these players to be watching out for. We're seeing here, and this was from week 5, Jen, that this was a team that was dismantled by QoR. Does 2-1 victory. We did see a series that went all the way, but this was definitely, when we got to week 5, an upset that not really many people had on their bingo card.
Yeah, like QoR are on a 4-match win streak also after having a wobbly week 1 and 2, and you thought Oxygen were going to be the ones to cut them at the heels at the end of the regular season, but this was such a close series, 13-8, 13-10. Like, you really couldn't tell who was going to come out on this. Oxygen, I think, really struggled on the post plants. Just thinking about Lotus, since that's going to be our first map. Just Seaside was a struggle on the post plant, not reacting well to QoR's floods. They got multi-killed by lurks, and they were sometimes Oxygen playing out of sight while having the spike smoked off and diffused in front of them. Oxygen looked cleaner on defense, and that was much more back and forth. But at that point, they just really couldn't shut down QoR, and it ended up being really scrappy on Lotus. And so having a similar map set into this series, you're hoping that Oxygen are kind of gonna react better and at least have the plan downloaded out of QoR.
We've had a little bit of a break since then, so Oxygen, what they've been able to kind of cook up since then, reviewing back on the match after that sort of loss. I'd love to see what changes going on into this series. And with the map picks and bans, that'll be our first look at what's going to be different this time around. Though the first look is that we're doing a run back of our first 2 maps here, Psycho. It's Lotus and Sunset, but Icebox will be the change. Oxygen banned it last time, but they're going to ban where they took that loss the last time around.
Yeah, I mean, I like this from Oxygen. You know, they said, look, you know, we got beat out, we got edged out here, but we're still going to lean into the Sunset pick where we actually took you guys out, and, you know, letting it go down to Icebox, a little bit of a different spice there at the end. But, you know, I think that the onus is going to be on them to try and close it out 2-0 with this initial Lotus win, right? If they can take out Lotus and cut them at the knees here, then going into Sunset, it should be smooth sailing for Oxygen.
And I'm looking forward to the trap plays out of QoR. I really enjoyed what they did on Sunset. Really, I know we were hyping up Zeldris, but I think Nerve is also one of the best players on this QoR team, just in terms of mechanics, but also the fight planning around his paranoias. And you saw Oxygen on Sunset start to be able to adapt and react and punish QoR on these setups that they kept being successful on. So Oxygen were countering eventually, but then it really just came down to gunplay and Oxygen not having these crazy standout performances. It would come down to 2v2s, 1v1s, and Oxygen scraping by rounds just based off of the first bloods that they have. So you're hoping Oxygen can have a more a standout, a mechanical performance, so that it doesn't come down to these very stressful decision-making last-minute calls.
What I'm looking for in this series as well is right away for these duelists, these raises on each end, these young stars to be able to pop off. Because last time the Lotus was a little bit of a slow start for both of our raises, being, of course, Zeldris and Redux. So I'm curious if one of them starts to get a lead over to kick things off, Psycho, if all of a sudden things can kind of be really heavily swung from where we saw this go down last time.
Yeah, I agree. Redux in particular really struggled on Lotus in their last matchup against QoR. I mean, only putting up 12 kills. I mean, it's a tough mountain to climb. You know, when your main climber, your steam engine in the back isn't getting it done right, and it's a tough job for a young kid. But Redux has got a lot of experience at this point. I mean, he should be the more experienced out of the two duelists, and this is an opportunity for him to really step up for his team here on Lotus.
All right, well, it's time to head over to our agent select here for our first map of Lotus. Start getting underway with the series. Since they did play on this quite recently, curious with the agent select what we'll see, but that is going to be a big change coming out from Oxygen. Skua is going for the Clove here, Psycho.
Wow, I freaking love this, man. I've been waiting to see a Clove matchup on the desk for a long time, and you know, Scuba's the guy to do it, man. I mean, this guy, his aim is phenomenal, and really Clove is, you know, you're losing a little bit of your utility belt as a controller for your team, but you're making up for it as long as you can hit your shots. It's kind of a similar trade-off when you're putting your duelist on Reyna, right? She could be an absolute menace if you're on. If you're off, she can be an absolute liability, and I see a lot of that in Clove. But Scuba's the guy to make it happen. Excited to see how that might play out here.
I was just about to say I'm so excited for the Scuba Nerve Omen matchup because they were top fragging on Lotus and they were making the big plays, and I had just finished saying the Oxygen struggle in the post plants. Well, guess what? Clove may just help because you can play smokes while you're dead, so now you don't have to worry about if you die on post play, you can still be involved. So this will be my first time watching some Clove and pro play here, especially a challenger, so let's get it.
I love this. QoR sticking to the same old Oxygen, changing up everything, and I cannot wait to get started. I want to know what the casters think ahead of this first match. So time to head back over to Gompers and Wyatt.
I have a lot of mixed emotions.
Yeah, me personally,
and I'll be honest.
I expected it. Definitely
Did you actually?
Knew that was coming.
I didn't even know what I was supposed to be expecting. I didn't think it was Clove. I didn't think we were at that point yet.
Yeah, no, that is crazy, and I'm really excited to watch this match. We have QoR playing the same thing that they did against Oxygen when they beat them last time, with T-Dog playing the Sova, which is not a common pick on this map. Definitely not a huge fan of it myself, but credit to him. He made it work last time with his own unique take on it and play style, which I appreciate. QoR as well, bringing something unique and their own play style to this with the Clove and with the Gecko Breach as well. I'm interested to see how this whole operation is going to work. They're stacked up outside of A right now to fight for early control towards Rubble, an aspect of Lotus that we're going to see a whole lot.
Yeah, already nade being set out. So with Clove being the controller now, I'm kind of curious to see how Oxygen are going to use these moments to give themselves some sort of advantage. So already dissipating there, not knowing that there's so much util just waiting around the corner.
They really dumped a lot of util early to get this space over on A. Cutting noise now. Well, Dapper watches the flank, pressure towards door. This is so awkward for Zeldris. Ends up running into all of the players, and Redux wins the duel on his Ziff as well. T-Dog backside with a lot of pressure on him.
Already so much going, already popping up behind though with Scuba. Looking for more intel going up top. Nerve peeking around the corner. Seems as though might not be able to make any workaround for that Nerve. Trying to create some sort of pushback, but a 1v2 scenario.
Has the paranoia at least.
Oh, he's gonna use it. Oh my gosh, with the timing. They're just playing with their feelings at this point. The smoke, the only thing that might just be able to keep this game alive.
Y'all want to stop this? Anybody? Okay. Oh my god. Getting worrisome for a second there that they weren't going to be able to get that kill, but Oxygen run away with the pistol round, catching Zeldris, the far and away star player for the QoR team, really off guard door. Was trying to make a play happen, did not expect to run into 3. Almost caught that timing, but well handled from Oxygen. They get the early advantage here. A couple sheriffs in the hands of QoR, trying to see if they can upset one of the heavy favorites going into this season, but a team that I don't think really lived up to their expectations in the regular season, taking 2 losses.
Slow workaround, moving up towards C though. And nobody's there. So even with all this util, it's just been thrown out in the open for a retake possibility for QoR. And yeah, they're gonna hear just now. And that rotation's gonna come in quick.
Yeah, just going for the straight up gamble here. And now just gonna make their way to try and do some damage. And this QoR team for me, given they beat Oxygen at the end of the season, was definitely having some raised expectations for them going into the mid-season playoffs. They were able to get that first 2-1 win yesterday against the team formerly known as the Glazers. But it was pretty close. That time just gonna expire on the spike.
Spraying it down. Not able to find much. QoR did a good job though at, I mean, kind of eliminating the majority off of Oxygen at that. But overall, definitely, yeah, a lot more to fight for.
Crucially able to recover that rifle at the very last second. So they're gonna have a strong buy here on their bonus round. 4 rifles, 1 stinger for Redux, but don't really think he cares too much about that. Probably just gonna try to double blast back right into someone's face on this B site here. Looks like there's gonna be a fast hit. Smokes down for Heaven and Main. So the rest of QoR there, or rather, not the rest of, the entirety of QoR are over towards the A side.
They're continuing to push forward. The B site completely taken up by the side of Oxygen. And a slow workaround from Ziff, but Ziff, even then, okay, finds a perfect shot off of Redux and does back off. So there is a lot of discipline when it comes down to this play, but they know exactly where the wraparound's gonna happen. Even then, Dapper, beautiful shots coming down towards doors. You know, Scuba trying to fight off Ziff, but Ziff absolutely tremendous with the shots. But even then, both players still needing to try to find something else. And regardless, super, super low on Ziff to try to fight this out. Yeah, Vern was gonna be the one to pick the fight up. Maybe clean things off. Oxygen not suffering too much in a round like this one. I mean, they're pretty well positioned for the post plan, and especially taking out Nerve. That 3-0 goes perfectly in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Nerve's on QoR, but it's Oxygen that we're getting super active in the post plan there on B.
This goes here.
Oh, pushing all the way down into Waterfall, just trying to chase this kill. They get so much space. And that's really, obviously, that spray down from Dapper is just going to be the round-winning play there at the end of things.
Yes, this should do.
Huge snowball already. And when you have that Gecko, you're just the orb harvester. Already has the Thrash online because of all those plants.
Oh, the silence. Keeping themselves slightly distanced away. But also super, super quiet. And I guess here might be the reason why not having the Killjoy on the A site might be detrimental. But even then, a great hold off with the Pain Shell alone. So they did manage to push back, although unfortunately enough, Treat completely left for the taking.
Redux one off getting that showstopper online as well.
Big decision making. Dude, Zeldris is just trying to avoid dying, jumping every single angle that they can. But even now, just looking for a victory coming through. QoR are not going to have it. Scuba luckily getting away, and man, I mean, having Cloven put into the game is so far been looking absolutely amazing.
Scuba's been playing super aggro. A player that, frankly, in my mind, should have been on a tier 1 team at some point in his career by now. Has been mega consistent for years. A great fragging controller, always has been. Right now, though, Oxygen, they look like they're playing with a vengeance. They are making no mistakes, and every little piece of utility that they can expend is being used. Like that flash satchel play for Redux just to get into pit and get a kill was just evidence of how solid they are right now and how focused up that they are.
They're just waiting. Watching like a hawk with a yacht. I guess, again, the big thing about having that fault line, come through, just leaves Zeldris pushed back, and this is perfect. They don't even know the off is there, but even then, they've done a tremendous job at just keeping themselves alive for the time being.
Yeah, a couple tags there from T-Dog's ultimate. It's a little bit of info. Redux getting the space on C. The rest of the team trying to follow up on that. A little bit trailing behind, but with the smokes down, they should be able to get this plant set up for post. Thrash coming in as well to push deep into halls.
Just continuing along, but Zeldris holding things down with the yacht. Looking to make a shot happen. Doesn't seem like it will, though. Fault line set down, and Zeldris within the smoke, helping and assisting with the defense. QoR finally having the chance to put themselves back up on the board. How long is that going to last them, especially now with the defusal coming through? Mid just making the work happen, and the shots are fired. 1v2 scenario where the advantage was put down onto QoR, and it seems like maybe not anymore. Oxygen have won themselves another round.
Tapper finds a really good late flank timing as well. Worked his way through B, through Waterfall. Had a nice angle on the spike. Oxygen are on fire right now. This is the team that you expect to see when you read the name Oxygen on the match card. This is the team that you expected to be a top contender to make it into the Partnership League this year. They were so dominant in the offseason, beating partnership teams, consistently beating the other top challengers teams, winning those, secondary tournaments. And then during this season, it was all right. They had a couple dominant games, but they lost to MXS week 1. They lose to QoR week 5, where, frankly, they were not looking anything like the Oxygen that we know. But they are looking right back into tip-top shape. And so far, the Clove has been pretty fun to watch, and I think the Clove has the whatever it's called. I'm not dead yet, or whatever the ult is called. I forget. Listen, when you see a Clove for the first time, I have no. Do you know what the ability names are? Because I think it's I'm not dead yet. I think that's the ult. I remember this happened like the first time.
It is not dead yet.
Deadlock as well. What the hell are these goddamn abilities called? Who sees a deadlock?
They get longer and longer with every release. The names, but oh my gosh, the crouch walking. It has me on a chokehold. I'm just waiting for Zeldris to peek the angle, but nobody's there, so they're pretty safe.
You'll be waiting a long time.
Yeah,
no one's going there.
They are safe for now.
Just a pure contact into B that is going to result in an absolutely free sight. Most of the time, when the defenders are on eco, not usually a lot of emphasis towards B. Usually going to be stacked up on one of the extremity sites. It's almost a great first kill. Things getting really scary. That's 2 rifles down. And they're going to be able to recover them as well, given the positioning of Oxygen being so heaven favored.
Gun here.
Texas trying to make magic happen, honestly, and that they will do. But TP within the smoke. They've heard the noise. For those of you who don't know, Redux is young, a very, very young player with absolutely incredible cracked aim, and I guess it makes sense as to why.
And
but man,
yeah, that is also the Redux that partnership teams are looking at and wanting to sign.
Yep.
That in pretty shocking fashion was duelist diffed by Zeldris in that week 5 when QoR got the win over Oxygen. Zeldris was going insane in that series, and Redux just couldn't catch up, which was really shocking. And Zeldris has definitely had a breakout season, but you really expect Redux to be, you know, one of those top-tier duelists that we have in Challengers. I mean, he's proved that he is.
Redux. Wow. One out. An incredible 1v1 against Gnarly, but Sif is still watching.
I know exactly.
I mean, some sort of refrag potential coming through there, but Rolling Thunder moved past it. They did see Nerve, so Scuba's lucky enough to be able to find one.
One enemy remaining.
And they do get away in time. So regardless, it kind of feels, it has like a Reyna feel to it. You know, when you're watching the, like a Reyna Omen, such a weird agent.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. He gets that kill and is able to just heal up, get the, you know, pseudo stimmy boost from a Brim where you're just running around all fast. The Clove is looking pretty sick so far, but frankly, all of Oxygen are hitting right now. They are not playing around right now in their mid-season playoffs debut game. Keep in mind, this is QoR's map pick too. And what I really liked about Oxygen there on that site exec is that second layer of util that came in. There was the initial entry from Redux, double satcheling, getting some space, and then once it felt like QoR were going to contest, that Rolling Thunder comes in next, catches the player in halls, catches Nerve here, who's forced into an awkward spot, gives Scuba such an easy duel to take, a simple kill to find. And again, for what feels like the 20th time already, QoR's economy is flattened.
This is pretty difficult to come back with, especially now Scuba has the ultimate, not dead yet. So when that gets pulled through, potential to bring this back. Or I guess if Oxygen are ever put in an uncomfortable position, they can honestly redeem themselves here. It seems like pushed back far enough to the point where they're not giving themselves away too much.
Yeah, definitely some aggro options with the Clove ultimate. Can just run it down into the site, try and take a duel, get some info. Kind of like how you would with a Phoenix ultimate, frankly, and then bring yourself back to life and go run it down again and try to find that kill. Redux is in super deep with double satchel here, getting space on B. Gonna be a full retake situation.
Oh. And a great spray transfer already picked up and a headshot at that. Dude, they put the perfect player on this agent too. And it's crazy. Like Scuba top fragging and honestly just feeling so good with everything that's been given to them so far. I mean, wide swings, peeking forward. They're able to isolate every single fight that just leads to this. And now it's Mitch finding another. It's amazing for a team like Oxygen to pull through with these numbers right now.
As if relegated to a save. I mean, you're absolutely right. Scuba is the man to put on Clove for sure. Has always been such a crisp aimer. Back even playing 4 Knights on the Omen role or Astra. Have so many maps that I remember watching where he was able to just top frag, carry the team. Super talented, so I really do like this experiment. This is the first time that I've seen a Clove in a pro game, and right now it is working out nicely. 9-2, topping the scoreboard. My man Dapper hasn't died yet. How is that even? How does that happen? We're 8 rounds in.
7 kills.
Just infinite KD.
Oh my gosh. Dude, they're just on a roll, honestly. And I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. I think their ultimates definitely outweigh... overall, I would say, like, just the importance of them. And I guess what they can do overweighs what QoR has left in their pockets right now, but still so many players left over on A. And of course, the Hunter's Fury trying to do some sort of damage or even then just pushback, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that. Can't seem to find anybody. And again, Scuba still left alive. Let's not forget the ultimate is there, and they have brought themselves back to life. Potential to keep themselves in the game. High Oxygen are just not ready to go, and it's up to Scuba to try to get some sort of flank potential down, but they get taken out, and QoR have found themselves that first round to put on the board. If they can take out Dapper at this point, they know exactly where they are.
Does Dapper just run away to keep 0 deaths? Or does he go for it? Or does he win and keep 0 deaths? I guess that's possible too.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds is more than enough time. Did you try to push yourself to fight a 1v3? Is it really though? They're all kind of corner themselves onto site. The contact hold is immense, and yeah, first round on the board for QoR.
A good try. Also a situation where I want to say for the first time, maybe I just didn't notice it before, but Clove post-mortem smoke becomes very relevant. Able to isolate, I believe that was Nerve in the smoke, and then try and just bait out one of the other 1v1s. Take away one of those angles. It's definitely one of the major upsides of having a Clove as your controller agent. Having access to the smokes post-death is pretty sick.
Turret out.
They've been just heavily relying on the util alone to keep the A site. But yeah, Sif hears the noise, and you can already see T-Dog trying to respond. Push themselves into the action there.
Not actually pushing into tree, getting control, but QoR don't know as much. They could be in there, and now pressure coming through baby door as well. Dapper trying to take a fight in main. This is getting awkward for Oxygen. So now caught in a situation of no matter which site they hit, they're going to be walking into a crossfire setup.
Oh, and that's perfectly placed. Eldris, dude, had such a good position, but still tons of damage made. Tons of util put into the mid-side hole, but the flank is huge. I mean, Verno kind of catches on to it. There's 2 players there. Mage is going to use an aftershock to try to push this back, but it doesn't seem like it's going to work regardless. Nerve now waiting for their team to give into the sandwich so that they could preoccupy some of the space there, but it's taking too long, and there's too much pressure just being applied onto site, especially with Scuba coming around in the flank. It's nothing that you can do. Oxygen on a roll here.
That was a great late flank from Scuba there, but gotta talk about the entries. I mean, that util dump was so good. The Dizzy coming in over top with the breach flash, it just kind of separated that player in heaven just a bit right there in that moment, which allowed a clean fight on that player in sight, and then their focus could go back towards heaven on the reswing. Really well executed, especially for, you know, given how awkward that situation was for Oxygen, with 2 players set up on B to fight them, 2 players set up on A to fight them. I mean, you said it, they're on a roll right now.
All they have to do is work up onto site, but they have smoked off 50% of it. Honestly, kind of creating a pathway for Redux to have to clear now, making it 10 times harder. How well is that going to work out, though? Especially now up top, Mitch finding one of their own. But it's T-Dog down. They have absolutely no information to play into this round other than Scuba getting shots through the smoke. And somehow still keeping this team alive. Dude, Oxygen are just like not playing around when it comes down to this map.
QoR have had so many bad buy rounds that have allowed this massive snowball for Oxygen. Finally, for the last one, they're going to be able to get a full buy here. But at this point, it is too little too late. And I almost wonder there if Tito got caught out because you never play against a Clove and the smoke timing is a little different. Thought he had that extra 1 second to fire the dart and then back off. I mean, probably not, but listen, it's possible because the Clove smokes are just a little bit shorter than everyone else. or you know, Omen at least, which is typically on this map.
Yeah. Dude, there's... Oh my gosh. And this is a strat. Like, I like it.
I mean, the damage, guys, get out of the way. God damn, they're still trying to walk up. All those players are so weak.
Dude, they're
so, my brother, we are just going. I mean, listen, when they're down 10-1, I get it. You're taking risks, you're sending it, but
there's so many other ways. There's so many. There's another path. There's another path.
Well, there's 4 Odins, excuse me, spamming. It's somewhat dangerous. Mild amounts of danger.
Oh my gosh. I honestly give them so much respect for pushing through. Honestly, they've only lost 1, and I'm still, like, it's crazy how that works out, but now they might just be able to keep the defense. I think T-Dog's in a great position. I was just about to say, they're in such a good position, but they just flashed themselves out. Oh my gosh, dude, the util that Oxygen have just been putting out, it feels like there's nothing that you can do.
It's really overwhelming, especially compared to the utility that QoR have. Their one initiator is the Sova. They have no flashes to try and burst back into areas, which makes it really tough. I mean, you know, they have just the paranoia for that, but it makes it so tough. And the crossfires are just perfect.
Switching sides.
It's just so hard. Like, I think because Scuba's playing like they're playing Reyna, and then you got Redux who just like literally will not let anybody slide. And then Mitch and Bruno are just wreaking havoc on the sites. Like, there's not a lot that you can do.
Last time these teams played, Mitch had a really tough series as well. I think overall was like around -25 over the 3 maps.
Oh, this is a nice
but right now is playing extremely well on the breach, finding good kills late round, and also just the utility that's been a part of the execs has been really crucial. We'll see if QoR can give us a fake comeback because ain't no way. there's no way they win this game, surely.
Dude, the door opening just gives me so much anxiety. I can't even imagine what it's like. And they're just playing around with it like it's a game, going back and forth, trying to see what they can do on the pistol round. But now, especially working themselves the extra mile to try to get on site.
It was
It seems like everybody rotating with them. Yeah.
Yeah, because of that re-clear on C, they've stacked up here on in time.
Okay, Aftershock still readily available. I mean, there it goes. Dapper is able to take one off Snarly. Everybody else looking to make something happen. Paranoia set down, and that does give some leeway to move on to the site, but T-Dog with a 2K. Looking tremendous so far, but you still got Scuba, Verno, and Redux left alive. I don't even, like, picking off the fights one by one. The isolation, great there, but then again, they do have to get that defusal. I don't think it's going to be easy, especially with the amount of space that has not been taken up yet. And now especially a 1v3 scenario that Verno has to figure out a way to clutch that. Honestly, just feels impossible at this point with the time. But yeah, second round on the board for QoR. Exactly what they needed to keep that momentum going.
Verno gets at least one more just to inch a bit closer to the Thrash. Clinical shots from T-Dog, though, stepping up for them on that pistol round. On that unorthodox Sova pick. Oxygen just really not having the spacing to be able to trade on a T-Dog cleanly. So he's just able to take a couple honest duels that he wins out. Verno's going to buy up a Sheriff here, but actually Scuba will as well. Classics for the rest of them, though.
Revealing area. Found them.
Gotten a reveal. So much util I mean, not really necessarily a lot, but some expended over towards C side. Where Oxygen are just honestly chilling. Like 11-2. They're pretty comfortable where they're at right now. I don't feel as though there is a lot to worry about. Just looking for some sort of starting pick to get things rolling.
They've rotated pretty fast to A again. There's a commitment from QoR. They're stacked up to fight, but QoR doing the correct thing, making some noise, pulling off. They got space elsewhere on the map. And now they're going to be able to get the C site for free. Just a good job working around and making sure that they get to an open site here.
Revealing area. Right here.
Trying to find the space over towards C, and that they will. And this is great. They have so much time to set up. I mean, if anything, they should be feeling pretty perfect regardless, especially with the weapons that they have in their arsenal. But I think Mitch has a pretty good opportunity to give something away here, especially with the amount of util that they just have pocketed.
Yeah, Oxygen, you know, they're just going to take what they can get, see if they can't farm a couple kills here, get a couple more orbs. They've already been trying to claim a couple of those when they can. And Ziff, you're about to get ran over. I hate to say it.
That they will. That they did. And so did everybody else. But yeah, not too worried about that round.
Now we're going to get the buy now from Oxygen. T-Dog has the spike on him right now and is 2 orbs away from getting the Hunter's Fury ready to go in this round to perhaps build a crumb of momentum here for QoR. We're still at a dreadfully hopeless scoreline at the moment. We are far away from becoming believers in this game.
One of these.
Oh, huge setup though. Info gather, eh? They still prioritize B. Then again, some Cypher util preoccupying that space. They do manage to catch it out there with the drone alone, but so many players already redirecting themselves in a 1v1. Snarly just looking for somebody to take out. Doesn't seem like it's going to work. They've already lost their Sov off of QoR, though.
Yeah, somehow went down to an aftershock, almost lining up there. A couple players. Nice supporting flash for Verno. Yeah, either going to need some help or going to need to get out. And the second is the option that he chose. Going to play it just a little bit safer.
Feeling confident walking up, down, and C. But the cam placement, I feel, is just going to give this away so quickly. Hope they're not going to repetitively watch that, and they definitely heard it. Huge takeaway. So now, yeah, they have to force a rotation at this point. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Scuba does have one smoke for this. Mitch has a fault line. Oh, but a great first kill from Snarly. I mean, the other thing working in their favor is that Zeldris and Nerve are quite low on HP. But Dapper trying to get cheeky and find that early little pick may have just thrown them off from their ability to retake here. They're going to try.
Zeldris on standby. Oh, this is so perfect. But they'd hit that shot, might have just been able to take out Verno as well. They do find some sort of corner to back off, but Oxygen struggling just a little bit on the defense, which could bite them back, especially as we reach into that 5th round for QoR.
Relegated to the eco now, our Oxygen. Still not a believer. we need more than this to become believers. But at the moment, QoR are taking advantage of the fact that Oxygen are really heavy rotating towards A and leaving that C site exposed. That's the second time they were able to do so. In a row, in fact.
They've placed wall, but this is such a good read off QoR. If they find out A is clear, this could pretty much be their round, but Scuba's looking to give some smokes away, especially with noise being made over towards A.
playing it silent for the most part. Except for those stray bullets. Nice crouch peek from Snarly. Redux not ready for that. Crosshair trained a little bit high. And didn't even get a shot off. Great reaction time.
Dude, an Oxygen just...
Scanning ahead.
I mean, at least fighting for some sort of rifle. Scuba definitely the best bet when it comes down to who's going to be able to use that, but not a lot of util to put into this round. If anything, Wingman definitely a possibility to try to get the defusal down, maybe giving Vernal some space there, but still isn't able to pick anything up. And we've seen this positioning before. Ziff in such a good, such a good angle to make sure Bruno do anything about it, but the Wingman set up. And of course, 2 players still left alive. Dapper. Yeah, no reason for them to put their all into this round, especially with the circumstances, but not going to keep the rifle. I guess also having enough for the next round, just trying to take away from this team, which is exactly what they will do.
At least getting a few for the scoreboard. Won't really matter too much for the economy, though, at all, because even if they win this round, QoR will be able to buy up in the next. I'm not sure if that's what got his ultimate online. If it was, though, that's pretty helpful. Yeah, it was actually. Getting these last couple kills did get him stocked up in enough orbs to get the ultimate available here. Timeout going to be called for Oxygen. They just want to close this thing out now and not waste any more time on Lotus when they've given themselves such a crazy lead.
I thought Verno was drinking a whole... Is that a whole... What is it, like a pint?
He's got the pint of Mountain Dew or something. Oh my god, he's chugging away.
Some freaking way, I guess.
Juice. He's going.
Dude, he's not stopped.
Oh my god, bro.
Jeez.
The hydration station is.
I don't blame him. Honestly, if they start winning, I'm gonna say it's that. Like, I think he was just thirsty. I think they win now.
If we get a tech pause, it's definitely because he sprinted to the bathroom. God damn.
This goes here.
All right, Dapper's gonna set up on C with the trips.
There.
Oxygen gonna early fight on A. They've got that nade for back rubble, expecting the TP across or the satchel across, but it's not gonna come.
Oh my goodness. Looking to turn things around. I am afraid because Redux is just hating that by themselves. I mean, Mitch kind of was prepped up to help out, but there really wasn't any refrag potential in case something did go wrong. Are going to back off though. Oxygen keeping themselves safe for now.
Nowhere to run!
Really, Hunter's Fury gonna come out here. But just actually out of range, Redux there way deep onto the A site, so no value gonna be found.
Oh man, and they waited so long.
Yeah, they did. Noise and tree. Oxygen are happy again to really rotate heavily towards A when noise is made here, though this time they have left Dapper on C, where he still has one trip available to play off of. Good re-clear.
Man, at the end of the day, Zeldris definitely was that, like, convincing factor. Hey, they might push A, but regardless, they still did lose one. So now you kind of gotta sort out your losses and see what you can do next. Already a back off from Snarly, though, especially as majority of Oxygen trying to find themselves over towards B. They know they're close. All they have to do is work for it. 22 seconds left until that recon dart comes back, and not to mention Clove now. They're on their way to the right-hand side. Left-hand side coming down towards B, but of course that first one being taken down, and Wingman giving false hope that somebody was stunned, and leading to the amount of people getting taken down off of Oxygen. So now they just have to try to reconvene and find themselves some space. Scuba doing a great job at giving themselves a reposition. But the util too much. And 6 seconds left until the smoke can even be placed, and even then it's just way too long of a chance there. Yeah, Jiggle peek in, and it's Ziff to make sure QoR are not going to be put down into that match point.
Yeah, unwinnable there for Scuba. And that post-plant retake got really awkward for Oxygen. Frankly, it was kind of lucky that Mitch even got that first one. He was swinging out alone. The other two had other ideas of what they wanted to do in that situation. But still, 3 players funneled up in heaven. It's going to be so hard to actually get out of that door, and that was the case. They just got bogged down in that choke. Oxygen have enough cash for the buy, and at this point, they've got a few ultimates just from build up over the round losses, getting kills. So you have to think that they can close this game out with a big all-round.
If anything, now has to be the time to do something about it, too. They have so many ultimates left on the board as well to just give them this round. So there aren't any excuses. Biggest counter, I guess, could be Snarly taking up some of that space with the Viper Spit, but not even close. I mean, to the setup that they're about to push for. Over on C, so much damage made, and Scuba's just watching as Eldris goes down.
No other players from QoR able to get in off that. And it looks like Oxygen may finally be able to get a defensive round on the board, an inch closer to closing this out. Not a whole lot of map control here for QoR. They've at least worked up towards C. Ziff is just trying to poke and prod in, trying to take a duel to even things up.
Oh. Scuba has nothing.
30 seconds left.
At that point, Ziff has tried to take up space, and now finally the Viper's Pit makes its way down, but 25 seconds left, and the A site cleared up to a T for the side of QoR. This fake is huge.
QoR have done a really good job at manipulating the defensive rotates. Several rounds now, they've been able to get into a site that is completely unguarded.
Now they're looking for some sort of recollection. And it could be easy. Scuba, again, does have the resurrection, the not dead yet, so could it come out? Potentially, yes. I think here they might not even need it. This Redux definitely knowing where these players are hiding as they hid there before, and now the ultimate comes down, and they finalize their victory down into that match point. Ziff is still fighting for their lives, though. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Time is of the essence, and it's Redux to take things down to that match point.
Oxygen not playing games there, going swiftly, using their ultimates to close this out. And wow, surprisingly, I didn't even notice because they had won so many rounds.
Yeah.
But QoR's economy is actually pretty boomed. They're going to have a tough buy on what might be their last round of the game. I love the pace here from Oxygen. As soon as they get that kill onto Nerve, they really burst back into the site effectively with those satchels, with the showstopper, quickly with the thrash to get into tree. Nicely coordinated.
They haven't put an aggressive approach into their gameplay on the defense yet, which is interesting because they've lost so many times trying to get that retake in. I guess now just getting more used to it.
Redux has only got a judge on this round, posted up towards B main. Mitch one away from the Rolling Thunder, could be pivotal here. Just ready with that aftershock in case the door gets opened.
Takes 1 second to start a mountain of action that's already taken place, and now honestly they just need to keep spraying, and it's game over. Oxygen close things out with a spectacular 13-6, and man, it feels good.
That was clinical in the last round from Oxygen. Verno just backing up and throwing all of his util. Oh, and he's gone because my man definitely sprinted to the bathroom after that game, and the amount he was chugging. He was literally gone on his camera. We know what's up. But
dude,
that was such great last round. He just backed up, threw all of his utility out, instant swings from Mitch and Dapper off the Dizzy. That was super nice from those three anchoring down that site. But again, it's just like the first game. It just comes down to the attack half. One team just owns on attack. The other team, they make a fake comeback on their attack. And then the team that gets a million rounds on attack just end up slowly closing it out. Literally, we've seen this story over and over all day.
It has kind of felt like that, yeah, dude. But oh my gosh, if it just happens the same way where Oxygen just kind of roll with the punches in the first half, I don't even know what I'm gonna be able to say, because I feel like from the beginning we knew what the turnout was gonna be. They just looked so strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to incorporate Clove in their gameplay moving forward.
I hope to see more of it, honestly. It was really fun. It was fun to watch Scuba just run around and take fights and put smokes down after he died.
Scuba was owning, but I know the analyst desk likes to own with their predictions and their analyst ding as well. That was so perfect. I did that amazingly. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Well, it's a big switch up coming out from Oxygen heading into the first map of the series. Really fun agent composition. We get to see them pull it for the first time. And honestly, Jen, worked out so well. That was a very different showing from Oxygen than the last time these two teams met.
Oh my God, like what was that match? Like what was that game? We were teasing that this was gonna be close. We were having like this opposite day where like maybe the Moist Shopify match was not supposed to be close and then it was, and this one was supposed to be close and now it's not. Like Oxygen are on one today, and we were not expecting the Clove, and we're like, it's basically like a duelist in a controller clothing, and well, it's kind of a feast or famine scenario, and we were eating good today. First Clove on mainstream of Challengers absolutely ripped the other team to shreds.
Feasting. Scuba was feasting in the server. As the audience, we were feasting as well. I mean, it's just so much fun to watch this character play. It's such a unique agent with a unique skill set. And like we touched on, you know, if you're on it, you're on it. You're creating a lot of value. If you're not, you could be a little bit of a liability. But Scuba was the least thing, farthest thing from a liability today. Wow. You know, and as we touched on before for the match as well, you know, we needed Redux to step up here for Oxygen and put up a good showing, and he sure did. I mean, look at this highlight here, just absolutely dominating these guys. He had the read, he had the aim, he's shooting bodies, he's feeling confident, man. We'd love to see it from him.
That's the confidence I need coming out from the duelists as well as the team. I feel like it was something that last time we saw Oxygen face off against QoR that we were kind of missing a little bit. So with the opportunity to kind of, all right, what went wrong since the last time that we met, to really fix that, see this team composition, see the players kind of step up, Jen. I was a really big fan of this, especially since this was QoR's map pick as well. And based off of how confident Oxygen looked on it from all aspects of the team, I wouldn't have really guessed it.
Yeah, it was funny because I had talked about Oxygen needing to fix the post-plant situation. They weren't dealing with QoR's aggression and stuff very well in the previous matchup. And then they just forego like all of this utility by going with the Clove and just fragged out. Like out of the 11 rounds, offensive rounds that they won, Oxygen were like already just basically dominating the first half. What, they planted like 3 times. It was just getting first bloods and just beating QoR at their own game, which was that aggression game that felt like they let QoR manipulate in their last matchup. And this was a great showing out of Oxygen. I mean, even without the Clove, I felt like Oxygen just mechanically were way more warmed up right in this game one.
Even too, when you're looking at the initiators here, Psycho, Mitch on the breach, gonna take the MVP slot, by the way, and the breach utility was so nice to see in this, but as well Verno on a agent that he can frag out a little bit more. I feels like this comp was just a lot more curated, where everyone got to see a lot more strengths. Yeah, I mean, you're getting Mitch, one of your more cerebral players on the breach. That's always going to have good results, right? You know, breach, an agent that really enables your stars, enables your fraggers to get the job done. But it's great to see him here and step up and actually frag out on this agent that you don't usually see as more of a frag heavy agent. But he was really, it just goes to show how tight this team is playing and how well-rounded and well drilled and disciplined they are. That Mitch is always in these positions to get these trades on his entry fraggers. I know that we've talked a lot about the Clove, but I want to dive a little bit deeper into this agent and what we got to see coming out of the composition here, because as you said, Jen, this was the first time that we've gotten to see Clove on the mainstream here for Challengers, and this was a treat, honestly. The bright graphics, you always knew when Clove was up to something, and we got so much in this first match. Just the extra health made a world of a difference, whether Scuba could survive longer into the rounds, to just be able to duel if there was someone ready to swing around the corner. It was just cool to see that, and also getting a second chance at life of that ultimate. To, like, if you knew you could get that second kill, if you knew you could get into a safer position, it was cool to see Scuba show us how it was done on Lotus. My question is, are we going to see Scuba stay on the Clove for the next map? Because we were so excited to see the Omen out of them, and going up against Nerve, that was the big matchup of how they were going to set up their teams. But now that QoR have sort of downloaded that this Clove is a problem, how are they going to react to that on Sunset coming up? I don't know if Scuba's going to want to stay on Clove. I don't know if this is going to work for another map. I mean, this might just be one of these situations where you want to ride the hot hand. I don't know if this is part of their gameplay coming in, but you know, if they weren't planning on playing Clove before, this may be something where they're sitting there talking about, hey man, just,
screw the Omen, pick the Clove back up. You were shredding on them. So, Clove really enabling Scuba, who's one of these higher ceiling mechanical players. And as a controller, you have this onus, this responsibility to stay alive. You have to stay alive to support your team, to provide them with smokes for the takes, for the retakes, for the post plants. It's so important. But you're really just kind of unleashed on Clove. You say, hey, screw it. You go take this fight. Go take this swing. You can get some extra life, and even if you die, you can either come back to life, or if you can't come back to life and don't have your ultimate, you can still drop smokes for us and help us out throughout the round.
Whether it is going to the Clove or what Oxygen has coming up for our next map in the series, going over to Sunset, I'm super intrigued because we did have to see a swap up on Lotus, considering that is where Oxygen took the loss the last time around. But when we look at Sunset instead, this one was Oxygen's map pick, and this was a map that Oxygen was able to win here, Jen. It was close, a 13-10 scoreline, but I don't think it's really the pressure on them to change, more so looking at QoR for what they can offer us.
Yeah, I think there's more space on this map to... and there's still some trap plays you can go for. That's why I still think they should go back to the standard Omen to just enable their duelist. And maybe Psycho is right to ride the hot hand of Clove. I don't know. I just don't know if this will work a second time, because of course when you start off at half like 10-1 or something, the other team maybe starts giving up, and it's hard to kind of come back from that scenario. But now that you get to reset your mind and go into Sunset and get a whole long break to talk about the approach to Clove, that I don't think this will be as convincing of a win if it does go Oxygen's way again, but I'm hoping to see the Omen back.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the pre-match chat. If Oxygen can close out map 1 on Lotus and swing it in their favor, it really puts the enemy team on the back foot here, because Sunset last time 13-10 in favor of Oxygen over QoR. So yeah, I mean, if they stick to the plan, they don't have to change anything, right? They should be able to take this map from QoR just as they did the last time.
When we're looking at Oxygen, even if they're not the ones that really necessarily have to change anything, and even if we do want to maybe see Scuba on the Omen, because, that's always good stuff, do we think that maybe we will see a change just from Oxygen trying to stay up and kind of be a step ahead here? Because I don't think Oxygen's ever been slow on that innovating or kind of being ahead of the competition. So, Psycho, do we even just see a change here just to, be ahead of that curve?
I sure hope so. I mean, it could go either way. I mean, maybe they have it in the back pocket, and it could be something that they're saving for later. Maybe they whip it out now. They've obviously been innovating, cooking a little bit, if you will, in the lab, in the kitchen. Creating some of this new meta that we haven't seen before with the Clove. So yeah, I would love to see Scuba pick them back up.
Well, Agent Select ready, so let's see what's on the horizon for us. Hopefully we get just as fun of a map as we did get to see the first time around. Going over to Sunset. Jen, what are your first thoughts?
No Clove, but we get to see T-Dog back again on the Sova. Sometimes they like to rock on the Fade here, but T-Dog, you gotta understand that this is his main. He knows all the lineups, he gets the information, but that's the trade-off with Sova, right? It's not always consistent what you're getting out of the Recon Bolt, and the Hunter's Fury can be hit or miss, but T-Dog is one of the most impactful Sova players that we have in Challengers. But going up against the explosive comp of Oxygen with the KO and the Breach, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, impact is the key word here. I mean, one trick. It's a heavy accusation, right? And it's a hard accusation to shake. But if you're making it happen and you're having as much impact as T-Dog has, while also leading and IGLing your team, it's hard to say that one tricking Sova is a bad decision here, right? It's something that he obviously feels a lot of comfort on, and he's getting this impact, whether it's through the shock darts, whether it's through setting up his team on the takes with his recon, or even the ultimates. He's one of the best at getting those tags on the ultimate ability.
Well, I definitely need to see the impact coming out in this series. Down one map, they have to win this to try and take it to a decider to not get eliminated from the mid-season cup. Let's see if they have what it takes, and head back on over to our casters for Sunset.
Thank you so much, Sierra. We had a banger of a game last game, and we have a possibility for a banger of a game this game. Wyatt, how are you doing?
Great. I mean, I'm interested to see what happens here, because the last time this was also in the series, and it was the map that Oxygen won. It was their pick, and it's their pick again. And I was half expecting them to change something up with the comp, because A decent amount of time has passed. They were just playing the Gecko on the last map, and Gecko is really good on Sunset, but they're running the same thing, as are Core. So, you know, oftentimes in Valorant, there will be a scenario where because a team wins on a map, they don't really think too actively about switching things up, and then the team that lost the first time runs it back and beats them the second time. But in that same vein, there was stuff that Core were doing that were catching out Oxygen, especially around T-Dog's recons and Sova play, that Oxygen were not ready for, that they should be way more ready for this time.
Definitely knowing what this team might want to pull through, but man, already pretty spectacular lineups coming through from Ziv just to catch this team lacking. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Maybe not. They're taking out Mitch, which is going to be detrimental. So suppression not available anymore. Although Verno still being able to keep up just a bit.
His timing with Dapper is so awkward. There was a really good paranoia too, but he wins the fight against T-Dog, who was set up so nicely from Nerve.
They're just waiting. Keeping some silence. Oh, with the timing there, they've taken out Dapper. And at this point, now they know. Okay, well, where the majority is, and Oxygen can try to fight around that, but it doesn't seem like it's going to work out from the side of Core. Yeah, already having that partnership to try to take out the extremities there.
The aggression from Oxygen, just taking it right to them. That's some serious confidence, and it's no shock that they have it, given how map 1 played out, how on fire they are right now.
Gosh. All right. Just do what you do best. And that's frag out, win out the pistol round. Oxygen taking in the first round, which already kind of makes your hands sweat with the what happened last game, I guess you can say.
Definitely. Strong start here for Redux, who so far has been the better duelist today in the matchup against Zeldris. Zeldris, just yesterday, was out of control to get Core the win. And last time against Oxygen was the one who dipped Redux. I mean, long story short, both these guys are really talented, and it just seems to go back and forth depending on the day, who's just a bit more hot on that day.
Satchel out.
Slowly moving forward. And hey, so they've already received early access to information, but I'm all in all not necessarily mattering. There are 2 players with pistols that they can pick off on the side of Oxygen, but yeah, with this flank coming along, just trying to take the advantage of a more secretive approach.
Frankly, a decent amount committed into this round from Core. They have 3 sheriffs and a ghost. That's a sizable investment to try and either win the round or deal damage here. And Oxygen's buy isn't great either. They have 2 ghosts, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that things get scrappy. Let's see.
3 suppressed.
But they're still wrapping around and playing this partnership kind of to a T. Core, just making sure that they can do everything in their power to get the defusal, but it's not going to work out the way they please. T-Dog needing to take themselves out with a spike.
Overall, pretty competent from Oxygen, only losing 1 body. Gonna have a pretty decent buy here into the next with 3 rifles.
Yes, this should do.
And look at the situation now because of those sheriffs being purchased. T-Dog is relegated to light armor with no Sova drone. Zeldris relegated to light armor, no boombot. That's some significant utility not in play. Those are 2 big info gathering pieces that are not available for Core.
They place the one way down. Does leave Core kind of pushing up for more. Not leaving Redux too much space to really contest anything just yet, but the mid side, tons of space already taken up.
And it's such a smart buy from Redux to pick up the Outlaw here. He knows because there were so many sheriffs that a bunch of these players won't be on full armor and he can one-shot them with it.
It's already working out too, because actually picking up a weapon of their own, so Redux is able to do a lot more than play with just the Outlaw. 2 players already taken out, so it's a 3-person retake for a 5-person advantage. That's going to be quite difficult on its own. Yeah, looking like they're just waiting for some sort of potential to take these players out once they want to move away from the spike.
Oxygen are just dialed in. The speed of that hit and the amount of utility that was coming through in well-placed spots to set Redux up to get back sight deep in on that hit. The flashes from Mitch, all really nice. Now with the economy, pretty good. They're going to hunt. Oh, what a flick from Dapper to get that one gun out of Zeldra's hands. Oxygen can more than afford to take a bit of a risk here. Their economy's already looking strong.
Feeling pretty good with that being said. And here, especially with kind of the way they're just handling these rounds like it's theirs, and kind of a deja vu to the games that we saw before, especially just Oxygen being dominant like they always are. But yeah, QoR definitely on the struggling side, especially now economy just not looking too great.
Forced to have a couple sheriffs. They've got the 2 vandals that they've carried over. One is on Zeldris. Yet to get a kill yet in this game. Of course, we're only 3 rounds in, but he is the guy you're looking for to get a lot of kills on the QoR side, to be the driving force of a victory for them. Shockdart's going to break that tripwire to try and nullify some information towards the A side, make Oxygen feel like they could be pushing out of that area in the map.
Set up the smoke to give themselves some space. They do think that lurk is coming along, but it's not. QoR, so far, is trying to read into this team. Now the one-way place down. But even then, no information on both ends.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they're just going for that full contact re-clear into tiles, knowing that it's possible someone had pushed up. They didn't, but they are being very careful. They do force off a Nerve, though, so now with this pressure towards A, it's going to open up the map a little bit. Soldiers almost with the timing.
Setting up only 1 player up inside of mid. Bruno does a great job, though, at catching
30 seconds left.
Nerve. So now they've lost out on so much control. Left over onto the site, so you're going to have to fight this alone, and especially if you're T-Dog with a Stinger, not going to work out. Redux making the effort to keep this site under their control. Oxygen, though, not a lot of struggle. 13 seconds left, and the spike is there.
10 seconds.
I'm wondering if Zeldris is going to try to stop this, but it seems like maybe not. The shots, though, connecting, and they might just be able to find more. I mean, 3 players already on the come up here, and even though the flash has been set down in stone, the refract potential is huge with Burno slowly peeking themselves forward and taking in the next win.
Big risk for QoR to go for that retake just then. Specifically with the Nerve down, they have no smokes to place to actually shut down any of the potential crossfires that could have been set up. So that just makes things really tough. They are going to have the full buy here, though. But it's going to be lacking a couple of utility pieces, I think, again, due to those weapons lost. Specifically, it's going to be T-Dog, who once again can't get a Sova drone. So lacking the ability to re-clear some of these spaces in a safe way, where, you know, not every angle is going to be great for the recon.
No, but still some level of discomfort there, especially with the suppression, so it does back off a couple players on the side of QoR on A. And mid is always like the place they just love to go on Oxygen.
Yeah, Dapper's been doing a really nice job exploring that area, trying to exploit towards the door, breaking it, pressuring towards B. And due to some of that pressure, Oxygen have been able to walk up into elbow freely, just contacting all the way through. These QoR players are none the wiser.
Oh, but the silence. I don't know what's going on around the angle, but it doesn't matter. Mitch is there, and they found more than one. They have completely cleared up the extremities, and now QoR have to struggle to find themselves some space, especially with Dapper just watching alongside mid. So now even when the plank goes down, he has the potential to do even more.
And they know they could be getting backstabbed. He's made so much noise in mid, they haven't re-cleared it. But it's going to be tough to find the timing to actually push forward and make sure the backstab doesn't kill you.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, even blinded Verno can still manage to hold whatever's going on down in the backside. And is this enough? I mean, a 1v3, and you've popped out the ultimate? I don't even think he knows that somebody's on the left-hand side. I mean, now he has to. Absolutely so. The cam is still set up, and there's no way that the defusal could come through. Yeah, 2 players watching the angle, and it's so interesting to pressure the ultimate at that exact moment.
That's a big piece of utility expended from QoR. Not all that close to other ultimates. That's a great double push, though, from Oxygen. They are really doing a good job of exploiting the areas on the map that QoR are just putting no emphasis on whatsoever. And Dapper's pressure in mid is really throwing them for a loop. It's definitely a good time for them to take a timeout. They are going to be ecoed on this next round, so the momentum is more than likely going to continue for Oxygen. And frankly, part of the problem is too, you know, in some of these situations, I do feel that if T-Dog had the drone, that at different times there, that definitely could have made the difference. If he was able to, you know, potentially re-clear elbow, some of those areas on A where Oxygen are just contacting up for free.
Feels slightly familiar, especially with the way that things were before. QoR just having,
this is a nice spot.
I mean, a hard time winning out majority of the fights as well. It's like tons of hold from Dapper mid. Everybody just very, very well placed on the post plant there as well. And now, honestly, looking for something huge here.
Cage triggered.
As they seem like they want to push out. Maybe not.
A lot of pressure from Dapper B main, going to force the QoR side to at least re-clear it, which is what they do instantly with 3 players. But given the numbers there, it's going to leave a very light. And Oxygen should be able to get the site basically for free. And if that is the case, if they don't have to use any ultimates here, that's ideal for them to carry into the next round when QoR are going to actually be buying up again. If they can retain the null command to hit a site, turn off the Cypher trips, have a Rolling Thunder, excuse me, for the post plant, that can be more than enough to keep the snowball rolling and keep them in this massive lead.
We're not listening in just yet. Haven't heard much, but repositioning there, and Zeldris is just trying to get a flank around, but it's going to be so difficult to do so. He thinks he could get past this. No, he's going to have to break that, but the moment they do, information given away, so just giving their team a little bit more time. But so many ultimates still left on the board for Oxygen, and even then, I mean, you got to work with Sheriffs at the same time, so they're feeling pretty confident with the round that's been given to them so far. Nerve, though, is managing to make so much damage onto the site. It's just them and Zeldris really that you need to take care of, and that cleanup's going to be quite easy.
And this damage that QoR are doing, ultimately irrelevant. It'll get them a couple more orbs to build towards ults, which is nice, but in terms of economic damage, it simply does not matter. I mean, look at the money on Oxygen right now. They're going to be able to buy up so many rounds in a row before this even gets broken. T-Dog does get the Hunter's Fury ready, but I'm fully expecting to see a site hit come in with Mitch's null command, turn off all of that defending utility, and then have that Rolling Thunder available for a post plant. Could even go in with a showstopper. They have a lot of options here.
Yeah, knowing that as well. Oh, the fault line is just ready for Ziff. to make the first move, but it's Redux that leaves into the opening. And again, not surprised, like this team is just destroying every single player on the side of QoR. And it's so surprising because QoR, they put up such a fight last time that we got to see this team battle it against each other. And now it's almost as if there really isn't too much to show for. And I guess most of it is just the discomfort of, you know, being pushed as heavy as they are against Redux.
What is happening right now? Are they just giving time to hunt for this guy? I mean, they've done it. I'm going to assume that was the plan. I was trying to say, like, was there an ult orb someone wanted to get? I mean, perhaps, but they just won this full gun round, not having to use any of their 5 ultimates. Also, I guess Scuba just walked up mid, and there was no one paying attention to it, so T-Dog was just fully exposed. I mean, at this point, there's been such a cataclysmic series of dominoes that have fallen for QoR, and Oxygen are just so locked in. This really is the fantastic team that we expected to see this season, that we didn't get all the time, but we're certainly getting right now.
They're expecting the sprays to work, and honestly, it might. The pre-fires just to clear the angles, and trying a different approach, though. Actually, just kidding. They have the sheriffs. The economy is low. It's hard out here. I feel like I'm watching a true documentary about America. It's been quite difficult.
That's too real.
I mean, all the while, though. Yeah.
Actually kind of in trouble. All good. He just throws a nade and gets a free kill. It's been so easy for Oxygen to simply contact through elbow and get into the A site basically for free.
One enemy remaining.
Every single time. Oh my god. And still 5 ultimates. Surely one of these ultimates gets used on this buy round for QoR. Surely.
They're keeping it in case something goes wrong. Just in case. And I think that's perfect. When will that be used? Probably when Snarly gets their Rolling Thunder. I don't doubt it. I genuinely think Vern was just waiting to kind of use it as a counter-strike.
I'm ready. At no point have they really feel inclined to go for a fast, big hit. And they just haven't needed to. Mid has been so exposed for QoR. The Dapper is just doing whatever he pleases, pushing through door, pushing top mid, hanging around tiles, trying to catch rotators. They're never rooting him out of that position. And if it's not him, it's someone else. And then or alternatively, the team is working towards elbow. They're basically getting it for free. It's been really tough for them. Wow, TP into B to try and get some info is interesting. And now they're just straight up walking in.
Oh, they don't know, though. Oh, they know, though. Redux knows. Exactly. Absolutely. Dude, and it's always the timing. Like, it's absolutely perfect. Whenever, honestly, I think it was just also unfortunate that T-Dog could not hear anything. The ultimate popping out for the showstopper, especially with the paranoia kind of combined with that. Now Dapper having to watch the angle, making sure that nobody's going to try to push themselves away, but the paranoia coming in to some sort of essence down on the B side, but does it really matter? I mean, Scuba's still stuck around the back, and all they need to do again is utilize this as that counter-strike to make it happen for Verno. Sprays is all you need. And right now, all you need is Scuba as well. Just looking for the last shot to take away in the TP to bring this to life. The 9-0 possibility, especially as Nerve walks away from the situation. Rightfully so. This was a very hard round to win.
They decided to do it. They simply all pressed Q, and they won the round. What a shocker when you use 5 ultimates on one site. You win the round. That's crazy.
Where do you go from here?
At least Nerve saved his rifle. At least he saved it. QoR gonna take a timeout here. which is much needed given the state of the game score and the state of the scoreboard. That is not a pretty picture. And then when you look at the other side, it is just all too easy for Oxygen. They all have a very solid KD. I mean, in every aspect of the game right now, they are running away with this. I mean, this is just simply the team that when you looked at in the offseason, you were impressed by the fact that they could contest with the partnership teams. It felt like they could do well in the, like they would be a contending team, like a solid team in the partnership league. Or at the very least, you know, you're looking at Redux and Verno as prospects to be in the league. I think Scuba as well. Dapper continuing to compete and has just been so solid since being on this Oxygen roster, playing a ton of Cypher, one of his original roles in a really strong Cypher meta. They've just got it all going for them right now.
I feel like this is just going to be so bad. There's going to be so much eruption.
Yeah, they want to get this fault line core over onto A and fight this. Eldris is deep with the showstopper. What? This is a cool set play out of the timeout.
Dude, that was honestly immaculate. The way Eldris played that. Now, though, I mean, they've managed to get one and pick up a rifle. But the biggest issue at hand is that Verno's watching this flank. Not only that, but they have so much util to really have a say in this, not wanting to pull it out at the wrong moment, waiting with patience, and also repositioning themselves, but it's not enough, especially as Eldris is there. Now reposition of their own starting to come through.
Just playing it safely now. Core aren't trying to give anything away. They want to get that first round on the board. And off the back of that cool set piece that they brought in just after the timeout, a totally different round opening. They haven't done anything similar to that. Zeldris heating up on the round too is a good sign. He's kind of yet to really be able to get his footing in the game until this round.
30
so
seconds
perhaps
left.
Can get some momentum off the back of it, start to pick things up.
Oh, they're just leaving it. Don't care about it. They know it's a 1v4. Big difference in how many players there are, but even then, I mean, Economy is shining above the rest, so not much to worry about.
I mean, look at all that util. There was a recon from T-Dog, the fault line, a paranoia went in as well. And then obviously, the crux of it, that showstopper. Down mid, down tiles. Super cool setup. But not to rain on their parade, you can only do that one time. So what are they going to bring on this round? They don't have another showstopper, and you can't really get away with that one. It's a deep recon towards A, gets broken immediately, and going to make a slow crawl up mid.
Just looking for that first-hand pick that really is going to kind of make a dent into players that they have right now. Zeldris managing to find one of their own, and it's on Verno. So this is going to be huge. Verno's that opening for the side of Oxygen.
Yeah, a lot of utility off of the table now. And Zeldris, seriously, off that nice play, he's finding his confidence. He's taking fights. Matters into his own hands.
Yeah, exactly how it needed to be played, too. As your duelist, like, just pushing up, feeding for that sort of confidence, but it seems like even then a flank coming around as Nerve is trying to make weight and keep this team from coming down into the site, but there's not a lot of util being used here to manage the space, but it seems like regardless, they don't need it. They have the partnership set down, but it's Redux for Paint Shell to zone. With 3 players down on the extremities, and they have to isolate these fights and need to find a way on how they're going to keep this round in, but 14 seconds left in a plate that just won't seem to make its way. They've created some space, some of that damage coming down on Sif, and that's going to be huge. Already a smoke left available, and a fake TP, but a beautiful shot from Scuba, keeping them in the game.
ice cold on that peak.
Last round before the switch.
So aware of his positioning. That crosshair placement was perfect. And despite that man advantage, things still crumble away. QoR have to just be feeling absolutely deflated after that. Another opportunity at a round win just squandered. 10-1 now is the score. Oxygen are just elite right now. Even with a man down situation, they're so on point individually that it doesn't matter. I mean, we'll see if that ends up being the case here. I say that as Redux just ints to his death.
Oh, dude, this is huge. There's nothing for Ziv to look at, and kind of countering the one-way. It doesn't even push onto the site regardless. They have so much information just settled down in mid, so yeah, they're just going to push for a rotation at this point.
A deep recon was sent A from T-Dog. Didn't spot anyone out. Didn't get broken. So at the moment, the setup hasn't really changed all too much, and even Snarly is drifting a bit towards mid, holding a very passive angle. They're really not scared about anyone going A right now.
Mm-hmm.
Things are getting quiet, but Mitch contacting up, once again realizing elbow is wide open, as has been the case on so many rounds here.
Interesting to see T-Dog just kind of wait around in mid, and I'm assuming just because of previous iterations of just having Oxygen
Standing ahead.
sit around alongside Dapper. But even then, yep, timing definitely works in favor. T-Dog reading into the situation. But again, rotation coming in maybe just a bit too soon. Here it comes, 14 seconds, and nobody is trying to get settled down into the A side. I mean, maybe not. There comes the first shot, but even then, Oxygen, not a lot of help and not a lot of players to play into this. But it's Scuba that just won't let this game go down. The shots through the box. They have not won the round because Ziv stayed away long enough, but regardless, the 3K just to keep Oxygen. Man, running, that's crazy.
Hey, that was a damn nice try. But all good. He played it for VLR. Stats are looking crispy after that 3K. This was definitely a good effort. He almost got them all. 10-2 for Oxygen after another phenomenal attacking half. That was the case on Lotus. They ran away with the game. They've done the same here. And again, QoR are just Sisyphus pushing the boulder. It is the impossible goddamn task for them. They have to climb so far uphill.
3 suppressed.
Oh my gosh, dude. That's such pure information. And they just pretty much preoccupied mid. So, great pistol round to start. All they need to do is just secure it. Paint shell readily available. So the moment they get one pick or maybe even potential, and it would have been so good to zone these players out, but they've lost that one solid key piece of util that would have done so much damage.
Dapper's still just trying to control the space here, and it looks like he'll be able to do so uncontested. But honestly doesn't feel comfortable doing so and backs off. That is the smart play.
There.
So he's going to rotate into site with Scuba. They're going to try to play off of his utility. And actually, Verno is on the way as well. Going to just try and support. Has one flash left. If it's well-timed, that could get him a pistol round win here.
Breaking down the cameras that are set aside, but it's Dapper. Oh no, the paranoia already making its way down to it. And of course, Saldris comes alongside. Down to the outskirts, but nobody was there. No intel, no information, other than that boom bot alone. And there was no flash to really prep out. So now Scuba taking a shot off T-Dog. And you have QoR struggling yet again, but funneling themselves down towards, the outskirts. There's not much to use. An Aftershock maybe that possibly won't reach to the extent that they wanted a flash, but even then, 3 players just sitting on the outskirts and potential for this round to be won out by Oxygen. Body blocking themselves to make sure this round goes their way, but it's unbelievable.
God. They literally clicked mouse 1 at the spike through the smoke and killed everyone.
Jeez.
The state of the game. I mean, They should not be getting away with that. And this spike was a hair away from getting defused as well. That is unfortunate for Oxygen. Literally every game today, the team that starts attack goes up massively. The team that's down wins the pistol, gets like 4 rounds, and then loses. That has been every map today, and it's gonna happen again.
This is like watching a movie with the same plot line.
It's Groundhog Day. We're literally seeing the same thing every game. And then I'm gonna say, well, I'm not believing in QoR yet. They have to get to X amount of rounds, and then they get about that amount of rounds, and then they lose after one team takes a timeout. They build up the ults. It's just, I've seen this story over and over today.
Hey, if it happens again, I give them kudos.
Maybe QoR will finally be the team to break the cycle and have the greatest comeback of all time.
I'm always a believer. I like a good comeback story.
One enemy remaining.
Is that gonna happen? Possibly. I'm a believer, but I think Scuba is not.
God.
Wow. Okay. I don't.
Nasty.
Ending that off with a 1 click.
Some nasty work. If he was playing Clove, this would be over already. Just let him run around and shoot people.
I do genuinely think Clove would have went pretty hard.
I was definitely hoping to see it again. If there's one thing I'm satisfied about today, it's that we got to see a Clove game.
That was my first
sick.
one, like, casted ever, and it was great.
Oxygen on the full buy now. Rifles all around, few heavy armors. Couple lesser weapons for QoR. Fast fight. Zelder's nades just to save his own life.
Yeah, they're having a field day with this one, though. Trying to pick out some shots. They've done a lot of damage on Scuba.
I found my wire.
Which could play pretty well into the future, but tons of utility still prepped up and ready. So much silence on the A side.
We're gonna cut noise now. Took them a second. Shocking just to make sure there wasn't anybody close. Oh, that knife gets a lot of information. I think that got 3 players.
Oh, and they run it down. So they can run this team up. Man, Oxygen, though, they're not giving up. So many players just settle down onto site and as if just waiting for this to dissipate. Dapper, though, having the advantage when it comes down to the health. Might just be able to pick some of these players off, though. Redux right behind is going to be able to watch whatever's going on right behind them. The potential for refrags is there. And it's great. 1v1 scenario. Snarly doesn't necessarily have a lot to work with, but Redux with a 3k to bring things down to that 11-4. And how many rounds was it again that you wanted to see from QoR?
To start believing, I don't know, like 8 or something like that. But yeah, that's not going to happen when Redux is active and online like he is today. 15-9 right now. Solid on the entrying.
Yeah.
It's a nice little clutch as well. But actually, honestly, Scuba was the one who really stepped up. He was only at 4 HP and managed to get 2 on the site. He very easily could have gone down to any stray bullet, and things would have gone way more smoothly for QoR. They almost certainly would have locked that round up. It's big from him. Oxygen are going to take a timeout now. Similar to last map when they were almost about to win, when they were on the precipice of crossing the finish line, they took that timeout just to ensure that they end things. Redux is hitting a little goddamn dance in the corner. He's feeling himself. They're in the zone. Oxygen are locked in.
I mean, they're pretty relaxed. I'm taking in Psycho's psychoanalysis, pun intended, of the body language. And yeah, he's right. Like laid back in the chair, dancing. I see it. I see the dominance.
Just such a better Oxygen than we saw during the season.
I agree.
Where at times, I think they looked a little bit unfocused, and they were playing all of the same comps, looking really the same as they did in the offseason, where some other teams were advancing, switching things up, and they lagged behind just a little bit, but they're right back to top form.
Nowhere to run!
Just took them some review, honestly. And they're, like you said, right back to it. But yeah, Verno pretty much just shut that down. Seems like they're going to continue to shut things down as well, with 2 players already taken down. But that's Nerve and Zeldris.
Cage triggered.
And no smokes readily available, so they're going to have to fight this off every single angle to the best of their ability.
I think they have any idea that Mitch is here, but he only has a judge, so he can't even really get a good flank right now. Oh, never mind. He got the mid-range judge kill.
I've seen the impossible with the judge. I don't like the fact that still was able to even connect is crazy, and they might just do it again. Redux is I don't even know what's going on. Like he can fly. It's great, pushing themselves down towards backside. And now it's left up to Snarly. They do have fault line readily available, and they create a clutch of a lifetime to keep QoR in the game.
I mean, Oxygen did what they could with that double judge situation. I think Redux recovered a rifle, so he was just trying to like trade for Mitch being a little juicy piece of bait right here. Yeah, but Snarly with a nice snap. And again, we've returned to the silly zone.
Revealing area.
We're in the depths of Valorant hell, waiting to see who wins. QoR fighting so desperately to keep themselves in the game. Although, like, it just takes one split second.
Yeah, QoR just gonna slow things down here. Drone for a bit of information.
Dapper watching to keep eyes just in case Nerve does want to peek that, which I don't think is going to be the case right now. Just, oh, Cam already spotted, and they know somebody's watching the angle. Good read off Nerve.
Recon's gonna come into the B side, not spot anything out. You're gonna try and get in quickly off this, but I like that Oxygen are trying to control B main instead.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and they still managed to pick off some of those shots. Okay, one for Redux. Ends up working out. But not going to be too easy. Especially with this push that they are trying to get with the flank coming alongside from Zip. One shot from Snarly, not necessarily connecting, but the fault line still going to be readily available in like, what, like 15 seconds. So there's so much to play with here, especially if you're QoR. This flank coming along, Mitch just not being able to make any shots connect with the frenzy. Yep, still holding on though. As the time ticks, they just wait on the outskirts to keep themselves alive. So, I mean, valiant effort overall. Oxygen definitely feeling a slight comfort in this game, especially as they are, I mean, down to that 11-6 now with that spike detonating. But yeah, perfect round to put into their pockets from QoR. It just has to continue, right? Vandal's coming out this next round, so definitely keeping that in their own minds.
And I'm not at believer territory yet, but we're getting there. And then as soon as I get there, hope's dashed. At least that's what I feel like right now. But again, QoR doing a nice job trying to get back into this game. We're arriving at the point, though, that always the inevitability of the Valorant comeback is eventually the team in the lead gets a hell of a lot of ultimates. They all press Q, and they get a free round win. And we're about to be at that situation. Mitch is 1 away from the Null Command. Verno's 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. They've already got the Showstopper. They've already got the Neural Theft. We're approaching that just go for a big retake with a ton of utility moment.
Spike in hand. For Snarly, just completely... I mean, honestly, not left alone in mid. They are looking for a more passive approach on the side of Oxygen. There hasn't really been too much aggressiveness on the defense that I've noticed so far, so just playing for the potential to keep the site.
Just waiting for that recon to be active here. Overall, pretty passive setup for Oxygen. Just gonna fall back, retreat, not let this showstopper get any value.
They set this up so well, but I think my biggest worry is Redux has a showstopper of their own. Dapper has an ultimate readily available, and Scuba does as well. So there's so much potential here. Even that Verno could honestly load up that Rolling Thunder to use, kind of to counter everything that has already been pushed out, but it's Redux looking for a shot, not gonna use it though. And I like it, they've created patience around the situation and somehow still manages to find another one. Paint Shell to zone it down, and even then Oxygen, they are back in action and looking for that match point. One more left to it, and it's Verno to pick it off, and Redux to clean it up. 12-6 for the match point.
How does Redux get away with that? He is so on point right now on Sunset. The 3K with, what was that, 4 HP? 11 HP, swings around, double headshot, little aim adjustment, the nice movement with that too. I mean, what a player for Oxygen. Again, just one of NA's best prospects at the moment for the future of the region.
Revealing area.
Nobody's ever mid. I think they're starting to pick up on that. Especially with the push coming through, dude. He's just standing there. And I like the cam. I like the positioning. Watching both angles, but Redux on an off angle. So the moment there is any assistance needed, it's there.
Got a ton of info. He ends up spotting out 3 players there. 2 from the legs over tiles, and then the player that shot the cam. You can see Oxygen, they've rotated for this as well. Redux in prime position! Great entry from Zeldris.
I know exactly where you are.
Nobody there. Cam was taken out, so Dapper couldn't necessarily do anything. Now at this point, 2 players already spotted, so the ultimate is there. Rolling Thunder, though, available on the side of Oxygen. So much util to use, but they're still stuck down towards backside. Verno not feeling confident enough to really expend that ult at this moment in time. I mean, there's some leeway here. Keep the Vandals in your hand. Kind of just walk away from it.
Player standing.
Scuba just gonna save this one over, which I believe will then ensure that they can get a full buy on the next. He should be able to drop Verno a rifle. So Oxygen with another shot here, and QoR is still just trying to do the impossible. Since that one 3K round where Zeldris went for that deep double satchel in mid, he's definitely stepped it up. He's come to life, finding some entries. Seems like he's a lot more confident in the duels. But it might just be too little too late.
He's fighting for his life. He was trying to keep himself alive. For the fighting moment. This could be the round, but I'm not gonna lie, QoR have been looking insanely good.
This is a nice spot.
As they continue to fight for, I mean, some sort of redemption.
This goes here.
QoR all gathered up right now towards B. If they go to that area of the map, they're gonna have all of Dapper's utility to contend with.
Yeah.
Redux is gonna get out of there and play it safe. Oh my god. Speed from Zeldris trying to catch him.
Yeah, Nate already set up. They have information, but Redux can't really attest to anything much other than waiting down to the backside. But the spike is there. They didn't have to peek it. Peeking the angle just more so out of the curiosity of if they can get more than one. It didn't necessarily work out. Timing is immense there, especially as Zeldris Now taking another, but luckily enough, getting a resurrection off of mid. Showstopper set down 2-8 and manages to find damage of their own, but the Rolling Thunder still available. 1v2 situation. Open for the pop. They find the one possibility for the second there, and this might be it, but it's not over just yet. Zeldris does not want the game to end.
Didn't risk it, but honestly, Verno could have gone for the Rolling Thunder there, and I think he just wins the game. But ends up just trying to take that swing, get the kill with the rifle, and it doesn't happen. And that's going to continue to give QoR just a little bit of life here. So again, it's Zeldris who's really stepping this up. That crucial kill with the Showstopper wins the 1v1 at the end. 20 for 16. I mean, at some point, both him and Nerve, their stats were dismal in the first half. A huge resurgence from him here in the second part of the game.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
They're throwing the nade down for a big potential clear. Not even going to say potential, a huge clear. They managed to pick up, yeah, looking at the leg, now up top. And it's like they're used to the positioning of Oxygen, and I don't blame them. They've been repetitively doing the same thing, especially with the dissipation already coming up. It's up to Zeldris to clear things. Yeah, you got a Sheriff in hand. Not much to do with it. Now, huge round win from QoR. And are you on the believer side yet?
We're, you know, almost. We're almost on the believers' side. Because Zeldris is now in sick form. Fully found his confidence. It feels like he can do no wrong. Oxygen are going to take their second timeout here to try and ensure their victory. This is the closest we've gotten to a comeback all day. Again, we've been in this situation 4 times now. The same way these games have played out, where a team goes up to a massive lead in the first half, and then the other team starts to mount a comeback. It hasn't gotten there yet, but maybe Zeldris is just the key to finally making that a reality.
I think if the fault line does not work, I'm a believer. I think that's where I'm at right now. And majority of that being, I don't know, like, it's so interesting how Oxygen just always tend to let it go once they're on the defense. And I'm assuming that majority of that is really just because they rely so heavily on Redux to get the entry that, you know, I do feel like there's a bit of that fault when you start to be a tad more passive.
This should do.
But
this is a nice spot.
Definitely heavily relying on that.
That goes there.
That Rolling Thunder, I gotta be honest with you.
Don't look up.
Absolutely. Redux somewhat close to getting his Showstopper. T-Dog's gonna have the Hunter's Fury here. Recon into mid to get some info. Shock Dart coming through as well, just for a bit of clearance. Oxygen really stacked up towards the B side right now. You have Scuba just kind of peeking towards the door, and Diverno ready to fault line if he needs to, but it's going to be mid pressure from QoR. Top mid pressure at that.
Deploying drone.
Despite so many players from QoR like constantly giving mid presence, nobody fights that. And it's so interesting. Dude, a fault line could ruin the lives of many. Like, huge earthquake down the middle, and it's over. And just nothing.
And at this point now, it seems like Oxygen aren't buying that there's going to really be too much pressure mid, but they do have also Dapper's cam has eyes on that, so he's just watching the cross right now. They know no one is going mid. Omen TP broken immediately. They're going to have to contend with these tricks.
So lucky that
found my wire.
didn't do more damage than what I thought it was going to. And interestingly enough, Mitch flashing, but not actually trying to profit off of it. Instead, peeking at the wrong time, not waiting for the Rolling Thunder, and they're just allowing themselves to get picked off one by one. Now at this point,
it feels like they rushed things there. It really does. Scuba and Redux, it's just in their best interest to save at this point. Keep the credits that they can.
One enemy remaining. remaining.
Definitely having to learn from this mistake, and it was huge. I mean, at least then they had a 5-person retake they could have committed to. And I feel like once the spike gets planted, they start to get antsy, and I guess maybe so might be punishment of its own, just losing so many players. But I'm just interested that they're not really abusing Redux and the fact that he wins 1v1s 99% of the time with a breach util. You throw him outside of B, and there's so much potential for Redux to find something. So, I mean, I kind of also wish that we saw more aggression, you know, on the side of the defensive side.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing this really passive, and when they're playing it passive like that, you're right. They should be waiting for the breach ultimate to come in. If you're going to play for retake, go all out and play for retake. But they've just kind of, you know, went for a play in that awkward bit of middle ground where they, you know, swung before they were ready for all that. It was just not the right timing. They're buying up into this one, though. Still 1 round away from victory. QoR have actually made this comeback believable. It is a reality.
I finally believe. Oh my gosh. And that's huge, though. A collection of the orb to give Redux confidence, and that's what we need.
Oxygen have this stacked setup towards A with the breach. Feeling comfortable with Dapper to just play B with those tripwires. QoR have done a nice job actually clearing out Dapper's setups, though. I don't really think there's been any moments where they walked into trips, got caught, anything like that, so.
Showstopper finally pops itself out for Zeldris. Not finding much. And this time, it's different. I do see a different approach on the side of Oxygen. They've settled down for just Dapper set down on the B site. More caution, but still in the same spot as they always are. But I'm surprised there wasn't much of a punishment to it. Zeldris does pick off, though.
30 seconds left.
And now at this point, they have to just play for retake. Double ult, send in the Rolling Thunder, Redux double satchel with the Showstopper. They've got to be able to win off this. Great paranoia to cross, too.
They've done that, but I do think they've settled maybe just a little bit too soon for, I guess, the ultimate set down there on the Raze. But regardless, maybe if Zeldris can keep this down, they've set down the nade, and it might just be enough. But maybe not. The Fusel coming down, and they've settled for it. The Fusel there, and the win for Oxygen finally. So it looked rough. And I love how you started believing the round.
I know, literally, I'm telling you. The second that I begin to believe, it's over.
I think if you just didn't believe it, they would have come back.
I'm gonna need every single team we saw today to hit the defensive side VOD reviews. It was literally every map was a team going like a 9 or 10 up, or like 11 on attack halves, and then the other team trying to come back when it switches, but it's too little too late. But it was good to see Oxygen really in sick form right now, though, because that's what we expected of them in the regular season, and it just didn't play out in the way that they had hoped, the way that I think the fans had hoped and the community had expected. So this is a nice start to the mid-season playoffs here. And I also really like that on Map 1 Lotus, they're now switching things up, bringing some new things to the table, not just running the old comps from the offseason, which is what they did in the regular season. So my faith in the team has definitely gone back up.
Okay, I have to agree. But also, like, I really do. I'm gonna have to like emphasize your words there, where it's like hit the VODs on the defense, dude. The amount of times that we really like they should have ran away with so many rounds, and you know, executions on the attack were so well thought out, well planned, and then it felt like everything kind of just fell apart the moment that we started reaching that defensive conclusion. But of course, we still do have the analyst desk and an interview for you guys that's coming up. So it's the end of me and Wyatt as of right now. We'll see you guys. The end of us. We'll see you guys maybe another time. But let's go back to the analyst desk that's waiting for you right now.
First off, a moment of silence for the end of Gompers and Wyatt. So tragic, gone too soon. It's been lovely. But, no, I mean, a moment of silence, too. We have to talk about QoR in the series. It was a series that they were able to best Oxygen on in the past, but Jen on the day Mid-season cup wasn't about to happen.
Jeez, like, but can we at least appreciate, like, being down, what, like 10-1 and almost getting us into OT sure had us going, but hey, I think Wyatt was exactly right. Gotta hit the defense bod reviews for every team here today.
Yeah, it's actually, we were even talking about that as analysts while we were muted during the stream. I mean, it's just crazy, these challenger matches, how attack-sided all of these have been. They've been true IGL battles, attack-side battles, really seeing the best of these attacking squads coming through.
And it was cool to just look at the difference in compositions. Big win condition on Sunset is how do you deal with that opponent's Cypher? And we saw those two different approaches. One with QoR, where the Sova continues, and T-Dog, you were hoping to see that impact, right? And he was trying to use those shock bolts to deal with this annoying Cypher util. On the other side, you had the KO and the knife. But what we could appreciate about the KO was just the amount of information, being able to scan the environment and giving Oxygen so much confidence to lead off on a lot of the first kills in the first half.
100%. Though when it's swapped, I mean, at QoR on the backhand, Zelda's having so much of the confidence to make this a lot closer of an affair than we originally thought. But Oxygen, they'd already taken such a big lead at that point, Psycho. They only needed a few more to close it out. Once they had ults online, it's Destiny's kind of in their hands.
Yeah, QoR was really getting activated there, especially Zelsis. It's a tough uphill battle going into the attacking half with such a deficit, but they really put up a good fight. I mean, Zeldris was absolutely activated. 28 kills, 8 first bloods. That's double anybody else on the entire map for this map. So absolutely incredible play for him, but unfortunately fell just short, and that's going to be their exit from this single elimination mid-season cup.
Unfortunate for them, but we were stoked to see Scuba back on the Omen and also just frag out like he did on the first map. Those one-ways were so important. The paranoia entries, the smokes were crucial, and it was cool to see that hot hand from Scuba translate from Lotus into Sunset, and he didn't even need that Clove self-support stuff. He was actually able to help the whole team. I mean, killing helps the team as well. Oxygen were locked in. The economy got out of control, obviously, when he start off like the half like 10-1, so things were able to reset into the second half there for QoR, being able to not have the economy, just reset the economy in general, and that comeback was starting to happen. And I'm sure just the mental is in shambles when you're in single limb trying to come back from that big of a deficit. So for this to be within a 3-round grasp for QoR, I'm impressed with their resilience to turn it around in the second half.
You're talking about the mental, but I think too, off of that, this was a win that I think Oxygen needed going on forward, especially considering the loss that they did take after being one of the teams, Psycho, that were in contention for being that top team that we talked about in Challengers, taking that loss in week 5. But this was Oxygen a little bit more used to what we are seeing there. So I like that we get to see them go up against MXS next. It match that we've seen play out quite a few times.
Oh, yeah. It's almost the El Clasico of challengers at this point. Oxygen, the powerhouse team that was winning these off-season events, taking maps and even series wins and tournament wins off of franchise teams. This looked like a team that was a shoe-in to be the top of their group this season. So it was interesting to see them kind of stumble in their initial matchup against MXS, and then subsequently in the matchup against QoR, right? And ending the group 3 and 3 and 2 is something that I know they absolutely did not want to do. So they've obviously hit it hard in their boot camp. I saw the coach out there making them do push-ups. They were doing the whole shebang. So these guys came in clearly a different team than they were in the regular season, potentially even the team that we expected them to be this season. So this was an important win for Oxygen, one that I know they needed, and will give them the momentum to propel them into this MXS series with a lot of confidence.
And just to give even more credit to Oxygen, the absolute 180 that they did compared to the last matchup, we went to the same maps, but the difference in performance was insane, where it was a lot about these gunfights for Oxygen and leading off rounds on a good foot and using that information and dealing with the aggression of QoR, which they did so much of a better job of, even switching up their composition on Lotus to go towards a Clove and really throwing them for a loop, to going back to standard and just beating them at their own game. So big shout out to Oxygen and the work they did between the regular season to now.
It's an Oxygen that we don't have to say goodbye to, which is exciting to see, and it's an Oxygen we'll get to say hello to with an interview coming up shortly. We have our post-series highlights first, so don't go too far. We'll be right back.
dead.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One. Last player standing. An A. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
My eyes are
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
All right, and with that, Oxygen redemption arc taking the 2-0 victory over QoR. And on the line, I have Scuba to chat a little bit more about things. I have to say, am I muted? No, I feel like I'm good on my end. I'm hearing from Prod, maybe not, but hey, I'm here. And now I want to bring Scuba on the line to chat a little bit more about the series, what we got to see, and this matchup that, hey, we got to see in week 5 of Challengers that maybe didn't go out so well. So make sure the audio issues, everything on our end is all squared away real fast before we get on into this. But it'll be nice. I want to hear. We saw a lot about the Clove. I want to know more about the Clove going on into this and what Scuba has to think about that. So that's our first time that we get to see Clove in Challengers as well. So here we go. Scuba, hello. How are you feeling after the series and your Clove debut?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, it was an accident. The Clove pick, we didn't really mean to do it, but we just said whatever, and we just went with it.
First off, how does that come across as an accident? Like, do you just misclick? How do you make that work anyways? Because like the rest of the combos changed anyways.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. No, it was we've been preparing it for like a week or so, and yeah, I was honestly really excited to play it for the first time. I think I'm the first player in North America to play it in a pro match. So yeah, it was super fun.
I want to let you know as well, my analysts right away in my ears are like, what? As soon as you said it was an accident. You had to scroll for a second there. But it was definitely really fun seeing you swap over to the Clove for the first map of the series, especially too since all of us over on the desk are a really big fan of your Omen. So this has been something that's in the works. You've been preparing it. I want to know when it came to game day, you got to play a little of both. Which one do you kind of like more at the moment?
Which one do I like more? I want to play a little bit more Clove. It was super fun. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get to use my ult a lot, and that's like the main thing that's super good on her, or the champ. And yeah, I'm super excited to play some more.
Well, I'm definitely hoping we get to see a lot more Clove later on in the mid-season cup, because we were definitely disappointed we didn't get to see Clove for Sunset here. I want to talk about this series because week 5 of Challengers, going up against QoR, Oxygen took that upset loss, 1-2 at the end of things. So how did you guys prepare going into this series to have a drastically different result?
To be honest, we felt that we had a pretty bad first split, due to reasons like I won't get to, but honestly, we had a boot camp last week and it really got us back in the headspace we needed to be. And yeah, I think we're starting to play just how we used to, and I think that's the key to us.
That's definitely nice to hear, because there's definitely really strong pieces on this team. So I want to see this Oxygen with the confidence going on forward. And now that you get to go on forward in the Mid-Season Cup, you're facing off against MXS, a team that Oxygen has faced off against many times before, and you fell to the hands of week 1. So I want to know how you're looking forward to that match and kind of your thoughts ahead of that match on Saturday.
I mean, we play against MXS all the time at this point, and it's always a fun game. They always push us to our limits. I got a bunch of buddies on that team, and yeah, I'm just excited to play.
Oh, definitely excited to be watching that. It's definitely late, but so I want to make sure you can get some rest. Scuba, thanks so much for chatting. Have a good night, okay?
Yep. You too.
Thank you. As for us, not letting them off the hook quite yet. We got to bring our analysts back here, bring Jen and Psycho, just to start talking about the end of the day, everything else. A little celebration there. I honestly, I'm really bad.
Oh yeah, do the redux.
That's so true.
Yeah.
I have to say, because Psycho, I heard you in my ear right away with the clove being an accident. I'm so bad at any sort of jokes. I wholeheartedly believed him for a second.
Dude, what a troll! I thought for sure he was truthful. I mean, it is kind of like a thing to like troll your teammates and hover a character. It used to be the thing back in the day. Someone would click on Yoru and be like, "I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it." You know, I thought maybe this was one of those situations, but it's good to hear that this is something that they actually cooked up. I really liked what I saw from it. I do agree with what he said. I would have liked to see a little bit more from the res, but again, you really have a really small window to use that res after you go down. So you know, it's a hard thing to incorporate, but I'm sure with some more grinding and scrims, he's going to get that.
Well, we definitely get the opportunity to be seeing Oxygen play a little bit more going on forward, as they will be making it into the semifinals here of the Mid-Season Cup, looking ahead to the bracket. I'm definitely excited for who they're going to be playing up against next with that fabled MXS rematch on the horizon. But of course, Jen, on the bottom end of this bracket, I say bottom end like this isn't an equal bracket. The other side of the bracket here, we still have 2 quarterfinal matches that are going to be taking place tomorrow.
Oh my God, these are going to be some good matches. And of course, the big dinner at the end is MXS and Oxygen, of course. But we got to start with the appetizers. M80 and TSM are going to rematch. The last time they met, it was 2-0 for M80, but it was like 13-11 on Lotus. Like, that could have gone either way, and TSM looked like a different beast just based on how much they fought against YFP there in the round of 12. And Blin emerges from relegation, so they're a new face going up against Turtle Troop, who had everyone questioning just what their potential really was with all the type of funny comps and strats that they came out with in challengers. So we're going to be entertained tomorrow.
Entertained? Are you not entertained?
Are you not
That's
entertained?
what I expect. I expected. I mean, M80, obviously the team to beat here. You know, absolutely dominant last year. Fell just short at Ascension. They came back this year with a vengeance, retooled by bringing in Nitro and good old BCJ at the initiator role. But you know, TSM. I mean, I really like what I saw from them yesterday. You know, we had the analyst desk with Roy and I yesterday watching how TSM play, and him and I were chatting a bit about it, and it's some interesting stuff that they're cooking up in Sim. Oh my gosh, Sim, what an animal yesterday. So that's going to be a tough matchup, M80 versus TSM, so that's one to watch for sure. And you know, on the other side you got Turtle Troop, the team that took the only map off of M80 were expected to go 5-0 in groups, and Turtle Troop came out with the upset. So those guys are absolutely cooking in the lab right now. So 2 very good, very enticing matchups for tomorrow, and some really exciting Valorant ahead of us.
100%. So make sure you're coming back tomorrow to be catching our other 2 quarterfinal matches. But that is unfortunately going to be it for today. That is the end, as Gompers would put it, of Lemon Kiwi, Sierra Dawn, and Psycho here. But thank you all so much for tuning in. And make sure we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. See you real soon.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Grounded. Any angle.
Enemy kill. One enemy remaining. One down. 3 down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. See ya! remaining. One enemy
Blinded.
One enemy remains left. One enemy remaining. One enemy One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Sova's dead.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One. Last player standing. On A. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
My eyes open.
One enemy remaining.
Wait for me.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Peace.